Chapter 11:22. The crowd fell silent. Although Ling Xiao's words were unpleasant, they were not unreasonable. They were not willing to stand up for themselves and only wanted others to stand up for them. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Ling Xiao, you'd better not go too far. That's right, I'm not your match, but my father is much stronger than you. If you know what's good for you, just treat today's matter as a misunderstanding. In the future, we'll mind our own business. You can enter and exit Turtle Island freely. How about it? Ming Liu gradually recovered from his panic. He was not stupid. He knew that he was not Ling Xiao's match, and the other party was the city lord of the East County personally sent by the imperial court. If he wanted to kill him, there would be no problem at all. Therefore, instead of forcefully resisting, it was better to take a step back. He believed that his concession could make Ling Xiao give up on humiliating him. After all, he felt that Ling Xiao would not insist on going against his father. When he returned, he would complain about this brat and secretly kill him. In the future, who would dare to come to the East County to go against them? Slap. Ling Xiao did not say anything, but he gave Ming Liu a resounding slap. Young Marquis, do you know who you are talking to? I, Ling Xiao, the Lord of the East County, Dragon King Tian. Not to mention Turtle Island, even your home is in my territory. You want me to enter and leave Turtle Island freely? Do I need your permission for my own things? Ling Xiao, don't go too far. Ming Liu was too shocked. This boy in front of him was extremely daring. Was he using a chicken feather as a token of authority? He really wanted to take Turtle Island from their hands. Too far. You haven't seen what's even worse. Ling Xiao sneered and said, this king seems to remember that you just asked me to kneel down and lick your shoes clean. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you kneel down and lick my shoes clean, I won't kill you and let you get lost. How about that? Although Ling Xiao said this with a smile on his face, in Ming Liu's ears, it was eerie and terrifying. Should he do it or not? I don't believe you dare to kill me, Ming Liu said through gritted teeth. But just as he finished speaking, one of his arms was already gone. I don't know how many innocent girls you've harmed with this arm of yours. I believe no one will object if you chop it off. So, are you going to do it or not? Ling Xiao's face turned gloomy, and his voice was as cold as a sharp blade. No one dared to breathe loudly. He had long heard of this young hero's decisiveness and experience. Moreover, he was never sloppy. No matter who the other party was, he dared to be ruthless. Looking at it today, it was indeed so. I'll do it. Ming Liu looked at his arm in horror. Waves of pain came from his arm, and he could hear himself squealing like a pig being slaughtered. Reason told him that the person in front of him was simply a lunatic. If he didn't do as he was told, he would really be killed. Very well, let's begin. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ming Liu endured the humiliation and lay on the ground, licking Ling Xiao's shoes clean. During this process, many of the surrounding martial artists cheered out loud. After all, the things that Ming Liu had done in the past couldn't be considered excessive even if he was cut into 1,000 pieces. Just helping the new city lord clean his shoes was already far too easy. However, they were also a little worried at the same time. If Ling Xiao and the East County Marquis had a head-on conflict, would the East County start a war? At that time, would they not even be able to be servants? Your dignity. Where's your pride? I'm just a lowly person, and you're kneeling in front of a lowly person and doing such a disgraceful thing. Who do you think you are? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Ming Liu, who was kneeling there, and his cold voice was filled with sarcasm. Everyone sighed in their hearts. That's right. Ming Liu was so arrogant and proud before. He said that Ling Xiao was useless and even tried to compare himself with Ling Xiao. In the end, such a self-righteous person had now abandoned all his self-esteem and knelt in front of Ling Xiao like a servant. This was a warrior with the cultivation of the 8 desolate heaven. In front of Ling Xiao, he was like a grandson. This Ling Xiao was really arrogant and strong enough. Ming Liu had been telling himself in his heart that after this matter was over, he would definitely make Ling Xiao pay back 100 or 1,000 times. He wanted Ling Xiao to kneel in front of him like a dog, just like he was today. No, it was even worse than this. I know what you're thinking. Are you thinking of taking revenge on me when you go back? Okay, it doesn't matter. You can get lost now. When you go back, tell your father that if you behave yourself in the future, we can stay out of each other's business. If he really wants to make trouble for me, then just come. I'll wait for him. Ling Xiao stepped on Ming Liu's head and said coldly, I heard that you have a few sworn brothers who are pirates nearby. By the way, tell them to wash their necks and wait. With me, Ling Xiao, in the East County, they won't have a good life. Get lost. At the same time, Ming Liu was kicked away. Immediately, a few people hurriedly came forward and carried him away. Naturally, he let Ming Liu go on purpose. Ming Liu alone was not a threat to him at all. Since he came to the East County, he had to use a strong drug. The East County Marquis and those pirates had to be eliminated. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing to be spied on by poisonous snakes when he was lying down. Turning around, Ling Xiao looked at the middle-aged woman. At this time, the middle-aged woman had been grabbed by the onlookers. Her body was trembling like a sieve. You don't have to be so afraid. I'm really not interested in dealing with you. I just want to give you a piece of advice. As a martial artist, you have to know how to love yourself. What's more, you have a man and a child. After saying this coldly, Ling Xiao no longer paid any attention to this person. At this time, Meng Tong led a group of people to Turtle Island. Meng Tong replaced the people from the East County Marquis Mansion who were originally guarding Turtle Island. Remember, if they want to get lost, you don't have to do anything. If anyone dares to resist, kill them. Ling Xiao looked at Meng Tong and ordered. Yes, sir. Meng Tong received the order and led hundreds of northern desert soldiers to replace the people from the East County Marquis Mansion. Those people were also intimidated by Ling Xiao's domineering aura. No one dared to resist and got lost obediently. Everyone, listen up. From today onwards, the cost of entering Turtle Island and cultivating on Turtle Island will be reduced by half. Everyone must be treated equally. It doesn't matter if you are a human, the Divine Phoenix clan, or the Sea clan. Those who are already cultivating on the island will not be counted. After all, the cost will not be collected by us. He did not intend to make it free. After all, Turtle Island was only so big. If it was free, it might cause the primordial energy of the universe on Turtle Island to quickly dissipate. The gains would not make up for the losses. What's more, there was no problem with Turtle Island charging fees. It was just that the East County Marquis was using public resources for private purposes and charged too much. Chapter 1123. Ling Xiao reducing the cost of entering Turtle Island by half was already very generous. Hearing his words, all the martial artists present cheered and jumped for joy. They had never thought that they could enter Turtle Island to cultivate for free. It was already very good to pay half of the cost. If that's the case, then do it according to the rules. There's no need to crowd here. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Thank you, Dragon King Tian. The group of warriors began to line up again. Lin Qian walked in front of Ling Xiao and bowed solemnly, City Lord, thank you so much for today's matter. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to keep my life. It's what I should do. I admire a warrior like you who dares to resist. How about this? You don't have to pay the cost of entering Turtle Island this time. In addition, you can have 1 month of free cultivation time. I can see that you are a talent. You have to work hard. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. Hearing this, Lin Qian was stunned. She had only done what she thought was right. She did not expect to receive such a reward. She was really grateful, excited, and a little flustered. All right, go and cultivate. I just came to the East County and there are still many things I don't know. I have to go to other places to take a look. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Yes. Lin Qian was extremely excited but also a little disappointed because she also saw the 2 women who came with Ling Xiao. No matter which one it was, they were all much more beautiful than her. At best, she could only be considered as one of the lucky ones among the countless people that this young hero had helped. However, she was only a little disappointed. Even so, she was lucky enough. Looking at the envious gazes of the people around her, she felt a burst of sweetness in her heart. Even if she could not become his woman, there was nothing bad about being able to share some of his burden. The middle-aged woman looked at this scene and felt ashamed and regretful. She really did not expect that Ling Xiao was even stronger than the rumors said. The only son of the East County Marquis, he actually chopped off his arm without batting an eyelid. The surrounding martial artists also had their own thoughts. In comparison, although Ling Xiao was younger than the governors who had come to the East County in the past, this young man's actions were the most radical and daring. The East Commandery Marquis had probably encountered a tough opponent this time. City Lord, the East County Marquis is not at home. According to our investigation, he should have gone to the Heavenly Dragon continent. When Ling Xiao left Turtle Island and returned to East County City, Ji Ning had already completely controlled the city. Haim Myung-K was the one who reported to him. The people of the East County Marquis who resisted were all killed. As for the rest who were willing to stay, they were directly taken in and modified by Qin Hua. After all, these people were originally the lackeys of the East County Marquis. Who knew if they really wanted to join him? He had to teach them well. As for Qin Hua, he was an expert here. In addition, Zhu Geming was tasked with rebuilding the East County City. The current East County City's defense was too weak. Once it was attacked by pirates, the consequences would be unimaginable. A large number of formations had to be set up, as well as mechanical weapons. Otherwise, it would definitely not work. Of course, Ling Xiao also contributed some relatively new formations and mechanism diagrams. As for the three generals, Shuo Xin, Zhong Yufei, and Li Ruguang, they were in charge of eliminating the nearby pirates. Ling Xiao was about to return to the Heavenly Dragon continent. Before he left, he had to see a peaceful and well-defended East County City. The East County Marquis's departure gave him plenty of time. He guessed that the East County Marquis might have gone to participate in the Heavenly Dragon Continent's meeting of heroes held by the True Demon Empire. Perhaps he would be able to meet him at that time. After settling everything, Ling Xiao handed over the affairs of the East County to Ji Ning while he went to Turtle Island to cultivate. Previously, when he was in the Scorpion Men tribe, he had obtained the Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll, but he had not had the time to cultivate it. He could take advantage of this time to cultivate. Perhaps he would gain something new. Moreover, the improvement of his cultivation could not be stopped at any time. Practicing martial arts was like rowing a boat against the current. If he did not advance, he would fall behind. Moreover, his cultivation was still too far away. He had to hurry up and cultivate. The Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll was completely different from the martial arts that Ling Xiao had cultivated in the past. It was as if he had entered another cultivation world. In the past, the ultimate goal of cultivation was still the body. Even the soul martial arts were the same. The ultimate goal was to strengthen the body through the soul. However, this Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll was different. Its ultimate goal seemed to be to condense the soul into an existence that could stand side by side with the body. It would not affect the body, but it could make the soul extremely powerful. Of course, Ling Xiao knew very well that it was meaningless to bite off more than one could chew. This was because the ultimate goal of many martial arts seemed to be very powerful, but it might not be true. It was better to start from the beginning step by step. The cultivation method of the Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll was visualization. Ling Xiao actually did not understand what the so-called visualization was. However, the Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll had a specific operation method, which included various hand seals and incantations. Every step was clear and specific. As long as one cultivated according to the steps, one could consolidate the soul into a primordial spirit, and one's soul could leave the body. I forcefully stripped this scroll from the lizard patriarch's soul, so it shouldn't be fake. As for the specific effects, I'll see after I cultivate it. Ling Xiao maintained a skeptical attitude toward everything. Even so, he still had to try because he would not know if it was real or not if he did not try. With that thought in mind, he sat cross-legged. The process of consolidating the soul into a primordial spirit was relatively simple. In fact, Ling Xiao had already done it unintentionally in the past. This time, he spent less than an hour to pass the Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll's Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll. During the process, he clearly realized that his soul had become more condensed. His spirit sea had completely melted into a golden bead, which was flickering with a dazzling light in his hollow body. It was easy to consolidate a primordial spirit, but it was not that easy to let one's soul leave the body. Not only was it not easy, but it might also be very risky. Even so, Ling Xiao was still unwilling to give up. It was impossible to be foolproof when cultivating any martial arts. If Ling Xiao was not willing to take such a small risk, he might as well give up on becoming a martial artist. The cultivation method of the coming out stage involved visualization. After watching the cultivation process, Ling Xiao more or less understood visualization. He made hand seals with both hands and chanted an incantation. He kept calm and imagined that his soul was moving forward in a pitch-black cave. If he could walk through the cave and see light, his soul would leave the body. He would be considered to have succeeded in cultivating the coming out stage. Ling Xiao called this cultivation method the light visualization. Wasn't all the visualization for the moment he saw light? Chapter 11:24. Even though the incantation was very complicated and difficult to understand, and the hand gestures were also very difficult to memorize. For other martial artists, just memorizing these things without making any mistakes would probably take 1 or 2 years. But for Ling Xiao, this was not a problem at all. His Tai Chi eye had powerful analysis, practice, and even replication abilities. Memorizing these things, even if he could not understand them, he could display them exactly as they were. Soon, his state of mind was peaceful. Outside, there were his most trusted subordinates guarding. He did not need to worry at all, so he could completely focus his energy on cultivation. It could be said that his heart was as still as water. The moment he completely calmed down, a deep and dark tunnel suddenly appeared in his mind, and this tunnel became very clear, as if he was walking inside. But the tunnel was very long, and as he walked, he felt that his footsteps were very heavy. His brain felt like it was being torn apart by something, and the pain was unbearable. He gritted his teeth fiercely, enduring the pain, and did not give up. If a martial artist could not endure pain that ordinary people could not endure, he could not possibly have great achievements. Gradually, the tunnel in his mind merged with his memories. He still remembered very clearly the days when they were beggars in Tianfeng City. They had to experience the days of being chased by the city defense army almost every day. And a dark tunnel outside the city became the best place for them to escape. Almost every day, they had to walk out of that dark tunnel. Standing at the exit of the tunnel and looking at the light outside, many people hesitated and did not dare to go out. Because if they went out, what they would embrace might not be light, but the city defense army's butcher's knife, and cruel beatings and death. Because of fear, many beggars would rather starve to death than take a step out of that tunnel. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. He was very clear that walking out of the tunnel might be dangerous, but he could get food to survive, and might even see a better tomorrow. Grab the light. Charge out bravely. Suddenly, he pounced out. It was clearly a kind of illusion, but it still made Ling Xiao feel a strong sense of reality. The moment he charged out of the tunnel, the whole world seemed to be different from before. He felt as if his body was floating in the air. The stone cave he was in was only 5 meters high, and he actually felt like he was about to crash into the ceiling of the stone cave. But after the collision, he didn't feel any pain. He looked down in surprise. As a result, he almost screamed out loud. Wasn't he the one sitting cross-legged on the ground? The Ling Xiao on the ground had his eyes closed, and his hands were forming hand seals. His mouth was no longer moving, as if he had fallen asleep. He was even breathing slowly. Successfully hatched. At that moment, Ling Xiao confirmed his current state, and he couldn't help but feel happy. There was also a trace of panic. The Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll also had a reminder of what would happen after the soul left the body. If the wind blew at this time, it might never return to the body. The best way was to strengthen the soul that had just come out of its shell so that it wouldn't be blown away by the strong winds. Soul, formless matter. It clearly existed, but it seemed like it didn't exist at all. because almost no one in the profound world could see it. Only powerful cultivators could sense it. Powerful martial artists could use their soul force to hurt people, but they really didn't think about hatching their soul out of the body, let alone doing it. Ling Xiao flew in the stone cave, trying to touch the cave walls and things on the ground with his hands, but found that he couldn't touch them at all. This was exactly the same as the description of hatching in the primordial spirit remnant scroll. This kind of feeling was really wonderful. It made people want to shout out loud. However, Ling Xiao also understood that no matter how loud his soul shouted, no one could hear it. He penetrated the stone wall and came out of the stone cave. Whoosh! Suddenly a gust of wind blew, and Ling Xiao actually felt an incomparable piercing cold. He was so scared that he hurriedly returned to the stone cave. Sure enough, as the scroll said, when the soul lost the body, it was really a very dangerous thing. Unless your soul was strong enough, otherwise, a dog's bark could directly shatter your soul. At that time, you wouldn't even know how you died. After the soul re-entered the body, Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. The hatching was successful, so the next thing to do was to strengthen the soul after hatching, so that it could resist the invasion of the outside world. This process was still carried out through visualization. What he didn't expect was that the God Investiture catalogue, which had been buried in his memory and almost completely forgotten by him, appeared again. This God Investiture catalogue was obtained when he was in the Yuhua school, and there were a lot of pictures of people drawn on it. In the past, Ling Xiao thought that these pictures were the powerful martial artists of the immemorial era. But as he learned more and more things, and his experience continued to increase, especially after learning the primordial spirit remnant scroll, he suddenly understood that the God Investiture catalogue didn't describe the martial artists of the immemorial era. It was a group of strong people who didn't exist in the profound world. Because these people seemed to know the method of cultivating the primordial spirit, which was impossible in the profound world. Of course, no matter where these people came from, they could help Ling Xiao a lot at this stage. The so-called visualization was not based on imagination. Instead, it was based on reality as a reference to carry out visualization. In the God Investiture catalogue, those strong people happened to be his reference. There was a strong person in it who had 3 heads and 6 arms. Not only was there a scene of him fighting, but there was also a scene of him sitting cross-legged and visualizing. Ling Xiao followed the appearance of this person and imagined that he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Then, his 6 arms formed 6 kinds of hand seals. The 3 heads chanted 3 kinds of incantations. Then, he visualized his mountain river world. In the vast mountain river world, the sun and moon alternated, and the stars were speckled. All of this light poured into his primordial spirit and turned into some kind of energy. All of this was visualization, an illusion. In fact, it didn't exist. However, because of the cultivation method of the primordial spirit remnant scroll, these visualizations could become reality. If someone stood next to Ling Xiao at this time, they would definitely see that Ling Xiao seemed to have 3 heads and 6 arms. Those hazy arms and heads were condensed from soul force. Above his head, it was no longer the ceiling of the cave. Instead, it had become an empty universe. Although this universe looked very illusory and unreal, the energy that poured in from it was real. Countless rays of light continued to enter Ling Xiao's mind, and his primordial spirit was rapidly becoming stronger. Ling Xiao felt as if he was immersed in a hot spring. The gentle water touched his limbs and bones, and the suitable temperature allowed his body to relax completely. That kind of comfortable feeling was really as if he had ascended to immortality. Chapter 11:25. However, the visualization was not so smooth. Just like how people would encounter many enemies in reality, the soul would also encounter many dangers during the visualization process. Sometimes, he would be affected by some spiritual object and have some strange thoughts. He could no longer focus, and the things he was visualizing were about to collapse. He would see many women in revealing clothes dancing around him, and that kind of dance was completely used to seduce people. If he was not careful, he might be immersed in it. There were so-called inner demons in the cultivation of martial arts, and in the cultivation of the soul, he would probably encounter similar things, and the effects would be even more terrifying. At the crucial moment, The image of a three-headed, six-armed powerhouse appeared in his mind. In just an instant, those women seemed to have met their nemesis and fled in fear. Ling Xiao finally returned to normal. At this moment, he vaguely learned the name of this powerhouse, Neza. A new piece of information was actually transmitted from the God Investiture catalogue. This Neza was actually the incarnation of a lotus, so he would not be afraid of temptation. This was because he did not have 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. It seemed that using this Neza to suppress evil thoughts and inner demons should be a very good method. Ling Xiao felt that his choice was really too wise. However, after thinking about it, he was still a little worried. Although the primordial spirit remnant scroll was powerful, the process of cultivation was really dangerous. If he hadn't visualized Neza in time to suppress the evil thoughts, he was afraid that he would have been completely crippled. Cultivating the soul was really more dangerous than cultivating the body. However, giving up when there was danger was not Ling Xiao's style. Moreover, he now had experience. If he gave up now, it would be too much of a pity. The experience after that could be said to be bizarre and extremely dangerous. Sometimes, it was as if he was in the deep mountains, surrounded by ferocious beasts. If he was not careful, his soul would collapse. Sometimes, it was as if he had fallen into hell, seeing those scums he had killed before, being surrounded by those evil spirits. It was very dangerous. Sometimes, it was as if he saw poisonous snakes in the cave where he cultivated. His body was bitten by the poisonous snakes, and the pain was unbearable. In any case, Ling Xiao experienced a disaster. Unknowingly, he had been immersed in this state for 2 hours. However, no matter how difficult or dangerous it was, Ling Xiao was always able to rely on his unbelievably strong willpower to withstand it. It was as if nothing could defeat him. It was even more impossible to defeat him. Finally, he saw through the mystery, and his soul became incomparably powerful. The cultivation continued for 3 days. Only then did Ling Xiao wake up to eat something and drink some water. I feel that my soul has become much stronger. Why don't I try to come out of my shell again? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao controlled his soul to leave his body. This time, it was very easy to succeed. There was no need to visualize a tunnel. Just by thinking about it, his soul left his body and floated in the air. He tried to let his soul float out of the cave. Although the wind was biting cold, he no longer felt the pain of dying. I didn't expect it to successfully cross the hatching stage and enter the nocturnal stage. Ling Xiao was delighted. The so-called nocturnal stage meant that the soul could leave the body and fly out in an environment without strong light. This feeling was somewhat similar to the martial soul leaving the body. Ling Xiao even suspected that there was some kind of connection between the martial soul and the soul of a martial artist. However, it was useless to doubt it. A large amount of information from the ancient era had been destroyed. If he wanted to clarify this matter, he would have to be reborn. The lizard ancestor took 2 years to reach the nocturnal stage, but I actually succeeded in 3 days. It seems that other than the problem of aptitude, it is probably because of the mountain and river martial soul and the secret soul technique. Ling Xiao did not think that he was a genius. In fact, he knew his own situation best. Without the mountain and river martial spirit, he could only be a relatively ordinary warrior. Of course, relying on his hard work, he could still become one of the best in martial arts. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to have today's achievements. His soul flew out of the stone house and flew into the distance. Ling Xiao had been paying attention to the connection between the soul and the body. If he felt that something was wrong, he would immediately turn back. He would not take too much risk. His soul had no weight and was almost floating in the air. Relying on his soul power, he could slowly move forward. Ordinary obstacles could not stop the soul from moving forward, unless it was something that could threaten the soul. For example, killing intent, fighting intent, blood chi, soul power, and other energy. Unknowingly, his soul actually floated above the river. There was a small boat in the river that was moving forward. Out of curiosity and fun, Ling Xiao urged his soul to fly into the boat. Young Marquis, in half a month, we will start the operation. We will work together to eliminate this Ling Xiao. Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but be shocked. This young marquis was definitely Ming Liu. Who was the other person? He went over to take a closer look and found that this person was dressed rudely, but he was clearly a member of the sea race. If he guessed correctly, he was probably a nearby pirate. What a pity. I am really unhappy to let that Ling Xiao live for another half a month. At this time, Ming Liu had lost an arm and was in a sorry state. The usual pride on his face was gone, but there was a hint of ruthlessness. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Moreover, we only need to wait for half a month. Among those who joined Ling Xiao, many are still willing to be loyal to the East County Marquis. When they make a move in the East County City, our brothers of the Seven Island Alliance will think of a way to attack from the outside. The pirate smiled and said, the Seven Island Alliance has more than 200,000 people. Together with the East County Marquis's men, destroying a small East County city is not a problem. Shobe, thank you very much. If we succeed this time, your Seven Island Alliance will take 60% of our profits in the future, and we will only take 40%. No matter what, we have to kill this Ling Xiao. Otherwise, it will be difficult to relieve the hatred in my heart. Ming Liu gritted his teeth and said, of course, that's not a problem. Come. Cheers to our successful cooperation. Shobe laughed. I won't drink anymore. I have to go back quickly. These newcomers are keeping a close eye on me. I'm afraid that if I go back late, they will suspect something. Ming Liu stood up and jumped off the boat. The boat was 50 meters away from the shore, but with Ming Liu's strength, there would be no problem for him to cross it. However, when he was in the air, he suddenly felt a chill penetrating his body, and he fell into the river. What the hell? Ming Liu climbed out of the water and looked around vigilantly, but he did not see anyone. Chapter 11:26. Unlucky. As he cursed, he rose into the air again and reached the shore. However, he was already drenched. Even if it was a martial artist, if they fell into the water without any preparation, they would still be in a sorry state. Ming Liu might not know that falling into the water was only a small punishment. The real trouble came from what happened the next day. Ling Xiao did not appear. He only told Ji Ning what he had heard. Then, Ji Ning personally appeared. In just one night, the so-called Seven Island Alliance disappeared from this world. The strongest warrior of the Seven Island Alliance was only at the first Grotto Heaven realm, the same as the East County Marquis. However, who was Ji Ning? He was a yin-yang realm expert. Originally, the Seven Island Alliance was most powerful at appearing and disappearing unpredictably. No one could find their specific location, so even the strongest warrior could not do anything to them. However, with Ling Xiao, all of this was no longer a secret. After Ling Xiao's soul left his body, he completely figured out the location of the Seven Island Alliance. Then, with Ji Ning's help, he destroyed the biggest disaster in the East County overnight. In order to maximize the deterrence effect this time, Ji Ning hung the heads of the 7 leaders of the Seven Island Alliance on the city gate. This not only made the people of the East County run around to spread the news, but it also frightened those who tried to rebel. From then on, they worked under Ling Xiao with peace of mind. As for that trash, Ming Liu, Ling Xiao did not kill him. Instead, he put him under house arrest. This was a very good bait. Whether it was the East County Marquis or anyone else, if they wanted to save Ming Liu, they would have to fall into his trap. He did not expect that his soul would actually break a big conspiracy and solve a big problem. This made Ling Xiao even more focused on cultivating the primordial spirit remnant scroll. Half a month later, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion. He had cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll to the late stage of the night wandering realm. He could freely release his soul in an environment without strong light. Furthermore, he could also use his soul to perform some simple soul secret techniques. Although Ling Xiao did not make a breakthrough in his cultivation and did not comprehend the light and shadow profound, his overall strength had definitely increased by a lot. It's time to go to the Heavenly Dragon continent and deal with the true Devil Empire. Ling Xiao chose to go now because he knew that the balance had been broken. With Sikong Zun dead, only the Yin-Yang Demon King was left in the true demonic kingdom. Thus, the opportunity had arrived. This time, even if he could not completely destroy the true Devil Empire, he would still turn this so-called empire upside down, and then completely grasp the Sky Dragon continent in his hands. If the Tianli Union was willing to surrender, that would be the best. If not, then he could only forcibly disband it. A king who created the world absolutely could not be soft-hearted. On this day, Ling Xiao left the East County for the Sky Dragon continent. However, he did not take the same path as before. Instead, he went to the Sky Dragon continent, which originally belonged to the Blue Eyes. Now, this place belonged to the True Devil Empire's base camp, which was also the location of the True Devil Empire's Shanghai. When he was very young, Ling Xiao knew that the Blue Eyes' way of life was very different from the Sacred Dynasty. However, he had never seen it with his own eyes. This time, it was an eye-opener. After getting off the ship, Ling Xiao discovered that the architectural style here was very different from the Sky Peak City and Sky Cloud City. Of course, the most important thing was that the practitioners here seemed to like wearing armor. There were plate armor, chain armor, leather armor, cloth armor, and many other types. Qin Hua, get your men to find a place to secretly set up camp. After we understand the situation in Shanghai, it won't be too late for us to launch an attack. Ling Xiao did not come to the Sky Dragon continent to play this time. In half a month, the East County's army had increased to more than 100,000 people. Most of them were the former Sacred Dynasty's army who rushed over after hearing the news. They were all able to go to the battlefield directly, and these people were very respectful to Qin Hua. Naturally, it would be best for Qin Hua to lead them. Ji Ning led 10,000 Northern Desert Army to guard the East County while the rest of the generals followed Qin Hua. There was basically no danger in the East County. Moreover, even if there was danger, Ji Ning would be fine there. So their main direction of attack was naturally the True Devil Empire. The True Devil Empire's Shanghai was adjacent to the sea. Attacking from the sea was the easiest. However, because he did not understand the situation, Ling Xiao got Qin Hua's army to split up and scattered them to some deserted islands in the sea for secret training. Anyway, there were many deserted islands in the stormy sea. He only led 100 dark assassins led by Haim Myung-K and Cold Plum. The dark assassins had also increased in number and they were still elites. Then I shall take my leave first. Marshal, please be careful. Ling Xiao was now the marshal of the expedition against the True Devil Empire. Qin Hua naturally addressed him as Marshal. I will. You must also remember that most of the people in the True Devil Empire are from the sea race. You must be very careful when training on the deserted islands. Don't let the sea race discover you. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ling Xiao also reminded. Yes. After sending Qin Hua off, Ling Xiao got the dark assassins to disguise themselves as ordinary people and sneak into the city. With so many people together, it was always more eye-catching. He did not want to be discovered by others before he did anything. Only the Moon Maiden was left by his side. The rest of the people had their own duties and had their own matters to attend to. Let's go, Sister Moon Maiden. Let's go to Shanghai and find this apothecary association. I heard that this apothecary association was introduced after the True Devil Empire was established. It can be considered as doing something good for our heavenly dragon continent. The Apothecary Association was a huge organization that spread throughout the mystic world. All the apothecaries and pills were in charge of this association. It was said that the Apothecary Association's headquarters was located near the Heaven's Chosen Gate. There were many experts in the association. Very few people dared to offend this organization unless they were tired of living. Otherwise, they felt that they would not need pills and medicines for the rest of their lives. Ling Xiao naturally did not go to the Apothecary Association to look for trouble this time. His goal was to obtain the apothecary certificate issued by the Apothecary Association. With this certificate, even the nobles of the Imperial Palace would have to give him some face. It would be very convenient for him to do anything in the future. Of course, the apothecary certificate was also divided into ranks. The higher the rank, the better the effect and the more attention one would receive. Originally, in the Blue Eyes clan, the people of the Sacred Dynasty were very disliked and had always been looked down upon. However, the situation that Ling Xiao faced today was a little different. As long as he said that he was an apothecary and was looking for the Apothecary Association, these people would immediately put on a smiling face and even show a flattering expression. It could not be helped. Apothecaries were the most respected and revered profession in the entire mystic world. No martial artist could leave the Apothecary Association. Apothecary was a general term that included alchemists, pharmacists, doctors, and other healers. This was also to make it easier to classify. After all, each place had a different name for an apothecary. If they all had different certificates, it would be a mess. Chapter 11:27. Magic City was indeed worthy of being the most prosperous city of the Blue Eyes clan. Now that it was the capital of the True Devil Empire, there was no need to mention the degree of prosperity. However, behind this prosperity, one could see many scenes that people did not want to see. The situation was even more serious than when he was in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Here, it was completely normal to sell sacred dynasty humans as slaves. On the road, there were even people who raised sacred dynasty human children as pets. If they were not obedient, they might even be thrown away. This scene made Ling Xiao determined to destroy the True Devil Empire. Not only because of the previous personal grudges, but also because the True Devil Empire was really not a good thing. An empire that did not treat people as people, what was the use of it? On the northern Han side, someone had already sent a letter. It was believed that in a few days, they would launch an attack at the same time. With this pincer attack, it would be very easy to win while the True Devil Empire was not yet stable. These years, the True Devil Empire had offended many people. Where there was oppression, there was resistance. In the entire Magic City, there was only one Alchemist Association. The Alchemist Association was probably the most incompatible place with the Blue Eyes clan's buildings. It was a typical building of the Holy Dynasty, with a quaint courtyard. Even from far away, one could smell the fragrance of herbs. Many martial artists liked to take a walk here, for no other reason than to be able to breathe the special air here. Above the Alchemist Association's gate was a plaque that did not look so eye-catching. On it were the words Alchemist Association written in green. It was also in the language of the Sacred Dynasty. Although the Sacred Dynasty had declined, the language of the Sacred Dynasty was the only common language in the mystic world. Is this the Alchemist Association? Ling Xiao walked to the door very politely, bowed to the two guards, and then asked, "Yes, what can I do for you?" The guard glanced at Ling Xiao's attire indifferently. Although he did not drive him away, he looked a little indifferent. Instead, he took a few more glances at the Moon Lady beside Ling Xiao. After all, everyone liked beautiful women. Cough cough, I'm here to obtain the alchemist certification. Ling Xiao really regretted bringing the Moon Maiden out. He coughed dryly and said, "Sure, but the Apothecary Association has a rule that you must have a recommendation letter from a yellow-level apothecary. Take it out if you have it." The guard said calmly. Recommendation letter? Ling Xiao was stunned. He had never been to the Apothecaries Association before, so he didn't know that there was such a requirement. He felt a little helpless. Just as he was about to speak, he was pushed aside by a figure. "Get out of my way if you don't have a recommendation letter. Don't block my way." The one who spoke was a young woman around 18 or 19 years old. She was quite pretty, but compared to the Moon Maiden, she was like heaven and earth. Ling Xiao was a little unhappy, but he was not angry. He was just a little unhappy to be pushed away like this. Just as he was about to say too, an old man walked over and said, "Little brother, don't be angry. This granddaughter of mine just can't change her bad temper. I'm sorry." Hearing this, Ling Xiao's anger dissipated instantly. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, it's not a big deal." He noticed the badge that the old man was wearing. He should be a yellow-level apothecary issued by the Apothecary Association. This standard was considered top-notch in the Sky Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. "Grandpa, what are you talking to him about? He doesn't even have a recommendation letter and he wants to enter the Apothecary Association. I think he's planning to steal something, right?" The young woman said disdainfully. "Shut up." The old man said angrily, I've told you many times. Learn to be more reserved when you're outside. Don't do to others what you don't want done to you. What would you do if someone did this to you? Grandpa, what's wrong with you? You've never scolded me before. The young woman was a little confused. Just shut up when I tell you to. The old man looked at the Moon Maiden with a little panic, then said to Ling Xiao, I'm sorry, little brother. Ling Xiao understood that the reason why the old man was so polite to him was not because of him, but because he was frightened by the Moon Maiden. Old mister, even if I'm just an ordinary person, your granddaughter's actions are extremely inappropriate. Perhaps you can protect her when she's by your side, but when she's outside and you're not by her side, aren't you afraid that she'll get into trouble? Ling Xiao's words were a little harsh. That woman had made him unhappy time and time again. With his personality, it was already good enough that he did not make a move. What did you say? Do you know who my grandpa is? How dare you talk to him like that? The young woman shouted, My grandpa is one of the only 2 yellow-level apothecaries in the Apothecary Association. He's the famous Master Tai Mu. Ling Xiao looked at the young woman and said calmly, It's admirable that you're a yellow-level apothecary, but that's your grandpa's honor. What do you count for? Looking at you, you don't even have a grade, do you? Although this young woman had looks that would definitely attract men, it was useless to Ling Xiao. With such a beautiful woman by his side, how could he be interested in this young woman? Listen carefully, my name is Tai Yunshan. I came here from 5 Immortal Island with my grandpa. Although I'm not an upper-grade apothecary now, I'll be one soon. Tai Yunshan listened and said proudly, Today I'm here to take the low-level yellow-level apothecary exam. Master Tai Mu is indeed Master Tai Mu. Miss Tai Yunshan is only 18 years old this year, but you're already taking the exam to become a yellow-level apothecary. This makes many of your peers feel ashamed. One of the guards said with a smile. This flattery came at the right time. Hehe, at least you know how to talk. If I pass the exam today, I'll definitely reward you with enough money for wine. Grandpa, let's go in quickly. Don't waste time here. Tai Yunshan turned around and looked at Ling Xiao. She realized that Ling Xiao was quite handsome and seemed to be quite strong. But so what? As long as she became a yellow-level apothecary, she could hire a lot of martial artists like Ling Xiao for free. Young man, we'll go in first. The old man's attitude was quite good from the beginning. This didn't make Ling Xiao angry. He just felt that the girl named Tai Yunshan was a little naughty. Sister Yuanyu, I'm really lucky that you're by my side today. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? Ling Xiao sighed. Indeed, strength was still very important to a martial artist. After speaking, he looked at the 2 guards and said, I don't have a recommendation letter with me. Can I use other methods to enter the Apothecary Association? There is. Unless you can refine a low-level yellow-level pill on the spot, or you have one of the 12 sacred flames. The guard said with disdain. Perhaps in their opinion, Ling Xiao didn't have such ability. Chapter 1128. Ling Xiao smiled faintly when he heard the 2 guards' words. Although he couldn't use the sacred fire to attack for the time being, he could still use it for alchemy if he just wanted to show it off. As he extended his palm, a ball of crimson flames suddenly rose up. The blazing heat made the entrance of the Apothecary Association unbearably hot. The 2 guards couldn't help but take a few steps back. True Samadhi fire, one of the 12 divine fires. How can you control such a flame? Do you have the true Samadhi fire martial soul? Or have you reached the Grotto Heaven realm? Or are you a yellow-grade super apothecary? The 2 guards weren't so surprised for no reason. Anyone who could control the 12 divine fires, or rather, the 12 sacred fires, either had the martial soul of such a flame or had reached the Grotto Heaven realm. Unless he was a yellow-grade super apothecary. Apothecaries had to be proficient in controlling flames. Only yellow-grade super apothecaries could control the divine fire for a short period of time. The 2 guards wouldn't have been so surprised if the person in front of them was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion, or at least a martial artist in his 40s or 50s. Most importantly, Ling Xiao looked like a 16-year-old kid. Regardless of which possibility it was, he was a talent that the Apothecary Association valued greatly. Gentlemen, There are some things that are better left unknown. However, does what you said just now still count? Can I take the Apothecary Association's assessment now? Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't answer their questions. He had only shown the true Samadhi fire because he wanted to enter the Apothecary Association. Moreover, there were already many people watching because of the true Samadhi fire. It was better to enter the association as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble. No problem, no problem. Master Apothecary, please enter. The attitude of the two guards took a huge turn. The indifferent attitude from before was completely gone. Instead, it was replaced with a respectful attitude. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. He had seen a lot of people like this who were arrogant before they became deferential. Sister Moon Maiden, let's go. Ling Xiao called out to the Moon Maiden, and the two of them stepped into the Apothecary Association. After walking into the Apothecary Association, the rich medicinal fragrance became even more obvious. Ling Xiao sniffed with his nose and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This was because he could tell from the smell that there were many precious medicinal ingredients. Medicinal herbs like that were hard to come by. If he joined the Apothecary Association, he would have a much higher chance of obtaining these items. The members of the Apothecary Association were all busy with their own duties, so they didn't care who was coming in from the outside. This was because the guards would never let the troublemakers in. However, the Moon Lady by Ling Xiao's side was too dazzling, attracting a lot of attention. The Moon Lady didn't look much older than Ling Xiao. She was in her 20s and looked more like a big sister. Therefore, many people would probably think that it was the elder sister who sent her younger brother to participate in the pharmacist examination. What would you like to order? As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, a lady in a green dress walked out and asked the two of them with a smile. I would like to participate in the pharmacist examination, but since it's my first time in the Apothecary Association, I don't know where to go. Ling Xiao explained. The lady in green didn't look down on Ling Xiao at all. This was because she had worked in the Apothecary Association for many years and had seen many young genius pharmacists who were already low-grade yellow-grade pharmacists at the age of 18 or 19. For example, Miss Tai Yunshan was only 18 years old this year. It shouldn't be a problem for her to get a pharmacist certificate. The young man in front of her seemed younger, but she couldn't rule out the possibility that he was even more talented than Tai Yunshan. Therefore, the lady in green was very cautious. These people might be future masters, so it wouldn't do her any good to offend them. The two of you, please follow me. The lady in green smiled professionally and invited Ling Xiao and the Moon Lady to a table. She said, "Are both of you participating in the examination?" "No, just me." Ling Xiao replied. "Oh, then please tell us your name, age, race, and master. We need to register. If you pass the examination, this information will be recorded in the Apothecary Association's database." The lady in green said. Ling Xiao, 16 years old, human, master Yuan Venerate. Although Ling Xiao had a few masters, Yuan Venerates had the greatest influence on him when it came to pharmacists. Therefore, it wasn't wrong to say that he was a Yuan Venerate. At the mention of Yuan Venerates, he really missed them. He hadn't seen them in a long time, so he wondered how his master was doing, 16 years old. "If you pass the examination this time, I'm afraid you will become the youngest low-grade yellow-grade pharmacist in the history of the Apothecary Association." The lady in green said in surprise. "Why is it only low-grade? Can't it be high-grade or super-grade?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "You must be joking." The lady in green thought that Ling Xiao was joking. Ling Xiao didn't explain further. If he was joking, so be it. However, the lady would know that he wasn't joking when the examination results were out. After the registration, Ling Xiao was given a number. There was more than one person participating in the examination today, so he had to wait according to the number. The examination venue of the Apothecary Association wasn't small, so there were already many people inside. Some of these people were accompanying the examinees, while others were staff members of the Apothecary Association. Of course, the most important people were the examinees. The old man called Tai Mu was also present. He was chatting and laughing with another old man. It seemed like they had a pretty good relationship. The two old men were the president of the Apothecary Association, Lin. He was a typical member of the Blue Eyes race. It was said that his cultivation base and grade were comparable to Tai Mu's. He belonged to the Apothecary Association, so even the people of the true Demons Empire didn't dare offend him. In the line of sight of these onlookers was an isolated area where the examinees would take part in the examination. At this moment, there were more than 10 people waiting there. Among them was the lady called Tai Yunshan. Lin, I heard that the Lightning Demon King's daughter, Sai Kong-yu, is also taking part in the examination. Where is she? Tai Mu suddenly asked. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't the Lightning Demon King Sikong-zun? Then Sai Kong-yu was Sikong-zun's daughter. However, he immediately laughed again. Sai Kong-yu was Sai Kong-yu, and Sikong-zun was Sikong-zun. Although they were father and daughter, Ling Xiao had never interacted with this girl. As long as she didn't provoke him, he wouldn't do anything. Chapter 1129. She's coming soon. Sikong-yu said that she had to prepare something. The Lightning Demon King's daughter is very talented, especially in terms of alchemy. She's probably even better than your granddaughter, Tai Yunshan. She's planning to take the yellow grade advanced apothecary certificate this time. Lin chuckled. Sai, this girl is only 17 years old. It's really infuriating to compare with others. My good granddaughter is also considered a genius, but compared to this girl, she really pales in comparison. They are simply not on the same level. At this point, Tai Mu suddenly saw Ling Xiao walking towards the assessment area. He asked in surprise, "Little brother, you're here too?" "Of course. I'm also here to take the apothecary certificate." Ling Xiao replied faintly before walking into the isolation area. The Moon Maiden stood there alone. She was like a pure and untainted lotus flower that could only be admired from afar and not touched. This kid is really arrogant. He doesn't seem to be giving you any face, Master Tai Mu. Lin chuckled. It's not his fault. My precious granddaughter offended him outside just now. Tai Mu smiled bitterly. No wonder. It's fine to offend him, but it'll be troublesome to offend the woman beside him. She's an expert. Although I can't see her exact cultivation base, she's definitely not someone to be trifled with. Lin reminded him. I know that. Tai Mu sighed and said. Let me see that kid's information. Lin told the lady in green behind him. Ling Xiao, 16 years old, human, Master Yuan Venerate, the lady in green replied. The woman in green replied directly. All the information was recorded in her mind. 16 years old. Good kid. Not bad. He's actually so young and he's actually a disciple of a Yuan Venerate. That Yuan Venerate actually took in such a disciple before he died. Lin was stunned. He felt that Ling Xiao's information wasn't simple at all. Could this Yuan Venerate you're talking about be the one who was once hailed as the most outstanding apothecary in the history of the Apothecary Association? He died because he entered the Heaven's Chosen Gate? Tai Mu asked. That's right, it's him. Lin nodded. It's hard to say whether this kid is a disciple of a Yuan Venerate. After all, I have seen many people who use the name of a Yuan Venerate to swindle others over the years. If this kid didn't fall for it, then he must be lying. What if it's true? Tai Mu chuckled. That's impossible. Unless this kid's talent is at Sikong-yu's level, how could a Yuan Venerate take notice of him? Lin shook his head. Maybe. In fact, Tai Mu also felt that it would not be easy to reach Sikong-yu's level. However, he hoped that he could take a look. After all, this kid Lin was, in a while. It was not that the two of them looked down on Ling Xiao. According to the information from the Apothecaries Association, most apothecaries advanced to the lower yellow level at around 30 years old. Geniuses were around 20 years old. For example, Iron Spruce Fir. And Sikong-yu was a special case among special cases, unable to be judged according to conventional standards. They did not think that Ling Xiao would be an exception like Sikong-yu. After all, if there were too many exceptions, they wouldn't be considered exceptions. Because of this, The two of them felt that the possibility of Ling Xiao becoming a low-grade Huang alchemist was rather low, let alone reaching Sikong Yu's level. President, Deputy President, I'm sorry I'm late. While Tai Mu and Lin were discussing Ling Xiao, a cold and aloof voice was heard. This voice reminded Ling Xiao of Haim Myung-Ke. Haim Myung-Ke used to speak to everyone in this manner. Was she another powerful woman who stood high above the masses? Ling Xiao smiled and looked at the owner of the voice with the others. Sikong Yu. She was indeed outstanding. In terms of beauty, she wouldn't lose out to the Moon Lady. Her arrogance and coldness also gave her a special aura. It was obvious just by looking at the wide-eyed stares of the people around her. Even Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This woman was really a rare beauty, and she was very special. Perhaps it was because she was a mixed blood between the Sea tribe and the human tribe, but her appearance was different from human and Sea tribe beauties. Her hair was a strange blue. It was so blue that it shined, but it was also very smooth. Under normal circumstances, humans wouldn't have this kind of hair color unless they dyed their hair or cultivated some special martial arts. Compared to Sikong Yu, Tai Yun Shan could only be considered normal. Of course, she wasn't bad in the normal category. Especially that water blue silky hair, it was really eye-catching. Murderous aura. Just as Ling Xiao was observing Sikong Yu, he suddenly felt a cold gaze on him. He hurriedly looked back and realized that the Moon Lady's gaze was cold and dissatisfied. Haha, I didn't expect Sister Moon Lady to be jealous. Ling Xiao was very pleased. Although he liked the Moon Lady very much, he never really understood how the Moon Lady felt about him. Even if she traveled thousands of miles to save him, it could be understood as a sister's love for her brother. But this kind of jealousy could only be caused by love between a man and a woman. It's not too late. The time is just right. Let's go to the assessment area first. The assessment is about to begin. I hope the news of your father's death won't affect you. Lin sighed. The news of the Lightning Demon King being killed in the Divine Phoenix Empire had already spread to the Magic City. Everyone was very surprised. In the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, there weren't many people who could kill the Lightning Demon King. It was just a little strange. This news only mentioned that the Lightning Demon King was killed, but there was no detailed process of how he died. Don't worry, President. I won't be affected. Anyway, I haven't seen him since I was born. Sikong Yu said indifferently, and then she walked towards the assessment area. Ling Xiao actually understood why the news of him killing Sikong Zun wasn't completely spread. It was because some people wanted to protect him. They didn't want the true Demons Empire and the Sea clan to know that he killed Sikong Zun. And some people wanted to save face. If others knew that Ling Xiao killed Sikong Zun, then this Sikong Zun's death would be a little too cowardly. He was actually killed by a nameless, insignificant person. How embarrassing. Because of this, both sides tacitly omitted Ling Xiao's information. There aren't many people participating in the assessment today. All of you can start together. Go to the front of the pill furnace according to your number plate. There's only one assessment for the low-level yellow-level alchemists, and that is to refine a low-level yellow-level pill by yourself. When everyone arrived, Lin began to explain the content and rules of the assessment. You can collect the materials over there. As long as it's something that the Apothecary Association has, it's fine. But don't think about getting anything that's too expensive. After all, it's hard for us to get precious materials. Chapter 1130. Lin continued, the assessment will last for 1 day. If you can't refine the pill within 1 day, you will fail the assessment. Also, I need to remind you that if you fail more than 3 times, you will fail the assessment. You are not allowed to disturb each other. Focus all your attention on your own pill furnace. Each of you will be refining a different pill, so it's useless to peek. You may begin now. Because Tai Yun Shan, Ling Xiao, and Sai Kong Yu entered the examination room one after another, their numbers were connected. The pill furnaces for this assessment were also connected. Tai Yun Shan looked at Ling Xiao and said, I don't care where you're from, I don't care what your name is. In short, when I'm refining the pill, you're not allowed to affect me. Even if you fail, you have to control yourself. Otherwise, You'll suffer afterwards. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to Tai Yunshan at all, causing Tai Yunshan to feel embarrassed. She did not dare to hit people here, otherwise she would lose her qualifications. No matter how stupid she was, she still had to control her emotions. Ling Xiao had already begun to check the tools. After confirming it, he picked up the name of the pill that was placed there. At that moment, he could not help but frown. Qi eruption pill. This kind of Qi eruption pill was a standard low-grade Huang-grade pill. It could allow transcendence and heaven vein cultivators to erupt with powerful combat strength for a short period of time. Of course, after the eruption, there would be a relatively long period of weakness. Ling Xiao had never refined this kind of pill before, because it felt that this thing was of little value. Many special martial arts could be used to replace it. Of course, more importantly, the refining of this Qi eruption pill required a very high degree of control over the flame because it required all the medicinal efficacies to be injected in an instant. Although it was a low-grade Huang-grade pill, even if a mid-grade Huang-grade alchemist refined it, the failure rate was very high. Ling Xiao, you don't need to refine that Qi eruption pill. Change it. You can't refine that thing successfully. Taimu suddenly said. Ien, this should be our staff's mistake. Although the effect of the Qi eruption pill is only low-grade Huang-grade, the difficulty of refining it is mid-grade Huang-grade. Lin also nodded his head. No need. Ling Xiao shook his head. To others, this Qi explosion pill might be very difficult to refine, but to him, this was not a problem. After all, not only was his control of the fire extremely outstanding, it was practically perfect. Chimph, keep pretending. The president and my grandfather are trying to persuade you out of goodwill, yet you refuse to listen. If you fail the test later, just wait and cry. Tai Yunshan snorted coldly and began to concentrate on refining his own pills. In her eyes, Ling Xiao was a guy who overestimated himself. As for Sikong Yu, she didn't even glance at the other examinees from beginning to end. She had been concentrating all her attention on her own test. Ling Xiao, you have to think carefully. If you fail, it will be too late for regrets. Taimu reminded. Thank you for your concern, Master Taimu. I feel that I have the ability. Ling Xiao said. All right then, you can continue. Since he couldn't persuade Ling Xiao, since he had already done his best, there was no need to persuade him anymore. In the process of choosing the herbs, the others all asked for 3 sets, but Ling Xiao only asked for 1 set. Because to him, 1 set was enough. Even if he wanted so much, he couldn't take it away. Why? What's wrong with this kid? He actually only asked for 1 set of herbs. Is he going to give up? Seeing this scene, Lin frowned and said, who recommended him? President, he doesn't have a recommendation letter. He was let in by the guards at the entrance. The lady in green replied. Nonsense, call those 2 guys over. I want to ask them personally. Lin Feng now felt that Ling Xiao was here to cause trouble. Otherwise, how could a 16-year-old youth only take 1 set of ingredients to refine the most difficult low-grade Huang-level pill, the Qi explosion pill? How could this be explained? Could it be that he was really that confident? Old Lin, don't be so nervous. His cultivation doesn't seem to have reached the grotto heaven realm. Even if he wants to cause trouble, he won't be so brazen. Taimu said with a smile. Then you mean that he really has the confidence to refine the Qi explosion pill in 1 try? Lin asked. I don't know. Let's wait and see. Taimu wasn't sure either. At this moment, those who had chosen the herbs had basically started to refine the pills, including Sai Kongyu and Tai Yunshan. The pills that the 2 of them refined were considered average and not the easiest. However, it was still easier than Ling Xiao's Qi explosion pill. It could be seen that Taimu and Lin didn't cheat. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the hall. It turned out that a cauldron had exploded. Eliminated. It was very common for cauldrons to explode during the alchemist assessment. It was because of this that a recommendation letter was required. However, those who had a recommendation letter might not necessarily be the real deal. This was a little helpless. After that, 5 to 6 people exploded their cauldrons. Not only were they injured from the explosion, but they also ruined the herbs. For such people, the Alchemist Association had to compensate for their losses. Of course, it wasn't the association that compensated them. They had to compensate the association. This was also to prevent more and more irresponsible people from coming here to cause trouble in the future. Exploding cauldrons wouldn't affect others. This was because every candidate was trapped in a small array. Even if a cauldron exploded, it would only hurt themselves and not affect others. Perhaps because of the explosion, Lin and Tai Mu temporarily relaxed their attention on Ling Xiao. It wasn't a good thing for 5 to 6 people to explode their cauldrons. President. What's the matter? Lin wasn't in a good mood. Therefore, when someone came to report to him, his attitude wasn't good either. Those 2 guards are here. The lady in green said awkwardly. What's wrong with the 2 of you? You let that kid in without a recommendation letter. Aren't you afraid that he will cause trouble? Perhaps because he was angry, Lin's voice was a little loud. This caused Ling Xiao to temporarily stop what he was doing and look over. The chi explosion pill was nothing to him, so it didn't matter if it was delayed. President, he has Samadhi true fire, that guard hurriedly explained. I don't care about Samadhi true fire. Wait, what did you say? He has Samadhi true fire? Lin's eyes suddenly widened, like a bull's eyes. Are you sure? There's no need for them to be sure. Old Lin, look. Tai Mu suddenly pointed to Ling Xiao's position and said. Lin turned his head and saw that under Ling Xiao's cauldron, a crimson flame was rolling non-stop. It was constantly releasing strong heat, causing all the surrounding flames to pale in comparison. It's really Samadhi true fire, Lin shouted in surprise. As the president of the Alchemist Association, he shouldn't have lost his composure like this. However, he couldn't help it. He was simply too excited. Chapter 1131. A martialist with one of the 12 divine flames was an absolute treasure for the Apothecary Association. They had to be recruited into the association no matter what. The true Samadhi flame was the flame most suitable for alchemy among the 12 divine flames, and was something that countless people would fight to own. How could he not be excited? If he only possesses the true Samadhi fire, then so be it. But this kid's control of the true Samadhi fire is so skillful that it doesn't seem like the actions of an amateur. Perhaps we 2 old fellows have misjudged him. Tai Mu also said solemnly. That's right. It's not easy to control a divine flame. Even a yellow-grade alchemist wouldn't be able to use it as freely as he does. Martialists with the true Samadhi flame martial soul would have a hard time using this flame to refine pills unless they reached the grotto heaven grade. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to do it as easily as he did. This kid isn't simple. Lin's originally angry expression started to show some joy. He isn't just not simple. I think he has already become a low-grade yellow-grade alchemist a long time ago. He just didn't come to the Apothecary Association to take the assessment. Tai Mu smiled bitterly. That can't be. He is only 16 years old. Based on what you said, wouldn't he have already learned alchemy in his mother's womb? Lin shook his head. The truth is right in front of us. I'm not making it up. Tai Mu shrugged his shoulders. Could the Yuan Venerate really still be alive? If he is, then I'm afraid he will become a strong contender for the position of the Apothecary Association's president. I'm afraid our current president is going to panic. Lin suddenly chuckled. The current president didn't have a good reputation. He had only obtained this position with the support of a certain someone. Originally, the president of the Apothecary Association didn't belong to any country's living forces and existed independently. However, to a certain extent, he was about to become a subsidiary organization of someone else. Although many people were dissatisfied, they didn't dare voice their displeasure. After all, almost everyone who dared to speak up had been dealt with. Lin was also one of the people who was unhappy with the current president. If the Yuan Venerate was really still alive, it would be great news for the Apothecary Association. At the very least, they wouldn't have to be controlled by others in the future. I don't know if a Yuan Venerate is still alive, but I do know that this kid isn't any worse than Sikongyu. Youngsters nowadays are really not to be underestimated. Tai Mu smiled bitterly and said, originally, My granddaughter had always treated Sikongyu as a target to pursue. Now, a fellow who might not be inferior to Sikongyu has appeared out of nowhere. She should be crying. That might not be the case. Being able to skillfully control the divine flame does not mean that he can perfectly refine pills. After all, other than controlling the flame, there are many other requirements when refining pills. This includes the strength of one's spiritual strength, understanding of medicinal ingredients, etc. It is still too early to say that he is not inferior to Sikongyu. Lin shook his head. Let's wait and see. Taimu smiled and didn't say anything else. He was also very interested now. What kind of shocking result could Ling Xiao create? Countless people were paying attention to Ling Xiao. It was not because of his handsomeness, but because of his skillful alchemy skills. Sikongyu's talent in alchemy wasn't weak. She was actually able to control the flame while paying attention to the commotion caused by Ling Xiao. Previously, she really hadn't paid much attention to Ling Xiao. At most, she had thought that Ling Xiao's appearance was passable. However, Sikongyu had never cared much about a man's appearance. She was more concerned about a person's talent. She had always thought that her control of the flame and her grasp of medicinal ingredients were the best among the younger generation. However, when she looked at Ling Xiao, her arrogance and condescension seemed to have crumbled instantly. "This is impossible," she exclaimed. She had actually failed to refine the pill because she had been distracted. She didn't pay too much attention to it. Instead, she continued to watch Ling Xiao's hands move up and down. Those were simply a pair of demonic hands. Even the Alchemist Association's branch president, Lin, and the branch president, Taimu, didn't have such skillful skills. Could this kid have learned alchemy when he was in his mother's womb? This made her pride crumble instantly. On the other side, Tai Yunshan's pill had also failed. It was also because she was shocked by Ling Xiao's outstanding alchemy skills. This guy actually pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. He made me lose face. Tai Yunshan suddenly felt ashamed when she thought of the words she said in front of Ling Xiao. She actually said that others would fail and explode. However, the one who had failed was her. This kind of reversal was a little hard for her to accept. It was simply too tragic. The two of them looked at each other for a long time before reluctantly retracting their gazes. They once again placed the second set of medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace. No matter how surprised they were, they still had to complete the assessment first. Especially Sikongyu. Although she was shocked by Ling Xiao's outstanding skills, she still didn't want to admit defeat. This was only the low yellow level alchemist assessment. After that, she still had to take the intermediate and advanced alchemist assessment. If she performed well, she believed that she wouldn't have any problems obtaining the yellow level advanced alchemist certification. No matter how good Ling Xiao's skills were, if his level was lower than hers, then she would still have the advantage. Thinking of this, she instantly became spirited again. However, Ling Xiao, who she treated as a competitor, didn't notice the two's reactions and thoughts. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already put all his energy into refining the Qi explosion pill. Just as Lin and Taimu said, although the divine fire's effects were better for refining pills, it was also harder to control. If he didn't have the mountain river martial soul, he probably wouldn't be able to do this. Thus, he had to be even more careful and attentive. If he failed, then it would be embarrassing. After all, he only took one set of ingredients. If it was ruined, then he wouldn't have any more ingredients to use. Refining pills was very boring. Time also passed very quickly. Unknowingly, an hour had already passed during the boring refining process. In order to refine a perfect-grade Qi explosion pill, Ling Xiao put in a lot of thought. He didn't want to refine that kind of defective pill. It would ruin his reputation. Since he was going to refine it, then it had to be perfect. A perfect-grade Qi explosion pill could eliminate flaws. After using it, it wouldn't cause the body to become weak. This could be considered as benefiting martial artists. It's done. Time was almost precise to the smallest unit. Ling Xiao waved his hand and opened the cauldron. A fragrance wafted out, and a crimson-red pill flew out. Ling Xiao picked up the porcelain bottle that he prepared and put the pill inside. The entire process was done in one go. In the eyes of others, it was especially cool and elegant. Clap, clap, clap. The moment he finished refining the pill, there was a huge round of applause. This applause definitely didn't come from one person. The audience basically applauded. Even Tai Yun-shan, who had already finished refining the pill. Chapter 1132. Tai Yun-shan's temper wasn't very good. She had been spoiled since she was young, but she had a good point. She wouldn't be jealous of those who were stronger than her. Instead, she would admire them. Sikong Yu didn't clap. Her face wasn't very good, and it was a little pale. She had waited for this day for a long time. Her father had died, but she wanted to become someone stronger than him. But now, Ling Xiao had appeared and disrupted all her plans. Even though her assessment had yet to end, Ling Xiao's every move had attracted the praise of so many people. Even with her beauty, she was unable to snatch the applause from the crowd. At the very least, she was considered to have failed in this test. And it was a complete failure. There were still people in the assessment area who were continuing to refine pills. After all, the time limit was 1 day. Ling Xiao, Tai Yun-shan, and Sikong Yu had finished so early because their talent was better and they practiced more on a daily basis. Little brother, you really don't show off. With this technique, I'm afraid you're even more outstanding than many of the older generation alchemists. Tai Mu said with a bitter smile. Sir, you're too kind. I'm only displaying what I've learned. I wonder if I've passed the assessment. Ling Xiao asked. No hurry. Let's first check Sikong Yu and Tai Yun-shan's pills. After all, they finished first. Lin's attitude towards Ling Xiao became very good. Although it couldn't be said to be respectful, it was at least very respectful. Of course. Ling Xiao wasn't an unreasonable person. Moreover, President Lin gave him a good impression. Yun-shan, your pills have been successfully refined. However, the quality isn't good enough. You still need to work harder. But congratulations, you're already a low-grade Huang rank alchemist. You can register later and get your alchemist certificate. Lin and Tai Mu said after checking Tai Yun-shan's pills. Hearing this, Tai Yun-shan was obviously relieved. She didn't want to compete with anyone now. She only wanted to pass the assessment. Sikong Yu, your pill refinement is almost perfect. It's more than 90%. It's quite good. This means that your pill refinement level is actually higher than low-grade Huang rank alchemists. Do you want to continue with the intermediate alchemist assessment? Lin asked. Of course. Sikong Yu glanced at Ling Xiao and nodded firmly. Since he couldn't compare with Ling Xiao in terms of the refinement process and the perfection of the pills, then he could only surpass Ling Xiao in terms of the level of alchemy. Alright, since that's the case, your pharmacist's certificate won't be issued for the time being. We'll talk about it after you've completed all the tests. Lin smiled and finally walked up to Ling Xiao with Tai Mu. Ling Xiao passed the porcelain bottle containing the pills to Lin. At this moment, many people gathered around. Just now, Ling Xiao used the true Samadhi fire, and the refining skills he displayed during the refining process were also very outstanding. They really wanted to know what kind of pill this refined was. Sikong Yu and Tai Yun-shan also watched this scene nervously. Although Sikong Yu already believed that Ling Xiao's pill would definitely be more perfect than hers, she still had a little bit of expectation that the result would be different from what she imagined. What kind of pill did you refine? Tai Mu asked. Qi explosion pill. Ling Xiao replied. That's not right. The Qi explosion pill is obviously dark red and doesn't have any luster, but your pill is bright red and has a very high luster. This isn't a Qi explosion pill, right? Sikong Yu said loudly. Ling Xiao didn't explain. If the two alchemists couldn't see what was going on with his pill, then he would really be worried about the standard of the Alchemist Association. He might as well not join. Hehe, this should be a perfect grade Qi explosion pill, right? And you even ignored the side effects. Lin asked with a smile. The president has a good eye. That's right, this is indeed a perfect grade Qi explosion pill. After taking it, there aren't any side effects, and the duration of the Qi explosion is much longer. Ling Xiao nodded. Perfect grade pill. It can't be, right? This kind of pill can only be seen in books. Can anyone refine it in real life? Sikong Yu couldn't believe it. She already had a high opinion of Ling Xiao, but a perfect grade Qi explosion pill was really something she couldn't accept. Whether it's true or not, you'll know after trying it. Ordinary Qi explosion pills can only last for 1 minute at most. As far as I know, the perfect grade Qi explosion pill can last for 3 minutes. Ling Xiao, how long can your Qi explosion pill last? Lin asked. After all, he had never seen a perfect grade pill before, so to make an accurate judgment, he had to test it out. 5 minutes. Ling Xiao replied. 5 minutes. You have to be reliable. You can't speak carelessly just because your pill is beautiful, Sikong Yu said. Sikong Yu said. President, you should find someone to test it out. Even if I explain, I don't think anyone will believe me. Ling Xiao didn't explain anything because the truth was the best explanation. Lin took the pill and swallowed it directly. His cultivation was at the half-step grotto heaven realm. In the heavenly dragon continent, except for a few yin-yang realm experts, heaven realm experts were considered absolute powerhouses. One had to know that in the heavenly dragon continent's 12 sects, experts who had just entered the heaven realm were inner court elders. It was still the same now. On the heavenly dragon continent, the cultivation of cultivators was generally lower. This was something that couldn't be helped. Those who could advance to the grotto heaven realm were very rare. Strictly speaking, the half-step grotto heaven realm also belonged to the heaven realm. It was just that above 10 directions heaven, one could enter the grotto heaven realm. Although the effect of the Qi explosion pill would be greatly reduced for cultivators of this level, as an alchemist, Lin could clearly distinguish the true effect of the Qi explosion pill. He wouldn't be at ease if he let others use it. A moment later, Lin couldn't help exclaiming, being able to allow me to enter my explosive state for 10 breaths of time, I'm afraid this pill of yours is even more powerful than you said. If an ordinary transcendent realm cultivator were to use it, they would be able to maintain this state for 10 minutes or even a quarter of an hour. I see. Taimu had never heard of Lin having such a high evaluation of a pill. However, Lin would definitely not be biased towards Ling Xiao. He was very clear about this point. In other words, this Qi explosion pill was really powerful. Sikong Yu's face instantly turned pale. She was completely defeated. The little bit of expectation she had disappeared at this moment. Congratulations, Ling Xiao. You've passed the low-grade yellow-level alchemist assessment. Are you still willing to take the assessment? Lin asked with a smile. Of course I'm willing, but taking the assessment step by step is too slow. Can I take the yellow-level super alchemist assessment directly? A yellow-level super alchemist was the most powerful alchemist in the yellow level. So far, no one had heard of such an alchemist on the Heavenly Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent. Chapter 1133. Little brother, don't joke around. Our Shanghai Apothecary Association only has the qualifications to get a Huang level apothecary certificate and below. If you really want to get a Huang level apothecary certificate and above, I'm afraid you'll have to go to the 5 Immortal Island or the White Tiger continent to try. Taimu smiled bitterly. Ling Xiao really didn't know about this. He shrugged helplessly and said, forget it. Since it's not possible, then forget it. I'll just take the Huang level apothecary examination. When Ling Xiao said he wanted to take the Huang level apothecary examination, everyone thought it was just a joke, so they didn't take it seriously and didn't have such a big reaction. However, at this moment, when they heard Ling Xiao's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Are you sure you want to take the Huang level apothecary examination? Why? I can't. Ling Xiao said helplessly, didn't you guys say that Shanghai Apothecary Association has the qualifications? Why can't I? Ling Xiao, what kind of joke are you making? Huang level apothecary is such a sacred certification. The two people standing in front of you spent over 100 years to reach this level. You're actually making such a joke. You're not serious at all. Sikong Yu shouted sternly. No, Miss Sikong, I want to take the Huang level apothecary examination. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Why are you so agitated? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Logically speaking, Sikong Yu didn't know that he killed her father, Sikong Zun. Why was she always going against him? All right, stop arguing. Lin waved his hand and said, Ling Xiao, let me ask you very seriously. Are you joking with me just now? After all, you have to know that a Huang-level apothecary examination costs a lot of money. It's also a huge burden for our branch. Therefore, it can't be as casual as a Huang-level apothecary examination. President, I'll also say this responsibly. I do want to take the apothecary examination. Ling Xiao's expression also became serious. After getting Ling Xiao's confirmation, everyone present was a little dazed. Their brains couldn't work anymore. It must be known that although a 16-year-old low-level Huang-level pharmacist was powerful, it was still acceptable. Even a genius like Sikong Yu could achieve this. It was just that Sikong Yu had been delayed for a few years, so she only passed the examination at the age of 17, but everyone could still accept it. However, what kind of concept was a 16-year-old Huang-level advanced apothecary? Although Sikong Yu kept saying that she could pass the test, in reality, she only had less than 30% confidence. However, Ling Xiao's attitude was as if he was making a solemn vow. If this kid isn't a monster, then he's definitely an idiot. Does he really think that the certification of a yellow-level advanced apothecary is a joke? I think he's just trying his luck. A high-grade yellow-level alchemist must be able to concoct high-grade yellow-level pills, and the perfection rate must be at least 60%. Can he do it? Don't get carried away. Although I admire you, the alchemist examination is a very sacred matter. You can't joke about it. Tai Yunshan looked at Ling Xiao and said, if you fail the test, not only will you have to pay for the damages, but you will also be punished by the Apothecary Association. Can you do that? I should be able to do it. Ling Xiao said calmly. Let's put it this way. How confident are you? Tai Mu was also a little nervous. Could it be that they really met a super genius in the alchemist world today? Be humble and say that I'm 100% confident. Ling Xiao said casually. Be humble. 100% confident. Was this modesty or bragging? Ling Xiao really wasn't bragging. He could even concoct a high-grade yellow-level pill, so refining a high-grade yellow-level pill wasn't a problem at all. It was just that due to the limitations of his cultivation, he might not be able to concoct too many in a short period of time. After all, concocting pills would consume internal energy, soul force, mental energy, and other factors. It was very taxing on a martial artist. If one's cultivation wasn't enough, then they wouldn't be able to withstand the torment. No one would believe such words. No one would dare to believe such words, 100% confident. You're just bragging. I've also seen many arrogant youths. They had also announced how strong they were in a certain field, but in reality, they weren't strong enough. Sikong Yu stared at Ling Xiao and said, you're as arrogant as them. You don't know what you're talking about. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at Lin. You're the president here. If you don't want me to take the yellow-level advanced alchemist certification, I can choose to leave immediately. Anyway, when I reach the Divine Phoenix continent, there's also the Alchemist Association. I won't be hanging myself on a tree. Men, immediately arrange for the yellow-level advanced alchemist certification. Lin clenched his teeth and finally made up his mind. What was a little loss of money? If he really succeeded, then he would have done a great service. He might even be transferred back to the headquarters from the Divine Dragon continent. He was already tired of staying in this small place. With such a great service, how could he give it to someone else? What are you waiting for? Go. Seeing that his subordinates didn't move, Lin roared again. Ling Xiao, don't worry. We accept your participation in the yellow-level advanced alchemist certification. Thank you very much. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Although the Divine Phoenix continent had the same organization, it was too troublesome to travel back and forth. It was better to get the certification here. One must know that an advanced alchemist certification was absolutely respected in the Divine Phoenix continent, Divine Dragon continent, and even the Five Immortal Island. A lot of things would become very simple. The people from the Alchemist Association went to prepare for the certification. Lin didn't lie. The advanced alchemist certification required a lot of effort. It might involve some precious herbs that were really not easy to obtain. Therefore, under normal circumstances, people who weren't 70 to 80% confident would definitely not be allowed to take the certification. It was too wasteful. Little brother, although we've already agreed to let you participate in the test, the two of us old men are bearing the risk. You can't fool us. If we fail, we'll become the laughing stock of our peers. Taimu said with a smile. Don't worry. The two of you will only be envied by your peers. You won't become their laughing stock. What I want to know now is, what benefits will there be after becoming an official member of the Alchemist Association? Although Ling Xiao had heard a little about it in the past, it was only hearsay after all. It would be better for him to consult a proper guild leader. Only then would he be able to obtain accurate information. Of course there are benefits. There are quite a lot of benefits. Taimu said with a smile. First of all, herbs. Think about it, if you want to get a precious herb by yourself, I'm afraid it will be very difficult, right? But after joining the Alchemist Association, you can share it with all the members. You should know that the Alchemist Association has branches on the 13 continents and many islands in the mysterious world. Our members are all over the mysterious world. Some herbs have special origins. Even if you know where they are, it will be difficult to travel thousands of miles. We can use special methods to bring these herbs to you. You can exchange with other alchemists or buy them at a lower price. Chapter 1134. Another benefit is that the Apothecary Association has its own special information network. If you need any information about herbs or elixirs, you can go to any branch to inquire. Basically, our information will be synchronized and changed in a relatively short period of time. That's not bad. I'll have to trouble you guys in the future. Ling Xiao knew too little about the outside world. If he had the Apothecary Association's information network, it would undoubtedly increase his knowledge and experience. Of course, it would also save him a lot of time searching for herbs. Time was money. Time was cultivation. It really couldn't be wasted casually. President, the examination hall is ready. At this moment, the lady in green reported to Lin Hui. How is it, Ling Xiao? Once you enter the examination hall, you won't have the chance to regret. Do you want to start? Lin Hui confirmed again. Even now, he was still feeling uneasy about this matter. He felt that it wasn't quite appropriate. No problem at all. Ling Xiao nodded. All right then, come with me. Lin Hui turned and walked towards the examination hall. Taimu followed behind and left the assessment for the low-grade yellow-level pharmacists to the green-clothed lady and the rest. Yunshan, you and Sikong you will wait here. The examination is very strict. There can't be any accidents, so you guys can't go in to take a look. Taimu stopped Tai Yunshan and Sikong Yu who wanted to go in to take a look. Grandpa, I'll just go in to take a look. Just one look and learn some experience. Who knows when I'll have to take the examination? Tai Yunshan acted coquettishly. It's useless to act coquettishly now. Grandpa is the vice president of the Apothecary Association and the examiner this time. What if you affect others? After speaking, Taimu walked into the hall and closed the door. Outside the door, the guards quickly blocked the entrance. You're my grandfather, but you didn't even let me in. Tai Yunshan pouted and turned to Sikong Yu. Sikong Yu, aren't you going to take the examination? Why don't you go? We'll talk about it after he's done. How could Sai Kong Yu still have the mood to participate in the exam? She only wanted to see if Ling Xiao could pass this Huang level exam. Do you think he can succeed? Tai Yunshan asked. Didn't he say he's 100% confident? Right now, Sikong Yu also did not know how to answer this question. Ling Xiao's expression, which was filled with confidence, was a huge blow to her. If it's you, how confident would you be? Tai Yunshan asked again. 40%. Sikong Yu thought about it. Perhaps even if she used all of her skills, she would only have a 40% chance of success. TSK, TSK. I thought you were a monster. Who would have thought that someone even more monstrous than you would come today? Now, I'm looking forward to it. Tai Yunshan looked excitedly at the closed door, His eyes filled with anticipation. She couldn't beat Sikongyu, but if Ling Xiao could beat Sikongyu, he could at least help her suppress Sikongyu's arrogance. Sikongyu opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. About an hour later, the door opened. It's out, it's out. I wonder how it went. Tai Yunshan clenched her fists and stared at them with her eyes wide open. Tai Mu was the first to come out. Tai Mu had a helpless expression on his face. He looked like he was about to cry. Lin was the next to come out. Lin was also sighing. He was obviously unhappy. Grandfather, what's wrong with the two of you? You look like frosted eggplants. Did that brat fail the exam? Tai Yunshan asked loudly. Her question was the same as everyone else's question. Frosted eggplants. Haha, this analogy is really appropriate. The two of us are really like eggplants that have been hit by frost. This young man is truly formidable. This brat is simply a complete evildor. Tai Mu shook his head and smiled bitterly. He succeeded. Tai Yunshan's eyes widened. That's right. He succeeded. He's the youngest yellow-grade advanced alchemist in history. He seems to be holding back. Maybe he wasn't joking when he said he wanted to participate in the yellow-grade Supreme Alchemist exam. Lin nodded his head and said. Hearing Tai Mu and Lin's words, everyone was shocked. They looked at each other. This was the yellow-grade Advanced Alchemist exam. Not the yellow-grade Intermediate Alchemist exam. That brat was only 16 years old. What a terrifying brat. How did he grow to be so powerful? Yeah, a 16-year-old yellow-grade Advanced Alchemist. This has never appeared in the mystic world. If this brat was placed in other continents, he would definitely be a genius among geniuses. Comparisons are odious. Sikongyu felt her heart beating rapidly. An unprecedented sense of fear and frustration emerged from the depths of her body. She originally wanted to become the youngest yellow-grade intermediate alchemist. However, this Ling Xiao had left her far behind. He didn't even look at the yellow-grade intermediate alchemist. Instead, he went straight for the yellow-grade advanced alchemist, or even the yellow-grade supreme alchemist. Is he still human? Tai Yunshan exclaimed in shock. This was indeed what everyone was thinking. That's not right. It's normal for the two of us to be affected. Why are the two of you affected as well? Tai Yunshan couldn't help but ask. Tai Mu sighed. Regardless of whether it is the utilization of medicinal herbs, the control of flames, or the final formation of the elixir, he is better than the two of us. If he was an old fellow from the same generation as us, we would be jealous. However, we wouldn't be like this. But he is only 16 years old. This is simply too much of a blow. Lin also said, I am more and more convinced that the Yuan Venerate is not dead. Furthermore, he has successfully returned from the other side of the Heaven's Chosen Gate. He is living in the mystic world and has even been to the Sky Dragon continent before. At this moment, Ling Xiao also walked out with a faint smile on his face. It seemed like this exam was as easy as ever for him. Almost all the alchemists present looked at him with admiration. He was only 16 years old, yet he was actually more powerful than the president and vice president of the Shanghai Alchemist Association. In time, this brat might even become a strong candidate for the position of president of the Alchemist Association. Is the alchemist certificate not done yet? Lin asked his subordinates. President, it should be done soon. I will go and urge him. Don't worry. Take your time. Just don't make any mistakes. Since he had already passed the exam, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry anymore. Waiting a little longer didn't seem to make much of a difference. Soon, the lady in green came back with an exquisite white jade certificate. This document was made of thin white jade. It was mainly for the convenience of wearing and storing it in a storage ring. Chapter 1135. In terms of appearance, the apothecary certificate was really beautiful. The words Huang Level Advanced Apothecary were written in green on the front with Ling Xiao's name below. On the back was the emblem of the Apothecary Association. It had an anti-counterfeiting function and was impossible to fake. Ling Xiao, don't underestimate this certificate. It's a special treasure. Not only does it have your information, but it can also contact the members of the Apothecary Association nearby. What's more amazing is that it can receive the information released by the Apothecary Association at any time. This information is all news and the latest research results of the apothecary world. You can even chat and discuss with apothecaries from other places through it. When Lin personally gave the apothecary certificate to Ling Xiao, he smiled and said, "Of course, Huang-level advanced apothecaries can only contact apothecaries below the Huang level. You can't contact apothecaries above the Huang level unless you continue to raise your apothecary level. If you need any herbs, you can also use this apothecary certificate to announce it. If others have it, they will contact you directly and trade it through the Apothecary Association. It's safe and secure." Ling Xiao had a surprised expression on his face. He originally thought that this apothecary certificate was just a certificate. He didn't expect it to have so many functions. This was too magical. If he had known earlier, he would have joined the Apothecary Association earlier. He definitely wouldn't have waited until now. It was no wonder that almost all apothecaries would choose to join the Apothecary Association. Very few would choose not to, unless it was a special situation. Just this benefit was enough to make these apothecaries yearn for it. There is a method of selling apothecary certificates in the black market. A low-grade Huang-level apothecary certificate can reach a high price of 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Most of the functions can't be used after buying it. After all, this apothecary certificate is bound to the apothecary. Lin smiled and said. Lin Fan's palm caressed the black robe. The soft touch was like a woman's soft skin. It was extremely wonderful. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be speechless. 10 million low-grade spirit stones, and it was only a low-grade Huang-level apothecary certificate. How expensive would it be to go from an intermediate to a high-grade apothecary certificate? Looking at the beautiful apothecary certificate in Ling Xiao's hand and hearing Lin's words, Tai Yunshan and Sikong Yu's faces were filled with envy and jealousy. Especially in Tai Yunshan's eyes, there was a hint of appreciation. "All right, Sikong Yu. You can start taking the Huang-level mid-rank alchemist certification. The examination hall has already been prepared. Follow me." Lin looked at Sikong Yu and said. "Forget it, I won't take the test today. I'll come again next time." Right now, Sikong Yu's state of mind was unsettled. She had received a very serious blow. If she were to participate in the examination now, she would most likely not be able to pass. She was a smart person and didn't waste time. "All right, it won't be too late to come back when you're feeling better." Lin shook his head helplessly. Her father's death had not shaken Sikong Yu, but Ling Xiao's performance today had completely shaken Sikong Yu. It seemed that this matter had quite a big impact on Sikong Yu. Also, the two of you can collect your low-grade yellow-level apothecary certificates from the front desk. After seeing a genius like Ling Xiao today, Lin suddenly felt that the rest of the people were boring. Tai Yunshan pouted. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. You can't do anything about this obvious difference in treatment. Who asked you to be a low-grade yellow-level apothecary, while others are genuine high-grade yellow-level apothecaries? Ling Xiao, if you have any requests, just tell us. If we can do it, we'll definitely do our best to help you. After Sikong Yu and Tai Yunshan left, Lin and Tai Mu invited Ling Xiao into the office and gave him the highest level of treatment. After all, Ling Xiao's apothecary level was the same as the two of them. Even his level of refining pills was probably better than the two of them. Lin even wanted to immediately report to the headquarters and let Ling Xiao become the vice president of the Shanghai branch. There is a small matter. I wonder if the two of you have heard of something called soul armor? The so-called soul armor was something that Ling Xiao learned from the primordial spirit remnant scroll. If a warrior who started practicing the primordial spirit remnant scroll had a soul armor, he could do more things. More importantly, it could protect the primordial spirit from collapsing. Using it for a long time could speed up the condensation and formation of the primordial spirit. Without a doubt, this was definitely a very important thing for warriors who cultivated the primordial spirit. He was just casually asking and didn't have much expectation. However, what he did not expect was that Tai Mu gave him a surprise. Soul armor is a rare item. Only people from the soul race can make it. There are very few of them in the market. Moreover, they are usually worth more than 100 million low-grade spiritual stones. The key is that you can't buy it even if you have the money. Taimu frowned and said, however, your luck is not bad. In Shanghai, there is someone who happens to have a soul armor. However, whether you can take it from him or not will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Oh, please tell me about it. Ling Xiao could not help but feel happy. He did not know which continent the soul race lived on. It was said that there was a tribe of the soul race in the White Tiger continent, but it was definitely not all of them. Therefore, it was very difficult to find a soul armor. Since Taimu said that there was someone in Shanghai who had it, no matter how difficult it was to get it, it would probably be easier than buying it from the soul race. Before I tell you, I have to remind you that this guy is very stingy. If you want to get something from him, it will be harder than reaching the heavens. Unless you have something that he urgently needs. Taimu reminded him. Tell me about it first. Whether or not we can make a deal is a matter for later. I can't be scared by this, right? Ling Xiao laughed. Taimu, are you talking about the emperor of the true demon empire, Zhao Batian? Lin suddenly exclaimed. Heh, that's right. It's that Zhao Batian. Taimu laughed. Although Zhao Batian's cultivation cannot be compared to the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Lightning Demon King, the Sea Race still gave him the position of emperor of the true demon empire. This guy is just like his name, extremely tyrannical. If someone does not listen to his orders, he will not waste his breath and will directly eliminate them. If it's him, I think you should give up, Ling Xiao. Zhao Batian looks down on and hates humans the most. In the past, when the true demon empire almost unified the mystic world, it was humans who destroyed their plans. Lin said helplessly, moreover, this guy is the emperor of the true demon empire. How can you possibly meet him? Why can't I meet the emperor of the true demon empire? I have seen the saint emperor of the sacred dynasty and the emperor of the divine phoenix empire. This new true demon empire has just been established. Why should I be afraid of him? Ling Xiao smiled faintly, many thanks to the two presidents. I will go and find Zhao Batian to discuss the soul armor. It was impossible to discuss. Since the soul armor was in Zhao Batian's hands, he had to snatch it. Since they were all enemies, there was no need to be polite. Chapter 1136. Ling Xiao left the Apothecary Association under the surprised gazes of Lin and Taimu. He didn't say how he was going to get the soul armor. After all, if he said that he was going to snatch it, it would scare the Apothecary Association. The Moon Lady had been following Ling Xiao, so she knew what Ling Xiao was thinking. When do we do it? The Moon Lady asked. At night. It's too eye-catching during the day. Ling Xiao said with a smile, but Sister Moon Lady, you don't have to come with me this time. Why? The Moon Lady asked after a pause. Sister, don't you feel it? The Yin-Yang Demon King has returned to the true demonic empire. If you appear in the palace, he will definitely sense it. At that time, the secret operation will become a public operation. It will be very disadvantageous for us. Ling Xiao replied, you just need to stay outside and help me. If the Yin-Yang Demon King appears, just stop him. I've already sent people to investigate Batian Jiao. He's not very strong. He's just a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. There's no need for you to do anything. But even so, you're still not his match. The Moon Lady said. That's not necessarily true. How do I know if I don't try? Ling Xiao really wanted to exchange blows with a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. He wanted to rely on his own strength and not rely on external forces. Okay, I agree. But if you're in danger, I'll rush in immediately. Don't blame me then. The Moon Lady said with a smile. Of course. Ling Xiao chuckled and disappeared with the Moon Lady on the bustling streets of the demonic city. At night, Ling Xiao snuck into the palace of the true demonic empire. He learned about Batian Jiao's whereabouts from a eunuch using the soul secret technique. It turned out that Batian Jiao was cultivating in a secret realm inside the palace. Come out. You're indeed strong to be able to reach this place. But this secret realm of mine is full of arrays. You can't hide from me. Ling Xiao originally planned to get rid of Batian Jiao secretly and then extract the memories from his soul to find the location of the soul armor. However, the moment he entered the secret realm, he was detected by this guy. Ling Xiao was quite generous. He revealed himself and said with a smile, "Jiao Batian, I have no ill intentions. I just want something from you." "What do you want?" Batian Flood Dragon looked at Ling Xiao. He didn't seem to want to fight, but his overbearing aura enveloped Ling Xiao like a storm. "Soul armor," Ling Xiao replied. "Then you've come to the wrong place. I don't have any soul armor," Batian Jiao faintly said, "and since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. I only need to lightly shout and the outside will immediately surround this place. You won't be able to escape even if you have wings." "Hehe, you can try." Ling Xiao smiled. Batian Jiao frowned and tried to transmit his sound waves, but he failed. The array formation that was originally used to protect him had now become a cage that trapped him. Unless he killed Ling Xiao here, no one outside would know what happened here. Bang! Batian Jiao suddenly slammed his palm on a nearby boulder, shattering it into pieces. "Who are you? What's your purpose?" Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous. You're a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, and I'm just a Celestial Realm martial artist. Are you afraid that I'll kill you? I just said that I only want your soul armor. You can exchange it with other things." He planned to use peaceful means before resorting to force. After all, this was Batian Jiao's territory. Once they fought, unless he killed Batian Jiao, there would be endless trouble. "Give up. I've already used the soul armor to protect my soul. Unless you kill me, you can't take it away," Batian Jiao said coldly. "If that's the case, I'll have to do it." Ling Xiao stretched his body and said, "Batian Jiao, how many humans have you killed?" "Too many to count. I can't even remember. You humans are born to be lowly. So what if I kill you?" Batian Jiao said disdainfully. That's good. I won't feel guilty if I kill you now." Ling Xiao muttered to himself for a moment before his voice turned cold. "Kill me. Can you kill me?" Batian Jiao stood up as he spoke. His body erupted with a shocking amount of heavenly origin energy, and his violent aura became even stronger. "Do you want to fight? I've always wanted to see how powerful a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist is. You can be my sparring partner." Ling Xiao smiled faintly, but he became serious in his heart. This was the first time he planned to use his cultivation to fight a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. He didn't want to borrow the power of the Moon Lady or the Butterfly Lady. He wanted to rely on himself to fight a martial artist who was much stronger than him. "Just you? Ha 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 ha." Batian Jiao suddenly laughed and said, "You'd better ask your partner to show himself." "You want to fight me? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're just at the early stage of the 9th heavenly realm. Do you really think you can win against me?" His laughter was full of confidence and mockery. "I really don't have any partners." Ling Xiao shrugged. "If that's the case, then die." Batian Jiao had lost his patience. He was worried that Ling Xiao had partners, so he didn't dare to attack immediately. However, it seemed that Ling Xiao really didn't have any partners with him. He had come alone. There was no need to wait. Batian Jiao's expression became ferocious. He stomped on the ground and pounced at Ling Xiao like lightning. The moment Batian Jiao shot at Ling Xiao, the surrounding air turned cold. A terrifying cold current gathered in the air. As a result, the cold air that formed blocked Ling Xiao's vision. Ling Xiao could feel that the air in the secret realm had suddenly become viscous. It was as if some kind of power had stuck to his body and limbs, making him unable to move faster. A Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, even if he was only at the first Grotto Heaven Realm, could not be underestimated. It was rumored that the biggest difference between a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist and a Celestial Realm martial artist was that they could form their own Grotto Heaven. This Grotto Heaven was also called a domain. In a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist had an absolute advantage. Some had a sudden increase in combat strength. Some had a restriction on the opponent's movements. Some could cooperate with the Grotto Heaven to launch attacks. No matter what, The advantage of a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was the key to crushing a Celestial Realm martial artist. Ling Xiao believed that Batian Jiao's Grotto Heaven should be the so-called Cold Current Grotto Heaven. In this environment, the opponent's speed would be greatly reduced, while Batian Jiao's own speed would increase. In this way, he had a huge advantage. If Ling Xiao couldn't think of a way to deal with this Grotto Heaven domain, then the one who would suffer in the end would definitely be Ling Xiao. There was no doubt about that. Scarlet Sun Feather Raiment. Ling Xiao released a blazing defensive technique. Chapter 1137. Ling Xiao activated the Scarlet Sun Feathered Raiment, and the blazing temperature began to melt the surrounding cold. His speed gradually recovered. Batian Jiao was shocked by this scene. He did not expect Ling Xiao to think of a way to deal with his icy stream grotto so quickly. Even so, within this paradise, he still had the advantage in terms of speed and strength. There was no doubt about this. Batian Jiao, do you really want to fight to the death with me? I said that I only want the soul armor, and I will give you enough. Ling Xiao unsheathed his golden crow sword and carefully observed his surroundings. In this grotto, Batian Jiao was like a dragon in the deep sea, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He had to be careful. If he was not careful, he might lose his life. This was a battle with a great disparity in strength. What Ling Xiao needed to do was to fight with all his might. Cut the crap. You broke into my palace in the middle of the night. This is already a capital offense. How dare you dream of getting something from me? You are delusional. Batian Jiao's cold voice came from the pitch-black water. You will die today. It seems that there is no way to solve this peacefully. I can only fight. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he felt danger coming from behind. He did not even look back. He swept the golden crow sword behind him, and a golden crow broke through the water. Bang! 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 The golden crow collided with more than 10 diamond-shaped water spikes. The icy water spikes exploded and extinguished the golden crow in an instant. The gloomy cold air rushed toward Ling Xiao. However, the cold air had mostly dissipated. Faced with the obstruction of the Scarlet Sun Feathered Raiment, it instantly became scorching hot and then disappeared. Good lad, you do have some skills. No wonder you dared to break into my palace alone. After a probing attack, Batian Jiao confirmed that Ling Xiao had come alone. At the same time, he was somewhat surprised. Ling Xiao was clearly an early-stage 9th Heavenly Layer cultivator, but he gave off the feeling that he was more difficult to deal with than many half-step Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators. The blazing light surrounding his body could actually repel the cold air quickly. It was not easy to deal with him. Ling Xiao had a rough idea of Batian Jiao's strength. Batian Jiao was definitely the son of an official. He was indeed strong, but he was weaker than many Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators he had seen. Batian Jiao did not seem to have enough combat experience. If Wu Xiong was here, he would probably be able to deal with Batian Jiao within 10 moves. With this judgment, Batian Jiao's was the trash Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. If he couldn't even deal with the trash of the Grotto Heaven Realm, then he would have wasted his Taiji Eye and the cultivation of the nascent Spirit Remnant Scroll. After observing for a while, Jiao Batian noticed that Ling Xiao did not panic at all. Instead, he maintained his composure. He could not help but be on guard. At the same time, he was somewhat angry. Although I'm not as strong as the Yin-Yang Demon King or the Lightning Demon King, I'm still a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. Dealing with a brat like you will be a piece of cake. Batian Jiao sneered. Suddenly, a huge wave rolled up. His body turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly approached Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not panic in the face of this sudden attack. Although this was Batian Jiao's Grotto Heaven Realm, he could see through everything with his Tai Kai Eye. It was impossible for Batian Jiao to sneak attack him. When Batian Jiao charged over, Batian Jiao stabbed out with the golden crow sword. A ball of blazing light condensed on the golden crow sword. Crimson Sun all. Batian Jiao's eyes were blinded by the strong light. He knew that things were bad. Although he did not know how powerful the Crimson Sun all was, he had a rough idea from the Golden Crow Rising Sun's attack. He had to block it. Even if he was a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, He would be injured if this thing hit him. He opened his mouth and suddenly, a ball of cold air quickly condensed and formed a thick layer of ice in front of him. Ice shield. Bang! The crimson sun all fiercely slammed into the ice shield, and the intense rotation of the crimson sun all caused the ice shield to gradually melt and crack. Batian Jiao was shocked when he saw this. Although the ice shield he formed in a hurry was not very strong, it was still a move of a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. How could it not block this brat's attack? Batian Jiao was vexed. He pressed his hands on the ice shield. The entire icy stream Grotto Heaven turned into a huge flood dragon and slammed into the ice shield. Ling Xiao's expression changed slightly. The terrifying impact sent him flying. A Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator was indeed a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. He was at a disadvantage in a head-on clash. Seeing Ling Xiao being sent flying, Jiao Batian couldn't help but sneer. He waved his hands, and more than 10 sharp water spikes appeared around him. They shot towards Ling Xiao in an earth-shattering manner. Ling Xiao was still retreating. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for him to dodge. However, under normal circumstances, Ling Xiao would never be able to dodge. Body of light. The moment he was attacked, Ling Xiao's body turned into specks of light and scattered. All of the water spikes landed in the air. Before Batian Jiao could be shocked, Ling Xiao counterattacked. The specks of light condensed and a human figure formed. Then, a black and white cone of energy condensed on the golden crow sword. It was several times stronger than the crimson sun all. Divine light shadow all. This ball of energy was like a huge arrow that had left the ballista. It pierced through layers of obstacles at an extremely fast speed and shot toward Batian Jiao, who was only 10 meters away. At that moment, Batian Jiao was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He really didn't expect Ling Xiao to not only break his attack so easily, but also launch an attack at him in such a situation. He didn't show any mercy from the beginning. He really wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao as soon as possible. This kid had given him too much of a surprise. However, being scared was just being scared. How could Batian Jiao allow Ling Xiao to behave so atrociously here? Batian Jiao roared as he looked at the light and shadow divine all that was shooting toward him. The cold current in the entire Grotto Heaven domain condensed together. The cold air kept acting on the light and shadow divine all, and the sticky obstruction kept pressuring the ball of energy. The terrifying light and shadow divine all was still flying forward as if it couldn't be stopped. Batian Jiao was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. In the end, he was glad that the light and shadow divine all stopped when it was about a foot away from his head. Batian Jiao sucked in a breath of cold air. He definitely didn't expect this. Since the beginning of the battle, he had obviously had the upper hand when they clashed head-on. However, the problem was that except for the first time when Ling Xiao clashed with him head-on, the rest of the time, he basically didn't have the chance to accumulate power. Chapter 1138. Ling Xiao's every attack was so sudden and powerful that Jiao Batian couldn't use his full strength to fight back. He was originally stronger than Ling Xiao, but now, he couldn't use his full strength and was being toyed around by Ling Xiao. Jiao Batian was usually very domineering, and no one could go against his wishes. But today, he was being humiliated by Ling Xiao. How could he tolerate such resentment? Brat, if I don't kill you today, how can I continue to be the emperor of the true Demon's Empire? I'll show you my true strength. As soon as Jiao Batian finished speaking, his entire body began to transform. His original human appearance instantly turned into a strange flood dragon. However, the flood dragon's upper body still had many human characteristics. After transforming, Jiao Batian didn't stay idle. He swung his huge tail with explosive force at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao definitely wasn't Jiao Batian's match in a head-on clash. If he was hit by the tail, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. At that time, he would become a target that others could easily bully. But that was only if he was hit. But would Ling Xiao be hit? The answer was no. In that instant, a pair of black and white wings sprouted from Ling Xiao's back as he activated the lightspeed technique. With a single leap, he actually flew tens of meters into the air, leaving Batian Jiao with only a carefree back view. What kind of movement technique is this? How can it be so powerful? Jiao Beishan's attack failed, and his tail smashed into the ground. The huge gully vented his anger, but it didn't calm him down. This person who had barged into the palace in the middle of the night was definitely not an ordinary person. Even if he was outside, he would definitely be an outstanding person. At the very least, he was a super genius. What's your name? Jiao Batian suddenly stopped attacking and asked. Ling Xiao crossed his arms and floated in the air. He smiled and said, asking for a guest's name at a time like this isn't the way to treat a guest. Cut the crap. I don't want to kill you just like that because of your talent. Jiao Batian was telling the truth. The True Devil Empire was rapidly growing, and needed a genius like this kid. In a few years, this would definitely become the cornerstone of the True Devil Empire. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. My name is Ling Xiao, the chosen one of the sacred dynasty. Oh right, your Plague Demon King, Evil Beast Demon King, and the recently deceased Lightning Demon King were all killed by me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Now that he had confirmed Jiao Beishan's identity, Ling Xiao decided to go all out and kill him. It could be imagined that the Emperor of the True Devil Empire had been killed by someone who had broken into the palace. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely have a huge negative impact on the army of the True Devil Empire. At the very least, it would cause morale to drop. So you're that Ling Xiao. Looks like I can't spare you. After hearing Ling Xiao's self-introduction, Jiao Beishan's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Now that he knew Ling Xiao's true identity, how could he let him leave so easily? Ling Xiao smiled and said, "It's not that you don't want to spare me. It's just that I suddenly realized that you're a pushover, so I decided to kill you." After saying that, Ling Xiao's aura began to rise rapidly. Previously, he had not used his full strength, and he had not even used the power of his mountain river martial soul. At this moment, his crazy aura was like a sharp sword that was pointed at Jiao Batian. Behind Ling Xiao, the sun and moon shine together appeared. How is this possible? You're still holding back. Jiao Batian was shocked when he saw Ling Xiao's aura continue to rise. Perhaps it was because he sensed the strength of his opponent. Jiao Batian touched his storage ring lightly. A huge three-pronged trident appeared in his hand. Jiao Batian had to use a weapon to deal with an opponent whose cultivation was much lower than his. This showed how much he valued Ling Xiao. It also showed that he was starting to be afraid. However, Ling Xiao's aura was still rising. The light of the sun and moon continued to shine in the cold current, compressing Jiao Beishan's cold current paradise into a piece of paper. A Grotto Heaven Realm expert without the paradise domain might not be much stronger than a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Ling Xiao was relying on the Mountain River Martial Soul's terrifying effect to erase Jiao Beishan's advantage. The rest of the battle would depend on their experience and fighting techniques. Eye of Light. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's Taikai eye released a dazzling light. Jiao Batian closed his eyes subconsciously. The moment he closed his eyes, he knew that he was in trouble. He wanted to open his eyes, but he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. When he opened his eyes, Ling Xiao was still standing in the same place, but he had clearly been stabbed in the abdomen. The wound was bleeding profusely, and many of the scales on his body had shattered. Damn it! Jiao Batian ignored his injuries and waved his trident. Countless water spikes condensed into even more powerful ice spikes, which flew towards Ling Xiao. Pouncing from all directions, Ling Xiao had no way of dodging. However, Ling Xiao didn't dodge at all. As his Taikai eye rotated, a powerful soul power gushed out from it. Burning the heavens, the terrifying flames spread out, and an extremely spectacular scene appeared in the sky. Catcher, 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 catcher. All the ice spikes were burned into steam by the blazing flames and disappeared without a trace. Soul power. Secret soul technique. You're not from the soul race, are you? Jiao Batian was even more shocked. He couldn't understand how a cultivator could use such a terrifying secret soul technique unless he was from the soul race. Ling Xiao ignored Jiao Beishan's question. Since he had already started attacking, he wouldn't stop. Light shadow escape. His figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already above Jiao Beishan's head, and the golden crow sword in his hand stabbed down. An even more resplendent light bloomed. This was a huge killing intent formed by the interweaving of light and shadow. The speed was too fast, the angle was too tricky, and the attack was too sudden. Facing this attack, Zhao Batian could only brandish his trident in an attempt to block it. At this moment, Zhao Batian no longer underestimated his opponent. Facing Ling Xiao's strange attacks, all he could do was block and be on guard. Although he felt aggrieved, there was nothing he could do. He believed that if he fought force with force, he would definitely have the upper hand. However, Ling Xiao wouldn't give him the chance to fight force with force. Eye of Darkness. The sixth step of the Shadow Profound Meanings Void technique was the complete opposite of the Eye of Light. When he used it, Zhao Batian felt his surroundings turn dark, and he didn't know where to attack with his weapon. When he tried to use his soul power to determine Ling Xiao's location, it was already too late. Chapter 1139. Boom. A loud explosion rang out from the top of Batian Zhao's head. Although his head was tough, his scales were still shattered. The destructive power of the light shadow was simply terrifying. If Batian Zhao wasn't a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, this attack would have sent him straight to hell. The injured Batian Zhao frantically waved his huge body to protect himself. Violent gales shot out in all directions and sent Ling Xiao flying again. TSK, just a little bit more. Ling Xiao couldn't help but click his tongue. His golden crow sword had almost pierced Batian Zhao's head, but this guy had interrupted it. Fortunately, this attack had at least injured Batian Zhao. This was the effect he wanted. He wanted to use his continuous attacks to injure Batian Zhao. This way, even if Batian Zhao was a Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, he would lose his ability to fight due to excessive blood loss and exhaustion. He had to torture this guy to death no matter what. There was no other way. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, it wasn't easy for him to defeat Batian Zhao easily. It was already quite difficult for him to torture this guy to death. This guy is clearly at the early stage of the 9th heavenly realm. How can he be so powerful? Batian Zhao panicked and actually used his life-saving technique. Layers of ice covered him. If Ling Xiao wanted to injure him, he would have to break through this layer of ice first. From the start of the chase to now, Batian Zhao's mind was still in a daze. It was a pity that he didn't know that Ling Xiao's martial soul was too powerful. Ling Xiao's soul power was too strong. Although his cultivation was higher than Ling Xiao's soul power was stronger than his. Ling Xiao's soul power was already at the level of a second Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator. As a result, Ling Xiao's overall strength was actually above his. What's wrong? The Emperor of the True Demons Empire, the tyrannical Batian Zhao, wants to be a coward today? Don't worry, I'll just break your tortoise shell. Ling Xiao knew that Batian Zhao was scared out of his wits. He probably couldn't even unleash half of his usual strength. This was the time for him to unleash his strongest attack. Behind him, the sun and moon disappeared, replaced by a huge Daotai. The golden crow sword in his hand, the light and shadow energy began to condense. If Batian Zhao had chosen to interrupt Ling Xiao's attack, he might have been able to block the attack. Unfortunately, he was a coward, and he didn't dare to come out. Batian Zhao's attack, which gave Ling Batit. Batibation Zhao. When Tyrant Flood Dragon sensed how terrifying this move was, he suddenly understood. Batian Zhen Zhao. After removing the huge ice coffin, Batian Zhao held the huge trident with both hands, and a cold aura began to condense. Since Ling Xiao wanted to meet force with force, then he would fulfill Ling Xiao's wish. This time, they would meet force with force to determine the victor. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao's attack would be stronger than his without so many strange moves. Soon, layers of ice began to condense on the trident, making it look beautiful and dangerous. The energy was still condensing. Batian Zhao's body was covered in a thick layer of ice, as if he was about to be frozen. Ice Dragon Spiral Stab. Batian Zhao's body and the trident in his hand began to spin at an increasingly fast speed. It was like a huge spiral cone. The surrounding air was torn apart, sucked in, and distorted. Kill. Finally, the huge ice spiral dragon soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. With a sonic boom, it turned into a white shadow and shot towards Ling Xiao. "You're going to die today." Batian Jiao had no other thoughts. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was still standing where he was. The light and shadow energy continued to condense on the golden crow sword. Since he wanted to decide the victor in one move, Ling Xiao had to make sure that his attack was strong enough. Doomsday of the Dao Tai. Finally, the huge monster roared and rushed out. It seemed to have been prepared for a long time. It opened its huge mouth and waved its claws at the spinning ice dragon. Boom! After the collision, a terrifying energy wave spread out in all directions. The ground was torn apart, and an area of dozens of square meters was torn apart. After the attack, Ling Xiao was still standing where he was. His long hair fluttered even though there was no wind. He had already put away the golden crow sword. Batian Jiao's entire body had sunk into the ground. His bones were probably all shattered, and he could no longer move. "Batian Jiao, I'll ask you one last time. Where is the soul armor? If you give it to me, I'll spare your life." After all, the soul armor was the most important thing for Ling Xiao. As for Batian Jiao's life, he could take it at any time. It was not a big deal. If he could defeat Batian Jiao once, he could do it again. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, brat, don't even think about it. Even if you kill me, you won't get the soul armor. Although Batian Jiao could still speak, his voice was weak and haggard. "Is it funny? Don't you know that you've missed the best chance to live?" Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. His Tai Kai eye moved, and a terrifying soul power entered Batian Jiao's spiritual sea. "You didn't lie to me. I'll let you use the soul armor. However, this kind of thing belongs to the capable. You don't deserve it." Ling Xiao wiped away Batian Jiao's spiritual imprint and put the soul armor on his origin soul. The soul armor was neither gold nor silver. It was made of a very special material. It could completely fuse with one's soul. It was very rare. After wearing it, one could clearly feel that one's soul had found a home and a sense of security. In the future, it would not be so dangerous when one's soul left the body. "Ah! Kill me! Kill me!" Batian Jiao roared angrily. "You can't die yet, and you won't die. To be exact, this body of yours is still useful. Continue cultivating here," Chen Feng said. Ling Xiao planned to attack the true demonic empire and needed a spy. However, until now, he had not found a spy in the true demonic empire. Since that was the case, he might as well use his soul to control Batian Jiao. This way, it would be easier to carry out his plan. No. Batian Jiao's face was filled with fear. At this moment, he suddenly realized that the young man in front of him was much more terrifying and powerful than he had imagined. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Ling Xiao killed Batian Jiao's soul and put it away with the eye of the divine flask. Chapter 1140. After that, Ling Xiao treated Jiao Beishan's body carefully and restored it to its original state. Only then did he leave behind a part of his soul and enter Jiao Beishan's body. If it was before, he wouldn't have been able to do this. But now, after cultivating the primordial spirit remnant scroll, he could split off a part of his soul to control a soulless body. This couldn't be considered as possessing. Possessing was much more difficult than this. After all, possession was to control a living being. After dealing with Jiao Beishan's body, Ling Xiao used the shadow steps and the shadow armor to silently leave the true demonic empire's palace. Perhaps it was because he was too pampered, or perhaps he was very confident in the palace's formation. No one in the true demonic empire's palace noticed Ling Xiao's presence, except for the eunuch whose memories had been erased. After successfully leaving the palace, the Moon Lady was still waiting there in boredom. The Yin-Yang Demon King didn't appear, so the Moon Lady sat there cross-legged to cultivate. The moonlight at night was very bright, and it was very good nutrition for her. "Let's go, big sister Moon Lady. I've already obtained the soul armor." Ling Xiao had gained a lot tonight. Not only did he obtain the soul armor, but more importantly, he had further honed his battle skills and understood his own strength. Facing the #1 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist who lacked battle experience, he still had a chance of winning. And it wasn't a small possibility. But if he wanted to win, It would take too long. It's almost dawn. You've been busy for a few hours. The Moon Lady chuckled. I had no choice. That guy was very difficult to deal with. I had to slowly grind him to death. It's too difficult to kill him directly. Ling Xiao shrugged. He was really helpless. All right, go back and rest for a while. Aren't you going to meet the people from the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Society tomorrow? The Moon Lady grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and disappeared into the night in a flash. The Sacred Dynasty Restoration Society was a relatively recent organization. It was a bit similar to the previous Heavenly Truth League. It was organized by some warriors who were trying to rebuild the Sacred Dynasty, and there were some acquaintances of Ling Xiao. Because they had the same goal, Ling Xiao planned to cooperate with the Sacred Dynasty. This way, he would have a greater chance of killing the Yin-Yang Demon King and destroying the true demonic empire. Wait, there seems to be a situation over there. In the darkness of the night, in an alley, a cultivator was being pursued. The identity of the person running for his life was unknown, but he was a human. However, the identity of the person chasing after him was very clear. He was from the Sea Clan, and was probably a secret force of the true Devil Empire. In such a situation, it was impossible for Ling Xiao not to help. The Moon Maiden nodded and floated to the ground. Along the way, he flung Ling Xiao away. Ling Xiao borrowed this force and his figure flashed. He turned into a bolt of lightning in the night sky, and several Sea Clan warriors who were chasing him were killed on the spot. They did not even have time to scream. The person being chased was actually seriously injured, and he was barely holding on to escape. If Ling Xiao did not help, he would definitely die. Seeing Ling Xiao kill a few Sea Clan warriors, the tense strength in his body seemed to relax, and he leaned against the wall and slid down. Thank you, little brother. How should I address you? He asked weakly. Why are you being chased by the Sea Clan in the middle of the night? Ling Xiao did not answer his question. Instead, he asked another question. The man hesitated for a moment before seeming to make up his mind and said, I won't hide it from you, little brother. I'm from the Sacred Dynasty Restoration Society. Because I was carrying out a mission, I was discovered by the Sea Clan's lackeys and was seriously injured. Please, can you go to the nearby Langdon city and look for us from the Sacred Dynasty Restoration Society? We need reinforcements. Right now, a large number of our brothers are trapped in the forest outside the city, facing the siege of pirates and the true Demon's Empire's lackeys. The situation is critical. Aren't you afraid that I'm also a lackey of the Sea Clan? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No, you just killed a few of the Sea Clan's lackeys. The man shook his head. But I'm not familiar with Langdon City, and it's even harder to find people from the Sacred Dynasty Restoration Society. You people come and go like a shadow. How can a stranger like me find you? Ling Xiao shook his head. It's okay. After you reach Langdon City, you just need to find someone called Wu Xiong. She'll pass our message to the Sacred Dynasty Restoration Society headquarters. Wu Xiong. Ling Xiao was stunned and asked, Are you talking about Wu Xiong from the Yuhua school? That's right. He used to be the leader of the Yuhua school. Now, he's the dean of the Heaven's Choice Academy. I'm telling you this because I trust you. I hope you won't tell anyone else. Perhaps because he felt that he was about to die, the martial artist from the Sacred Dynasty Restoration Society tried his best to tell Ling Xiao everything he could. If it were someone else, Ling Xiao might not help. However, this restoration society was related to his senior brother, Wu Xiong, so he had to help. Here, take this pill first. I guarantee that you won't die. Leave on your own after you can move. I have something to do first. Ling Xiao looked outside the city. The sky was still dark, and he could vaguely see a blood-red murderous aura outside the city. If he was not wrong, that should be the place where the people from the Sacred Dynasty Restoration Society were surrounded and killed. Little brother, don't tell me you're planning to save people outside the city. Don't be rash. The strongest among those pirates has reached the 10 Directions Heaven, and there are 4 of them. The rest are also powerful celestial realm martial artists. There are more than 40 of them. You won't be a match for them alone. The martial artist from the Restoration Society was so anxious that he even forgot to put the healing pill into his mouth. Nonsense. Ling Xiao stuffed the healing pill into his mouth and said, although it's not far from here to Langdon City, your people will all be dead by the time you get there. Then I'll go with you. The martial artist from the Restoration Society took the healing pill and realized that it was indeed magical. As soon as he took it, the wounds on his body began to heal quickly. Even though these wounds were originally just external injuries, such a miraculous pill was truly rare to come by. He actually felt that he could stand up and fight. You'll just be a burden if you go. But it's good to bring you along, so there won't be any misunderstandings. Ling Xiao lifted the martial artist's clothes and then leaped up. His feet left the ground and he actually flew in mid-air. The martial artist from the Restoration Society was dumbfounded. If he guessed correctly, the young man in front of him was definitely not older than 10 years old. How could he have such a magical movement technique? He could even glide while carrying someone. In the sky, the moon lady disappeared into the clouds and followed closely, but she did not show herself. She also knew that she could not spoil Ling Xiao too much. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would be like a flower in a greenhouse, never to grow. Chapter 1141. A moment later, Ling Xiao appeared in the sky above the forest. In the Taiji eye, the dark forest became bright, and he could clearly see that there were more than 10 human warriors surrounded in the middle. They were surrounded by Sea Clan warriors. It was easy to distinguish between humans and Sea Clan warriors. After all, Sea Clan warriors had a strange fishy smell on them. Floating in the air, Ling Xiao asked, "Are you talking about those Sea Clan warriors?" "Yes, it's them. We were originally preparing to enter Modu to meet with the Chosen One who was about to arrive here, but we were attacked by pirates. We even attracted the lackeys of the true Demon Empire and fell into a dangerous situation." The Restoration Clan warrior explained, "Young hero, what do we plan to do?" "I'll cooperate with you. It's not worth it. You can stay and rest." Ling Xiao carefully observed for a bit. Among those sea race martial artists, the strongest were 4 Deva realm martial artists with 10 directions heaven cultivation. This was nothing to him now. As for the rest, it was a piece of cake. Moreover, these Restoration Clan warriors were not to be trifled with. Especially one of them, a young girl wearing black clothes and holding 2 short knives in her hands. Her strength was not ordinary. Although his cultivation base was only in the 8 desolate heaven, he could still handle a 10 directions heaven sea tribe cultivator with ease. Her movement technique was ingenious. Her knife technique was even more exquisite. The enemy basically could not touch her. This woman was not old, about 20 years old. She was definitely much older than Ling Xiao, but compared to the other warriors, she was considered very young. Her blades were stained with the blood of the Sea Clan warriors, so she naturally became the target of the Sea Clan warriors. "Kill that *TCH first." One of the Sea Clan warriors pounced on the dual-blade woman in anger, and at the same time, he called out to the other Sea Clan warriors beside him. However, no matter how many people besieged the dual-blade woman, she could always use her beautiful movement technique to maneuver and avoid being surrounded. This way, the enemy's siege strategy was ineffective. Even so, the consumption was great. If this continued, sooner or later she wouldn't be able to run anymore. "Don't be afraid, Liu Chuang has already gone to Landon City to get reinforcements. As long as we can hold on for an hour, we'll be saved." The dual-bladed woman was obviously the leader of these warriors, so she also had the responsibility of boosting their morale. She could not let the morale of her own people fall too much. "That's right. Brothers, hold on. If we can't even overcome such a small obstacle, how can we revive the sacred dynasty?" Sometimes, mental power could really make a person brave and fierce. However, just like the Qi explosion pill, it could only last for a short period of time. Perhaps by the time the reinforcements arrived, all of them would have already been killed. "Ha ha ha, you stupid humans, stop dreaming. That Liu Chuang has already been killed by our people, and you still want to call for reinforcements? Dream on. Just accept your deaths obediently. Nothing I say can save you today." The oceanic species warrior laughed out loud. If not for Ling Xiao, perhaps the outcome would have been as he had expected. If Liu Chuang was killed, it would be impossible for reinforcements to arrive. On the other hand, these warriors from the Restoration Nation of the Sacred Dynasty would all die in battle. Kill. The Seafolk martial artists reorganized their attacks, wanting to make these Restoration Nation martial artists despair. Boom. All of a sudden, a dazzling light fell into the forest and exploded between the Oceanic Species warriors and the Restoration Nation's warriors. 6 to 7 Oceanic Species warriors died on the spot. The bodies of these dead cultivators emitted a charred smell. It was obvious that they had been burned by some kind of high temperature. As the smoke dispersed, a young man appeared in front of everyone. His long black hair emitted a strange luster, and his entire person seemed to contain an explosive power. The young man smiled and looked at the Oceanic Species warriors. Although his appearance had surprised both sides, the martial artists of the Restoration Nation were still excited. This person had killed several Oceanic Species warriors without saying anything. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he had also made his stance clear. He was probably here to help them. As for the Sea Race warriors, their expressions when they looked at Ling Xiao were not so kind. Their eyes were filled with hatred, and they were furious at this warrior who had appeared out of nowhere. Kill him. The furious leader of the Oceanic Species warriors gave the order. It was obvious that the other party was not one of them, so there was nothing to say. They just had to do it. Although the warriors on their side were basically all warriors with cultivation levels below 3 talents heaven, they were still Oceanic Species warriors. They would not allow any human to attack their fellow warriors. Following the leader's order, 4 figures turned into afterimages and pounced on Ling Xiao from 4 directions. These 4 Oceanic Species warriors were all warriors of the Avalon of 5 elements. In the Sky Dragon continent, they would definitely be considered experts. But in the Divine Phoenix continent, they were only considered ordinary. After all, the number of Grotto Heaven Realm warriors in the Divine Phoenix continent was much higher than in the Divine Phoenix continent. Facing the sudden attack from the Oceanic Species warriors, Ling Xiao only smiled slightly. He did not draw his sword. Against such warriors, he did not even need to use his hands, let alone his sword. The ultimate skill of the 6th step of the profound meaning of light, eye of light. As the Taikai eye rotated, 4 laser-like rays of light pierced through the air and penetrated the bodies of the 4 Oceanic Species warriors under everyone's watchful eyes. Bang, 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 bang. After the 4 rays of light shot out, Ling Xiao's eyes returned to normal. The 4 Oceanic Species warriors flew out as if they had been struck by lightning and landed on the ground. On the throat of every Sea Race martial artist, there was a very obvious burning hole. Perhaps it was because of the burn, but there was not a trace of blood. Ling Xiao, who was standing there, revealed an even more brilliant smile. After returning to the Sky Dragon continent from the Divine Phoenix continent, his strength was definitely at the top of this continent. Other than an extremely small number of warriors, he could be said to have crushed everyone. For practitioners of the Avalon of 5 elements were nothing in his eyes. How can this be? From the moment the Oceanic Species warriors attacked to the moment Ling Xiao's Eye of Light unleashed its power and killed the 4 Oceanic Species warriors, only a short time had passed. If one had to be precise, it would not have been more than 10 breaths. This scene not only stunned the several cultivators of the Restoration Nation, but also caused the Sea Tribe cultivators to feel a deep sense of dread. They did not expect that this young warrior, who looked somewhat immature, would actually have such valiant strength. Just how much power was contained in his body that didn't seem to be very tall? Terrifying. Who exactly is he? How can his attacks be so overbearing? The dual-wielding lady had long forgotten to attack. She looked at Ling Xiao with her mouth agape for a long time. When she finally came back to her senses, she let out an unprecedented cry of surprise. Chapter 1142. Yu Qin was sure that the young man was younger than her, but his strength far exceeded hers. Yu Qin, not bad, right? That's the reinforcements I asked for. At this moment, Liu Chuang, who had been thrown into the forest by Ling Xiao, ran excitedly to the martial artists of the Restoration Society. Liu Chuang, you're not dead. Didn't the Sea Race martial artists say that they killed you? Yu Qin asked in surprise. Of course, there was also joy in her surprise. Her comrade was still alive, which was the best-case scenario. Yes, I was almost killed. These lackeys' noses are too sharp, and their strength is too strong. I didn't even leave the Devil City, and they caught up to me. If it wasn't for that young hero's help, I'm afraid I would have died without a burial place, and you guys would be finished too. Liu Chuang shrugged and smiled bitterly. He saved you. Why did he save you? Why did he come to save us? What did you promise him? Yu Qin frowned. She didn't believe that there would be people who would help others for no reason. Liu Chuang shook his head. He didn't mention anything. I'm guessing that he's related to Wu Xiong, the president of the Restoration Society. He only decided to help us after hearing President Wu Xiong's name. Could he be President Wu Xiong's friend or junior? Yu Qin knew that Wu Xiong was once a student of the Yuhua school. Even though the Yuhua sect no longer existed and was completely integrated into the Heaven's Choice Academy, there were still many disciples from the Yuhua sect who went out to travel. I'm not sure about that, but you've seen his ability. He easily killed 4 practitioners from the Avalon of 5 elements. This kind of ability is really valiant. With him around, we won't have to die. Liu Chuang shook his head. Don't be too complacent. Don't forget that there are 4 warriors of the 10 directions heaven among the sea race warriors. Even he might not be able to handle them. We have to think of a way to help him. Yu Qin was sure that Ling Xiao was Wu Xiong's friend or junior, so she didn't think too much about it. It was just that the opponent was too strong. It was impossible for that young man to handle them alone. They were still at a disadvantage. Then what should we do? Why don't I go back and call for reinforcements? We can't let this young hero die for us, right? Liu Chuang said worriedly. All right, go to Landon City immediately. Be careful this time. We'll try our best to stall for time and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Yu Qin nodded. There's no need for that. You guys can just rest and recuperate. Just as Liu Chuang was about to leave, Ling Xiao's voice rang out. With a faint smile and a hint of confidence, it was as if he didn't care about those sea race cultivators at all. Do you know that there are 4 10 directions heaven martial artists among them? Now is not the time to be stubborn, Yu Qin said loudly. Trying to be brave. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have come here alone. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He didn't even turn around to look at Yu Qin. Yu Qin, I think we should just forget about it. Even if I go and ask for help now, it will be too late. It's almost dawn. Liu Chuang said with a bitter smile. Who knows, he might be a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm expert, or even a Grotto Heaven Realm expert. Stop joking. He looks like he's only 16 or 17 years old. Have you ever seen a Grotto Heaven Realm expert at this age? Yu Qin shook her head. But where does his confidence come from? Liu Chuang was also confused. No matter how he looked at it, Ling Xiao's strength was incomparably strong. However, it was a little difficult to convince him that Ling Xiao was a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. It was already very impressive for a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist at the age of 16 or 17. And he still wanted to advance to the Grotto Heaven Realm and become a Realm Lord? Perhaps he has some other trump card. When he was traveling, he might have obtained some powerful treasure. Yu Qin thought about it, and this was the only possibility. Just as Liu Chuang said, it was too late to call for reinforcements now. After dawn, as long as the Sacred Dynasty took action, they would definitely be targeted by the true demonic empire. At that time, the gains would not make up for the losses. Now, all hope could only be pinned on that young man. She hoped that he was not just bragging, but really had some ability. The martial artists of the Restoration Empire placed all their hopes on Ling Xiao. As for the sea race martial artists, they were a little wary of Ling Xiao. Of course, being wary did not mean that they were afraid, but that they valued him more. The leader of the sea race martial artists looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said in a cold and gloomy voice, "Lowly human, this is the true demonic empire. Once dawn comes, you will be finished. Offending our sea race here, you have done a very stupid thing. Maybe there's no need for dawn." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and began to secretly gather strength in his hands. After all, there were many opponents. It would not be easy to deal with all of them in a short period of time, so he had to catch them off guard. He could not let these guys escape, or else it would ruin his plan. Yes, there's really no need for Dawn, because you will die before dawn comes, the leader of the Sea Race martial artists said coldly. The Sea Race martial artist coldly said, "Now, I can give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Immediately disappear from here and we can forget about what you've just done. Let bygones be bygones." "I think you're afraid." Ling Xiao laughed. The leader of the Sea Race shuddered. Ling Xiao had guessed his thoughts correctly. He was indeed a little wary. Ling Xiao's previous appearance was too dazzling. Moreover, he had killed 4 martial artists of the Avalon of 5 elements with almost no effort at all. No matter how stupid he was, he could tell that Ling Xiao had not used his full strength. It was best not to make an enemy of such a terrifying person. However, how could he admit that Ling Xiao had guessed his thoughts correctly? "Human, you are courting death." A cold murderous aura erupted from the leader of the Sea Race martial artists. His body was trembling violently as he roared, "Kill, leave no one alive. Kill all these lowly humans." Yes. The remaining martial artists of the Sea Race heard the order and charged towards Ling Xiao furiously. They did not care about the morals of the pugilistic world. As long as they could kill their enemy, it would be their victory. As for the rest, who would care about it? "Liu Chuang, take care of the injured. The rest of you, come with me to help this young hero." Yu Qin had already decided to help Ling Xiao fight. After all, he was here to help them. They could not just stand by and watch. Seeing that the remaining martial artists of the Sea Race were all charging towards Ling Xiao, she shouted and led the martial artists of the Restoration Nation to charge forward. Boom! Suddenly, a tyrannical and overbearing aura was released from Ling Xiao's body, and it actually blocked them. "I've said it before. Stay there and recuperate. I alone am enough to deal with them. You will only be a hindrance if you interfere." Ling Xiao's voice was filled with unquestionable confidence. Chapter 1143. "How can you be like this? I'm just trying to help you." She heard Ling Xiao say that she would be a hindrance if she went up to help. Yu Qin was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She was a warrior of the 8 Desolation Heaven after all. How could someone say that she would be a hindrance? She really couldn't take it lying down. However, she really didn't dare to fall out with Ling Xiao now. After all, Ling Xiao was their only savior at this moment. If they offended Ling Xiao, they would really be in trouble later. "Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need for that." Ling Xiao's voice softened a lot. "Stubborn child." Yu Qin stomped her feet, looked back at the warriors of the Restoration Nation, and said, "Don't lower yourself to the level of a child. If you find something wrong later, go up. We can't let him die. Otherwise, our Restoration Nation will be too ashamed to face others." Yes. Almost all the warriors of the Restoration Nation thought that they would definitely take action next. With Ling Xiao's strength, it was impossible for him to stop so many people. However, in the next moment, all of their jaws dropped to the ground. The powerful murderous aura that Ling Xiao suddenly released made them feel great fear. It was as if they were facing a terrifying existence that had killed thousands of warriors. That terrifying murderous aura even condensed into a huge blood-red long sword that floated above the young man's head. This guy can't be an old monster, right? How can he have such a terrifying murderous aura at such a young age? Even I feel a chill all over my body. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was standing there surrounded by blood-red murderous aura, Yu Qin couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She couldn't speak very well. "Even if he's not an old monster, I'm afraid he's a veteran of killing. I'm afraid that countless warriors have died in his hands." Liu Chuang's throat twitched as he said. "Yu Qin, do you think he's the chosen one?" Someone in the crowd suddenly asked in a low voice. "Yes. That's right, that's right. It must be him. I've never heard of such a freak among humans." Yu Qin suddenly remembered. The Sacred Dynasty had arranged a secret meeting with the Chosen One, Ling Xiao, in Shanghai. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao should have arrived by now. As for the legendary Heaven's Chosen Son, although they had never seen him before, there were many legends about the Heaven's Chosen Son. No wonder he's so domineering, so valiant, and so confident. He's not afraid even when facing so many cultivators. The Chosen One is indeed the Chosen One. Even if his cultivation is not strong, his battle prowess is frighteningly high. Liu Chuang revealed a joyful expression. He did not expect that he would be saved by the legendary figure. This was a great honor. Great, the heaven's chosen one has appeared. We are all saved, ha ha ha. The martial artists of the Restoration Nation all revealed happy smiles after surviving a calamity. When Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent rushed towards the Sea Race martial artists, the Sea Race martial artists were clearly affected by the killing intent. All of them panicked and were shocked. They could feel what this powerful killing intent meant. The young man in front of them was definitely not an ordinary martial artist. He was a demon who had killed countless people. The moment of panic was an excellent opportunity for Ling Xiao. But to the Sea Race martial artists, it was definitely doomsday. Ling Xiao released the doomsday Dao Tai that had been condensing for a long time without holding back. The huge Dao Tai roared and charged into the crowd. The first to bear the brunt was a 10 Directions Heaven Sea Race martial artist who was charging at the front. In an instant, his entire body was swallowed by the huge Dao Tai. Not even his flesh was left behind. One-sided. It was a complete one-sided massacre. Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a cold smile. He was not playing around when he was talking nonsense with the other party. The Doomsday Dao Tai that had been accumulating power for half a day did not kill a large number of enemies. It would be a waste of his attack. Screams intertwined into one. Death had become the main theme here. It was just one attack. A 10 Directions Heaven martial artist died in battle. More than 10 martial artists of Avalon of 5 elements and above died without leaving behind any corpses. This was Ling Xiao's battle record. Moreover, it was only a single move. Suddenly, powerful. The effect was shocking. Looking at Ling Xiao, who stood there like a god of war, all the martial artists from the Restoration Nation were dumbfounded. They had imagined that Ling Xiao was very strong. But they did not expect such a situation. Even a martial artist who had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm could not create such a terrifying scene when facing so many Celestial Realm martial artists, right? No matter what, the other party was a martial artist with 4 10 Directions Heaven cultivation. The rest were also martial artists of Avalon of 5 elements and above. But under Ling Xiao's hands, they were like puppets without any resistance. Just one move. It caused the tragedy of more than 10 martial artists not leaving behind any corpses. The most terrifying thing was that there was actually a 10 Directions Heaven martial artist among them. What was this guy's cultivation level? Both Yu Qin and Liu Chuang did not understand and were completely dumbfounded. But the battle did not end there. In the next moment, Ling Xiao's body turned into a black and white light and then completely disappeared. When he appeared again, another martial artist with 10 Directions Heaven cultivation had his body pierced through, dying until he could not be more dead. Ling Xiao was like a ghost with the speed of light. They could not block it. They could not capture it. Don't panic, form a battle formation and protect each other. The Sea Clan martial artists did not collapse immediately. After a moment of panic and loss, they quickly organized a new attack. The so-called battle formation was a very flexible formation. It used the cooperation between martial artists to form a special formation. Not only could it increase the corresponding attributes, but it could also rely on each other and not be broken down one by one. Ling Xiao's performance was so amazing that the Sea Clan martial artists thought that they could not charge in recklessly. If they did, they would definitely be defeated by Ling Xiao one by one and all of them would die here. Flood Dragon Hunting Formation. It was a very simple battle formation. But it had quite a good combat strength. The formation was like a flood dragon, with the remaining 2 10 Directions Heaven martial artists as the leaders, and the rest of the martial artists following behind. They could not only assist the 2 of them but also be protected by the 2 of them. It was really impossible for Ling Xiao to break them one by one. If I can't break them one by one, then I'll destroy this flood dragon. Ling Xiao sneered and finally took out the golden crow sword. On the sword blade, killing intent gathered, stronger than before. I didn't expect him to still have strength. What cultivation level is this guy? I heard that when the Chosen One left the Heavenly Dragon continent, he was not a Heaven Realm martial artist, right? Liu Chuang said in shock. I heard that when he left, he should already be a one-line Heaven martial artist. Yu Qin said. But even if that's the case, how long has it been since he left? Less than a year. How on earth did he cultivate? Is he still human? Liu Chuang was completely unable to believe it. Chapter 1144. What is a super freak? This is a super freak. Why is he the Chosen One and not Haim Myung-Ke? Not Mo Wushang? Not someone else? Don't you understand? Yu Qin sighed. President Wu Xiong once told me many things about the Chosen One, but I didn't believe it at that time. I was like you, thinking how powerful a 16 or 17-year-old boy could be. What could he accomplish? But now I believe it. Not only that, but I've also become a supporter of this Chosen One. While she was speaking, the battle was still going on. After a moment of stalemate, Ling Xiao seemed to have found a way to deal with the flood dragon hunting formation. At that moment, Yu Qin and the others seemed to feel that Ling Xiao had disappeared. It was as if the one standing there was no longer Ling Xiao, but a sword. It was a sword that could break anything. Tai Chi sword body. A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. Man and sword merged perfectly. Light and shadow formed a perfect Tai Chi. A bright light flashed through the dark forest. There was no magnificent scene. But the result was very shocking. Ling Xiao's figure appeared again, but what was left on the ground were corpses. Only a 10 Directions Heaven Sea Clan cultivator saw that the situation was not right and actually betrayed his comrades at the last moment, turning and fleeing. Looking at the Sea Clan cultivator who was fleeing further and further away, Ling Xiao stabbed out with the golden crow sword. A crimson sun all pierced through the night and disappeared into the distance. At the same time, the escaping Sea Clan cultivator finally fell to the ground, his body burning. But what was strange was that the flames did not spread to other places, only burning on the Sea Clan cultivator's body. It's all settled. Are you guys all right? After putting away the golden crow sword, Ling Xiao looked back at the Restoration Nation cultivators and asked. At this time, the Restoration Nation cultivators were still immersed in the shocking battle just now. Startled by Ling Xiao's question, Yu Qin hurriedly replied, "We're fine, we're fine. Luckily you came in time. Although we're all injured, it's not too serious." "Thank you." "That's right. No matter who you are or why you saved us, you're our savior. We have to thank you. My name is Liu Chuang. You saved me in Demon City before, so I owe you 2 lives. Liu Chuang said that with a smile. Hihi, it's just a small matter. Moreover, the oceanic race has taken over our human countries and treated us like 2-legged beasts. They have abused and humiliated us as they wish. I have never been soft-hearted when it comes to killing them." Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Young hero, you're not called Ling Xiao, are you?" Yu Qin probed. "That's right, I'm Ling Xiao." "Why?" Ling Xiao did not mind revealing his identity since he would meet the Restoration Nation sooner or later. "You're really Ling Xiao. You're the Chosen One, Ling Xiao." Liu Chuang jumped up excitedly. The wounds on his body split open, causing him to grimace in pain. "Heaven's Chosen One, I guess. Back then, at the martial arts festival held in the Holy City, I indeed received such a title." Ling Xiao said with a smile. "It's really you. That's great. Our president has been talking about you. He said that if you were here, the Restoration Nation would definitely develop and grow stronger." Yu Qin said with a smile, "By the way, Lord Chosen One, are you going to Demon City to meet the Restoration Nation? If so, let's go together. With Liu Chuang and I leading the way, it'll be easy for you to find the Restoration Nation's branch in Demon City. Let's go to Landon City. I've been wandering around Demon City and found that the true Demons Empire is guarding this city very tightly. Plus, so many Sea Clan martial artists died here today. They'll definitely be more nervous and it'll be easy for something to happen. Why don't we go to Landon City? I haven't seen your president, Wu Xiong, for a long time. Let's catch up with him," Ling Xiao said after some thought. No problem. Landon City is considered a subsidiary city of Demon City. It's very close to here. It'll take about 15 minutes to get there. Perhaps it was because of her admiration, Yu Qin completely agreed with Ling Xiao's suggestion. All right, let's go together. I have some rejuvenation pills here. Take them and let your people take them. They're very effective in treating injuries. Since the Restoration Nation was established by his benefactor and senior brother Wu Xiong, they were considered his people. Ling Xiao naturally had to treat them better. It was just a dozen or so rejuvenation pills. They were nothing valuable. Liu Chuang, to prevent any misunderstandings, you should go back and report to the chosen child about going to Landon City. Yu Qin, this woman, was quite considerate. After all, the original meeting place was in Demon City. Now that Ling Xiao suddenly wanted to go to Landon City, she had to inform him in advance. Otherwise, there might be some misunderstandings and it would not be good for anyone. No problem, Lord Chosen Child. I'll take my leave first. Liu Chuang smiled and jumped up the tree like a monkey. His figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. At that moment, the sky was already turning bright. Ling Xiao followed Yu Qin and the rest around Demon City. He quickened his pace and headed toward Landon City. Although it would take a longer journey, it was much safer. No matter what, the Restoration Nation of the Sacred Dynasty was a reactionary organization to the true Demon's Empire. If he went there openly, it would be the same as inviting others to capture him. Moon Lady had been following Ling Xiao, but she didn't show herself. As long as she stayed near Ling Xiao, she would be able to absorb the moonlight energy in Ling Xiao's body. She knew clearly that Ling Xiao was still a young man who was still growing. Many times, if she was present, it would make things much simpler and lose the meaning of training. For example, in the battle earlier, if she were to appear, those Sea Clan practitioners would probably turn around and leave. They wouldn't choose to battle at all. Along the way, Yu Qin told Ling Xiao about the general situation of the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Nation. This organization had not been established for a long time, but its influence wasn't weak. It had always been active in the heart of true Demon's Empire, engaging in rescuing humans, spying for information and assassinating traitors. Although there weren't any large-scale military operations, but it had brought a lot of trouble to true Demon's Empire, causing them to have no intention to continue expanding. When the morning sun hung high in the sky, Landon City had already appeared in everyone's vision. Landon City's scale was much smaller than Demon City, but it was bigger than Heaven Peak City. Its scale was about the same as Sky Cloud City. Seeing this city, the practitioners from the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Nation revealed a relaxed smile. Only when they were here would they feel safe. Although Landon City was under the control of true Demon's Empire's City Lord, but it was still not comparable to Demon City. The Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Nation's influence was still huge and many of its members had infiltrated into the City Lord's residence. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to obtain any useful information. Chapter 1145. After entering the city, Yu Qin and the others did not show any special behavior. They were just like ordinary martial artists. They walked towards a large trading company in the middle of the city. Xianglong Trading Company. On the surface, this trading company was doing business, but in reality, only a few people knew that this place was actually a contact point for the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Society. As for the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Society headquarters, there was actually no fixed location. Once there was any movement, they would immediately move. Therefore, this contact point was usually a gathering place for the Restoration Society's core members. The rest of the Restoration Society's warriors were sent away by Yu Qin along the way. They all returned to their residences to wait for the next mission. Only Yu Qin brought Ling Xiao into the Xianglong Trading Company. The Xianglong Trading Company's scale was very large, and its business was very prosperous. If one was not an internal member, it would be hard to imagine that this was the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Society's contact point. The workers and shopkeepers here were all members of the Restoration Society. Although they looked ordinary on the surface, they were all warriors who hid their strength well. At critical moments, they could all fight with their weapons. Lord Chosen One, you might not know this, But the current power structure of Langdon City is very special. The strongest is naturally the City Lord's mansion because they have the true demonic empire as their backing. The City Lord of Langdon City is a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. We don't know his exact cultivation level, but we can be sure that neither our Restoration Society nor the other organization, the Heavenly Reason Alliance, dares to provoke them. Yu Qin introduced, the Heavenly Reason Alliance is also secretly active. They have some cooperation with our Restoration Society, but they don't completely trust each other. However, they are very strong and are on par with our Restoration Society. Ling Xiao nodded. The City Lord's mansion of Langdon City represented the true demonic empire. The Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Society represented the Heaven's Chosen Academy. Naturally, the Heavenly Reason Alliance represented themselves. These three powers were all in Langdon City, so they would definitely have a lot of contact with each other. Wu Xiong was also very powerful. The Restoration Society was the latest to be established, but they were on par with the Heavenly Reason Alliance. He was indeed a rare talent. He just did not know if his senior brother's cultivation level had increased. Ling Xiao. Without waiting for Yu Qin to report, Wu Xiong had already rushed out impatiently. He was the president of the Restoration Society and also the owner of the Xianglong Trading Company. Under normal circumstances, he would not show his face, for safety reasons. But after listening to Liu Chuang talk about Ling Xiao, he was a little excited. Ling Xiao was not only his savior, but also his good brother, and a junior brother that he admired very much. Although they were not related by blood, their relationship was better than that of many biological brothers. At the same time, Wu Xiong hugged Ling Xiao tightly. Ling Xiao did not resist. He was also very excited. After being a martial artist for so long, he did not have many true friends, and Wu Xiong was definitely one of the most important ones. Senior brother, I haven't seen you for a few months and your cultivation seems to have improved. Finally, they separated after a warm hug. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Xiong and smiled. What am I? In just a few months' time, I've only managed to raise my cultivation from the first paradise to the pinnacle of the second paradise. Compared to a monster like you, I can't even begin to compare at all. Wu Xiong smiled bitterly. Although he did not know the exact cultivation of Ling Xiao, he was sure that Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the extreme realm that a 16-year-old youth could reach. It's okay. Ling Xiao said modestly. Don't be modest. Let's go, I'll take you to see two friends that you know before. Wu Xiong put his arm around Ling Xiao's shoulder and walked inside. The structure of the trading company was very special. It was not obvious from the outside, but when one went inside, one would find that this was simply a small castle. It would not be easy for anyone to attack this place. The three people passed through layers of protection and finally arrived at the deepest courtyard. Ling Xiao indeed saw two acquaintances. Acquaintances who were both enemies and friends. One was Feng Yaoareo. The other was Army Breaker. It seems that we are fated, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Greetings to the Chosen One. Feng Yaoareo and Army Breaker bowed. All right. You don't have to be so polite in front of me. The three of us can be considered to have gotten to know each other after fighting. Just call me Ling Xiao, lest we become strangers. Although he had fought with Feng Yaoareo and Army Breaker before, there was no deep hatred between them. On the day when the Holy City met its end and the Sacred Dynasty was destroyed, these two people did not choose to leave with Sikongzun. Instead, they went to the Heavenly Truth League. However, they were not happy during their time in the Heavenly Truth League. Because the Heavenly Truth League was simply like a puppet of the true Devil Empire. There were many things that made them unhappy. Therefore, in the end, they joined the Heaven's Chosen Academy and became Wu Xiong's right-hand men. Feng Yaorao's cultivation had now reached the Avalon of 5 elements. Army Breaker was on par with her. Although this kind of cultivation was nothing in the Divine Phoenix continent, in the Heavenly Dragon continent, it was definitely the backbone and could be of great help. Alright, then I'll call you Brother Ling, Feng Yaoareo said with a smile. Her smile was still so enchanting, but it was more mature and seemed to have experienced many things. If you don't mind, can I call you Brother Ling? Army Breaker was a little embarrassed. During the martial arts festival, he was completely defeated by Ling Xiao. He was completely conquered by Ling Xiao's charisma and strength. Of course I don't mind. Ling Xiao smiled. In fact, to be able to turn an enemy into a friend was also a good thing for him. Brother Ling, can I exchange a few moves with you? Army Breaker was bursting with fighting spirit as he asked. Army Breaker, you're simply looking for a beating. He was stronger than you before, and now he's definitely much stronger than you. If you fight with him, you won't have a good time. Feng Yaoareo smiled. I know, but I still want to try. Army Breaker said. Alright, you can make your move. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Army Breaker waved his hand, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Then, a violent killing intent burst out, and he pounced on Ling Xiao like a ferocious tiger. At the same time, the long spear was thrust out, and it actually let out the roar of a ferocious tiger. Strong heaven origin energy was released. Compared to the martial arts festival, he was much stronger. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Xiao. Facing Army Breaker's fierce attack, Ling Xiao suddenly activated his Tai Chi Eye of Darkness, the sixth step of the shadow profound meaning. At that moment, Army Breaker felt as if he was swallowed by a pitch-black monster. Not only did he lose feeling of his long spear, but even his heaven origin energy seemed to be pouring into a bottomless abyss. Feng Yaoareo and Wu Xiong looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They had already estimated Ling Xiao to be very strong, but they were still shocked by this scene. Army Breaker, who was at the late stage of the Avalon of 5 elements, was actually defeated by Ling Xiao, who didn't even make a move. After a while, Ling Xiao withdrew his Tai Chi Eye. Army Breaker regained his ability to move, but his eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 1146. Ling Xiao's arrival in the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Conference added to the joyous atmosphere. Ever since he became the president of the Restoration Conference, Wu Xiong, who did not dare to drink easily, made an exception and had a few drinks with Ling Xiao. Of course, drinking was not the only thing during the banquet. Ling Xiao and the Restoration Conference planned to work together, and this time, they were discussing the details of the collaboration. The Restoration Conference would act secretly and sneak into Demonic City to prepare for the uprising. Ling Xiao would lead the army to attack from the outside. With a pincer attack, it was definitely possible to destroy Demonic City. As for the specific details, both sides were very cautious and discussed for a full 2 hours before deciding. After the discussion ended, Ling Xiao reluctantly left Langton City. Although he really wanted to stay with Wu Xiong and the others for a while longer, there was an important matter at hand. He could not afford to waste time here. After leaving Langton City, Ling Xiao originally planned to go directly to Demonic City to continue his investigation. He wanted to be prepared to flatten Demonic City. However, on the way, he suddenly remembered that he still had something important to tell Wu Xiong, which was about the current emperor of the true demonic empire, Jiao Batian. Jiao Batian was a very important chess piece. If he told Wu Xiong, it would be easier for Wu Xiong and the others to act. After all, he was the emperor of the true demonic empire. However, when he returned to Langton City, he realized that something was not right. He definitely did not leave for more than 15 minutes, but the current Langton City felt completely different from before. Although there were many seafolk soldiers patrolling the streets of Langton City before, they were all normal patrols. However, this time, the entire Langton City seemed to be under martial law. Even the people doing business on the streets were nowhere to be seen. The entire city was shrouded in dark clouds. It was the calm before the storm. Ling Xiao did not enter the city through the normal way because he realized that it was unrealistic. Outside the city gates, on top of the city towers, there were a large number of soldiers guarding. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. What happened? Ling Xiao was a little worried. He suspected that what had happened last night had been exposed, and the Sacred Dynasty was now being targeted. If that was the case, then the Sacred Dynasty's situation would be extremely dangerous. Ling Xiao used Shadow Step to easily avoid the patrolling guards and headed for the auspicious Prosperity Trading Company. Several people were lying on the ground in front of the Xiong Long Trading Company. Although they were not dead, They were all tied up and looked very angry. The Auspicious Prosperity Trading Company's signboard had long since been smashed into pieces. It lay weakly on the ground, already broken into pieces. Ling Xiao's frown deepened. His worries had become reality. It seemed that something had really happened to the Xianglong Trading Company. Although he did not know what was going on, he would not allow Wu Xiong to be in danger no matter what. Although they were not related by blood, they were closer than brothers. He would never allow anything to happen to him. Ling Xiao, there's an ambush in the courtyard, but you can handle it with your strength. Do you want me to help? In the sky, the Moon Maiden asked with concern. Sister Moon Maiden, find my senior brother Wu Xiong first. If he's fine, don't interfere. Ling Xiao said. Okay. The Moon Maiden agreed and flew to the backyard of the Auspicious Prosperity Trading Company. With her around, Wu Xiong and the others would not be in danger. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, then kicked open the tightly shut door. Just as the door opened, several arrows pierced through the air and flew toward him. They tore through the air and shot fiercely toward Ling Xiao. In the face of the sudden attack, Ling Xiao's expression was cold and indifferent, as if he did not see it at all. A layer of reddish-gold light appeared on his body. He still lifted his foot and walked forward. When the arrow was more than a meter away from him, it was as if it had encountered the sun and instantly turned into ashes, not leaving a single drop of metal behind. At the same time that the arrow turned into ashes, Ling Xiao's figure had already closed in on the person who shot the arrow. There were 4 archers, and each of them shot 2 arrows in unison. Their cultivation base was around the celestial realm, around the heaven and earth realm. Each of them was wearing the standard leather armor of Langton City's soldiers. Die. A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. When he approached the archer, 4 rays of light shot out from the Taiji eye and pierced the 4 archers' throats. Master Ling Xiao. Behind the counter, a person covered in blood struggled to climb out and shouted at Ling Xiao. His voice was hoarse and low. It was obvious that it was caused by his serious injuries. Even so, he had an ecstatic expression on his face. When he saw Ling Xiao, it was as if he saw his savior. You're the shopkeeper from before. Although Ling Xiao had only been to the Auspicious Prosperity Trading Company once, his memory was very good. He remembered very clearly that this person was one of the shopkeepers of the Auspicious Prosperity Trading Company. Although the 2 of them had never spoken a word, Ling Xiao still remembered him well. Fart. The shopkeeper spat out a mouthful of blood and looked very weak. Ling Xiao hurriedly took out a rejuvenation pill and stuffed it into his mouth. He asked, "What happened? I've only been gone for 15 minutes. How did this happen?" Don't ask anymore, Master Ling Xiao. Hurry to the backyard. The city lord of Langton City suddenly went berserk. I don't know what happened, but he sent people to besiege the Auspicious Prosperity Trading Company. President Wu Xiong was harmed and poisoned. I'm afraid he can't use his full strength. The situation is critical. People who did such secret things were most afraid of betrayal by their partners. However, betrayal was very common in this industry. Wu Xiong was either inexperienced or too trusting of others. That was why he was plotted against and tricked. However, no matter what the reason was, Ling Xiao would never allow anything to happen to Wu Xiong. Fortunately, the Moon Lady had gone over. Wu Xiong would definitely not die. This made him feel better. Don't worry. Senior brother Wu Xiong is not that easy to deal with. Ling Xiao channeled his energy to treat the shopkeeper's injuries. This was because he found that this person's injuries were very serious. Just the rejuvenation pill alone would not be able to save him. He had to channel his energy to treat his injuries. Otherwise, he would really die. Since Wu Xiong and the others were not in danger, it was fine to stay and help this person. Who is the traitor? Ling Xiao asked. Jiao Yangjun. The shopkeeper gritted his teeth and said, this Jiao Yangjun was originally a genius martial artist that the president thought highly of. He was not even 30 years old, but his cultivation had reached the half-step grotto heaven realm. But I didn't expect this guy to betray us. Damn it. I'll remember this name. He must die. Ling Xiao hated traitors. Even more than he hated his enemies. Is there anything else you know? Tell me everything. Ling Xiao asked. Also, Master Ling Xiao, be careful. This time, there is a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist who brought people to attack our auspicious Prosperity Trading Company. He is the East County Marquis of the Divine Phoenix Empire. This guy is very powerful. If the president was not poisoned, he would definitely be able to kill him. But that might not be the case now. The shopkeeper replied. Chapter 1147. The East County Marquis. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I thought I wouldn't meet him here, but I didn't expect to meet him here. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Killing Jiao Batian was not enough for him. This time, he wanted to experience the thrill of fighting with a first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist when facing the East County Marquis. Jiao Batian was too weak and had no reference value. The East County Marquis was different. This guy was once a war hero of the Divine Phoenix Empire. Although he had become arrogant now, he would not lose his past experience. Therefore, this guy was definitely an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. It was very difficult for him to face a first Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist with his early 9th Heaven cultivation. But he was not afraid. After all, he did not use his full strength when dealing with Jiao Batian. Where did that Jiao Yongjun you just mentioned go? Ling Xiao asked. I'm not sure. After Jiao Yongjun betrayed President Wu Xiong, he left. Maybe he's in the City Lord's mansion. The shopkeeper said. Okay, after I settle the matters here, I'll go to the City Lord's mansion to settle the score with Jiao Yongjun. The traitor must die miserably. Otherwise, it will be difficult to punish him as an example to others. Ling Xiao patted the shopkeeper's shoulder gently and said, Okay, you can rest here first. I've already healed most of your injuries. At least you won't die. After I settle the matters in the backyard, I'll treat you again. Okay. The shopkeeper was not clear about Ling Xiao's strength, but the reputation of the Chosen One was too well known. He had absolute worship and blind trust for the Chosen One, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood up, and then his face became gloomy. A cold murderous aura spread in all directions. In the backyard of the Xianglong Trading Company, the City Lord's Mansion's army had forced the Xianglong Trading Company's martial artists to a point where they could not retreat. Both sides were at daggers drawn. Their gazes were filled with incomparable hatred and killing intent. In the air, two figures were fighting. This was an absolute life and death battle. There was no room for mistakes. Whoever made a mistake would die without a burial place. One of them was Wu Xiong. At this moment, his countenance was ghastly pale, and his expression was furious. His attacks had become even fiercer and unreasonable, and it was even to the extent that he didn't hesitate to suffer injuries in order to kill Chen Shi in a short period of time. There was no other way. He was poisoned. Moreover, it was a poison that was very difficult to cure. The longer the battle dragged on, the weaker he would become, and the less likely it would be for him to win. His opponent was a martial artist who had just entered the Grotto Heaven Realm. Normally, he wouldn't be afraid. But now, the only way to solve the auspicious Prosperity Trading Firm's predicament was to kill him as soon as possible. He could escape. With his cultivation and strength, no one here could stop him. But if he left, what would happen to his brothers? He was the one who founded the sacred dynasty. How could he choose to run away at this critical moment? That was too despicable and shameless. It wasn't his style either. On the other side was a middle-aged man wearing a purple battle robe and a purple gold crown. He looked very noble. He was the East Commandery Marquis. The East County Marquis knew that Wu Xiong was poisoned, so he did not fight Wu Xiong head-on. He only relied on his movement skills to dodge. Looking at Wu Xiong's sorrowful and helpless look, a victorious smile appeared on his face. This smile was full of mockery and ridicule. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. Below the battlefield, the martial artists of the auspicious Prosperity Trading Firm did not dare to act rashly. Although their eyes were about to spit fire, they were so angry that they wanted to die together with the enemy. But there was no other way. If they moved, the people of the City Lord's mansion would also move. In the end, not only would they not be able to help, but they would also cause greater losses. Feng Yaoreo and Army Breaker, who were standing at the front, had gloomy and ugly expressions. Their faces were filled with unwillingness and intense anger. The other party could have led an army to kill them all. But he didn't do that. Why? Because he wanted to torture their president in front of them. This was humiliation, helplessness, and heart-wrenching pain. Yao, listen. Once the battle starts, I will do my best to protect you. No matter what, we must find Ling Xiao. We must take revenge. Army Breaker suddenly looked at Feng Yarao and said, if the East County Marquis continues to fight like this, President Wu Xiong will be defeated sooner or later. Only Ling Xiao can take revenge for us. When we joined the Restoration Society together, we said that we will live and die together. I will not run away. Feng Yarao shook her head and said, silly. If you don't leave, who will spread the news here? Who can take revenge for us? Army Breaker said angrily. Isn't there still Yu Qin? Her cultivation is stronger than ours. If she leaves, we will have a higher chance of winning. Feng Yarao said indifferently. I won't leave. I won't leave President Wu Xiong. Yu Qin shook her head firmly. Stop arguing. No one can leave here today. There is only one path for the people of the auspicious prosperity trading firm, and that is death. The East County Marquis' voice suddenly sounded. It was filled with strong disdain and contempt. I'm tired of playing. Wu Xiong, don't blame me for being shameless. You can only blame yourself for being blind and mistaking Jiao Yongjun for being despicable. Hee hee. Puff. Wu Xiong fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face was even uglier, and his body was extremely weak. It was almost to the point where he could not fight. Brothers, protect the president. Army Breaker shouted. He raised the long spear in his hand and rushed over with his men. Since they had already come to this point, they might as well die. At least, they had to drag a few people down with them before they died. Kill. A group of people rushed up at the same time. Those who stayed were all loyal and brave warriors of the sacred dynasty. Even in this extremely dangerous situation, they could still use their own blood to defend the dignity of the Restoration Society. Mitch, a bunch of trash. Don't do anything. Let me do it. The East County Marquis snorted coldly and said, you want to overthrow the rule of the true demonic empire with just 3 melons and 2 dates? It's simply the biggest joke in the world. In front of absolute strength, your bold words and courage are worthless. All of you, die. With a sneer, the East County Marquis' body burned with black flames. This flame was actually cold. It was a flame from the underworld. It was the biggest characteristic of the Dark Phoenix clan. He punched out with both fists. The powerful black flames turned into a huge dark phoenix and pounced out. A loud phoenix cry sounded. The entire auspicious prosperity trading firm was covered by black clouds. It was as cold as hell. Chance. Wu Xiong, who was lying on the ground and seemed to be unable to move, suddenly stood up. The blood-red light in his hand turned into a huge cross. Blood cross. The East County Marquis' face changed greatly. He knew that he had been fooled. He did not expect Wu Xiong to be so calm at this time. He could even think of such a way to deal with him. Chapter 1148. The East County Marquis did not want to fight Wu Xiong head-on. But this time, he had to. Damn you, Wu Xiong. I should have killed you earlier. The Dark Phoenix that was originally attacking Army Breaker and the others changed direction and attacked Wu Xiong. But because of the lack of time, before the Dark Phoenix could fly out, it was hit by Wu Xiong's blood cross. A sorrowful cry resounded throughout the entire Xionglong Trading Company. The East County Marquis was also sent flying by this attack. There was a bloody blood cross on his chest. The wound was very deep. His bones and internal organs could almost be seen. This was Wu Xiong's attack when he was extremely weak. Otherwise, this attack would definitely be able to kill the East County Marquis instantly. The injured East County Marquis was both terrified and angry. This time, Wu Xiong was completely lying on the ground, unable to move. He roared and rushed out in anger. Army Breaker and the others had already been stopped by the people brought by the East County Marquis. They could not stop the East County Marquis' angry attack. His vision had already begun to blur. Wu Xiong struggled to look at the figure with a helpless and bitter smile on his face. Ling Xiao, I'm sorry. We just met, but we have to part forever. I thought that everyone was as loyal as you. I didn't expect this. I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. If he died in battle, Wu Xiong would not have any regrets or unwillingness. This was because he had already made up his mind when he bet his life on the revival of the sacred dynasty. Even if he died, he would fulfill his wish. His own career. But he was too cowardly to die like this today. He was betrayed by one of his most trusted brothers. He was depressed. Ha ha ha, Wu Xiong, go to hell. Die with anger and unwillingness. The East County Marquis laughed crazily. He approached Wu Xiong at an extremely fast speed and smashed his hands toward Wu Xiong's head. Not only did he want Wu Xiong to die, he also wanted Wu Xiong to die a horrible death. Bang! When the fists wrapped in black flames were less than a foot away from Wu Xiong's head, a dazzling light suddenly flickered. The East County Marquis could see a fist. A fist that was glowing with golden light. Perhaps it was because the distance was too close, but the fist looked so huge and powerful. Their fists collided with each other. The East County Marquis felt a blazing power coming from the fist and then crazily spread into his body. The terrifying power caused his entire body to tremble, and his body involuntarily retreated a few steps. Bastard! Which bastard dares to meddle in this Marquis's affairs? The East Commandery Marquis was at a disadvantage, and he was even angrier. That's right, he didn't use too much strength to kill Wu Xiong because he wanted to torture Wu Xiong and didn't want to kill him directly. However, when he saw the fist that suddenly appeared, he also increased the output of heavenly essence energy. However, he was still forced back a few steps. The guy who came was quite strong. However, no matter how strong he was, he had to kill anyone who dared to help the sacred dynasty in Langdon City. What appeared before him was a young man. An elegant young man with black hair fluttering in the wind. Dressed in green, he stood there like a sharp sword, overbearing and domineering. Ling Xiao gently pinched his right hand that was in pain. Then, he raised his eyes and looked coldly at the East County Marquis. His cold voice seemed to come from the world of hell. East County Marquis, I'll take your life. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very confident and powerful. His voice was filled with intense hatred and anger, and it contained a terrifying killing intent. Everyone couldn't help but shiver. No one doubted this guy's words. He wasn't joking. Ling Xiao, Lord Ling Xiao, Feng Yaoareo, Army Breaker, Yu Qin, Liu Chuang, and the other warriors of the Xianglong Trading Company all saw this young warrior. Not many people knew Ling Xiao. However, the four guys in front recognized him very clearly. Their faces changed from shock to ecstasy. Originally, Ling Xiao had just left today. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to suddenly return. Therefore, they didn't think that Ling Xiao would appear to save them. But now, not only did Ling Xiao come, but he also displayed very powerful strength. He actually sent the East County Marquis flying. The heavens are not giving up. Feng Yaoareo sighed. Yes, Lord Ling Xiao came at the right time. Yu Qin nodded and said. The previous battle had made her completely aware of Ling Xiao's terrifying strength. As long as Ling Xiao was willing to make a move, today's outcome could definitely be reversed. Seeing the smiles on the faces of the four leaders, the other warriors of the Xianglong Trading Company also heaved a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was, since the leaders were so confident, what else did they have to worry about? The warriors of the City Lord's mansion were shocked and puzzled. The young man in front of them was too young and his powerful strength was too inconsistent. Their originally strong confidence began to waver. Their morale gradually fell. Ling Xiao? You are that heaven's chosen one, Ling Xiao? The Dragon King Tian who was conferred the title by Crown Prince Feng Yinshan? The East County Marquis had also heard of this name. Although he didn't know Ling Xiao, he still knew about Dragon King Tian. Someone in the Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City had directly sent Ling Xiao's information to his table. Ling Xiao ignored the East County Marquis. Instead, he bent down and touched Wu Xiong's pulse. Suddenly, He injected the power of light into Wu Xiong's body. The power of light had an immediate effect in expelling the poison. Soon, the poison in Wu Xiong's body was completely burned away. "Senior brother, are you all right?" After a simple treatment, Ling Xiao asked with concern. At the same time, he gave Wu Xiong a bottle of rejuvenation pills. It was easy to expel the poison, but it wasn't so easy to recover from the injury. He still had to rely on pills. Cough, cough. Wu Xiong coughed twice and coughed out some blood. However, the color of the blood was no longer black. It was obvious that his injury had recovered a lot. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. "Good boy, you came at the right time. I thought that I would be separated from you. Isn't this to teach you a lesson? In the future, don't think that everyone is as trustworthy as me. You still have to have a good eye for people." Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Don't blame me. This time, it is indeed my fault. If it wasn't for me, so many of our brothers wouldn't have died. I am indeed guilty." Wu Xiong smiled bitterly. "I only hate the East County Marquis. This guy is clearly a noble of the divine Phoenix Empire. Why would he come to Langton City to help the people of the True Devil Empire deal with us?" Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of beast-like ferocity and viciousness. He smiled and said, "East County Marquis, I will definitely kill him. However, this matter doesn't seem to be that simple. A single Gao Young Jun isn't enough to make your rival empire lose everything. I suspect that someone else is interfering." Chapter 1149. Let's not talk about that for now. Don't underestimate the East County Marquis. He is a warrior with the cultivation of the first grotto heaven, Qingshu heaven. Although he is only at the early stage of the first grotto heaven, with your cultivation, you really can't kill him. Wu Xiong shook his head and said, "Fortunately, after the battle with that guy, I launched a sneak attack and left a scar on his body, weakening his combat strength. This is advantageous for you. If you can defeat a warrior with the half grotto heaven realm, then you should have a 50% chance of defeating him." "I know." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "But a warrior with the first grotto heaven realm is not a big deal. I have already killed one. I don't care if I kill one more. Don't worry. My attack contains a strong demonic aura. It should have seeped into his body by now. You can use it." Wu Xiong reminded him. "Senior brother, you are amazing. Even in this situation, you can still think of weakening that guy's strength." "Thank you." Ling Xiao had to admit that it would be a little difficult to deal with the East County Marquis at his peak. After all, he was an old fox. He was not as easy to deal with as Jiao Batian. Now that Wu Xiong had laid the groundwork, victory was in his hands. Wu Xiong said that he had a 50% chance of winning, but in his opinion, it should be 70%. "Bastard, I am asking you a question. How dare you ignore me?" The East County Marquis was furious when he saw that Ling Xiao not only ignored his question, but also took care of Wu Xiong. However, perhaps because he had just suffered a loss, he did not rashly launch an attack. Ling Xiao handed Wu Xiong to Army Breaker. Then, he turned around and looked at the East County Marquis with a cold smile on his face. He did not say anything. He just slowly took out the golden crow sword. Murderous aura was released from his body rapidly. It condensed into a blood-red sword of murderous aura around his body. It was faintly discernible, but it was extremely fierce. Even if he was dealing with the injured East County Marquis, Ling Xiao planned to go all out. He did not want to fail miserably. After all, he did not know enough about the East County Marquis. Only by going all out and gaining the upper hand in one go could he win more easily. Looking at Ling Xiao's shocking murderous aura, the East Marquis frowned. He had long heard that this Dragon King Tian was domineering and unreasonable. Moreover, he was extremely arrogant. He did not give face to anyone and dared to touch anyone. Now that he saw it today, it was indeed so. "Ling Xiao, you have just received the title of Heavenly Dragon King. Don't tell me you want to die here so quickly. I advise you not to mix around with these people from the sacred dynasty. It won't do you any good." The East Marquis felt threatened by Ling Xiao. He did not want to fight head-on, so he threatened him. However, Ling Xiao still did not say anything. He was still accumulating his strength. Today, the East County Marquis had to die. Ling Xiao had beaten up his most valued senior brother, Wu Xiong, to such a state. If he didn't act ruthlessly, then he, Ling Xiao, wouldn't be the rumored tyrannical young hero. Since you want to die, don't blame me. Seeing that Ling Xiao was stubborn, the East County Marquis decided not to talk nonsense. A powerful fighting spirit burst out from his body, and the heavenly essence energy kept condensing on his fists. I forgot to tell you. Ling Xiao suddenly said, your forces in the East County have been wiped out by me. Your precious son, Ming Liu, has also been killed by me. What? When the East County Marquis heard Ling Xiao's words, his body trembled, and the power that he had condensed dissipated a lot. At this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly moved. Holding the golden crow sword tightly in his hand, his feet turned into a stream of light, and his entire body shot out like a laser. At the spot where he was originally standing, an entire piece of stone had been burned black. This scene caused the crowd to burst into exclamations. The warriors from the Restoration Nation naturally exclaimed in excitement. The warriors from the City Lord's mansion exclaimed in worry. What a cunning brat! Facing Ling Xiao's sudden attack, the East County Marquis realized that he had been tricked. Ling Xiao was too cunning. He had actually used words to shake his will before the attack, causing him to fall into panic and uneasiness. However, he was an old fox after all. Although he had panicked for a moment, he still gathered a huge amount of energy in the shortest time possible and condensed it on his fists. The black flames became even more ferocious. Then, he blasted out at Ling Xiao. Although this punch had not completely condensed, there was no other way. Ling Xiao's attack was too sudden and too fast. He had no choice but to fight in a hurry. In the end, he had been tricked by Ling Xiao and suffered a loss. Boom! The golden crow sword and the fists wrapped in black flames exploded in the air. The remaining energy waves spread out, forming a series of explosions. The stone slabs under Ling Xiao and the East County Marquis's feet were directly turned into powder. Damn it! The East County Marquis, who had suffered a loss, took another 4 or 5 steps back. Blood spurted out from the wound that was about to stop bleeding. However, Ling Xiao only stopped and did not take half a step back. After all, he had taken the initiative to attack, and he had taken advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness. If he still retreated, it would be a bit too lame. It would be better to quickly turn around and slip away. Bah! The East County Marquis spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and sneered, I thought you were great, but it turns out that you are just SOSO. You used a cunning method and only made the wound on my body open up. With such a method, you dare to threaten to kill me. Although he had suffered a loss, the East County Marquis laughed instead. Because he thought that he had figured out Ling Xiao's background. Although Ling Xiao's strength was not bad, it was definitely below the Grotto Heaven realm. He was a warrior at the early stage of the first Grotto Heaven realm. How could he be afraid of a warrior in the Celestial realm? When he thought of how he had been afraid of this kid before, the East County Marquis felt a little ashamed. However, Ling Xiao's mouth only turned into a cold smile, and he did not say anything. The first attack failed, so the second attack was launched. On the golden crow sword, a reddish-gold light condensed, and Ling Xiao's body shot out again. When he was about to reach the East County Marquis, his figure suddenly disappeared. This scene made the East County Marquis frown again. If someone said that they had seen through Ling Xiao, then they would definitely suffer under Ling Xiao's treacherous and boundless attacks. Ling Xiao never believed that others could see through him. In this world, if there was one person who could see through him, then it would be him. Just now, through the exchange with the East County Marquis, his Taikai eye had already received detailed analysis information and the specific situation of the East County Marquis. The East County Marquis was indeed very strong. He was much more experienced than Jiao Batian. However, the thickness of his Heaven's Origin energy was not as thick as Jiao Batian's. Moreover, this person was more suspicious and conceited. Many times, he would hesitate before making a move. To put it nicely, he liked to attack after the enemy had made the first move. To put it bluntly, he did not have confidence in himself. He had to wait for his opponent to attack before he could make a judgment. Ling Xiao caught the East County Marquis's flaw and suddenly changed his move when he was close to the East County Marquis. Chapter 1150. The sudden change in Ling Xiao's moves made the East County Marquis unable to catch it at all, and he could not control it after making a move. He did not follow his opponent's routine, so he had the upper hand. Once again, the East County Marquis was tricked by Ling Xiao. Although he dodged very quickly, there was still a burn mark on his waist. The air was filled with the smell of meat. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the East County Marquis, who dodged him again, and said with a smile, "Is this what you mean by seeing through me?" The East County Marquis's face was gloomy, and his expression was very ugly. He thought that he had defeated Ling Xiao, but when Ling Xiao really made a move, he realized that he did not understand anything at all. Ling Xiao was much more terrifying than he had imagined. He was also much more cunning. A person's combat strength was not just based on their cultivation. Intelligence also played a large role. It would be very difficult to deal with a cunning kid. The East County Marquis still wanted to say something fierce, but unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not give him the chance and attacked again. Ling Xiao's attacks were very fast. Furthermore, each attack would display a completely different move and appear from a different angle. This made the East County Marquis feel very uncomfortable. Originally, he should be suppressing Ling Xiao, but now, the battle scene was that Ling Xiao was constantly attacking, and he was constantly defending. Moreover, even if he was defending, there were still some wounds on his body. Even though these wounds looked insignificant, each and every one of them was like a humiliation to him. A warrior in the Grotto Heaven realm was actually suppressed by a warrior in the early stage of the ninth heaven. How could he still be proud? Where was his dignity? Everyone was dumbfounded. Army Breaker and Feng Yarao simply did not know how to describe their feelings at all. Previously, I thought that he was at most in the 10 Directions Heaven realm, but now it seems that I was wrong. This guy's cultivation has probably entered the Grotto Heaven realm. No. Feng Yarao shook her head and said, his cultivation should be at the early stage of the 9th heavenly layer, and the reason he revealed such terrifying combat strength was because he was in control of the battle. The East County Marquis's every move is completely under his control. He is very aggrieved. Coincidentally, the East Commandery Marquis thought so too. Fighting with Ling Xiao really made him feel very vexed. It was like a cat that wanted to tease a mouse but ended up being teased by the mouse instead. Cats were indeed stronger than mice, but mice were too cunning. All kinds of tricky attacks and cunning tricks made the cat unable to resist at all. The more she fought, the more frightened she became, and the more she was at a disadvantage. This can't go on. The East County Marquis also knew that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. Losing face was still a small matter. If he really fell into the hands of this young man, his life would be in danger. What's more, this brat had claimed that he had killed his son, Ming Liu. He still had to investigate whether this was true or not, but this brat had to die. Brat, I'm tired of playing with you. Die. As a warrior of the Grotto Heaven realm, the East County Marquis naturally had the power that belonged to a warrior of the Grotto Heaven realm, which was the Grotto Heaven domain. With a sudden roar, he released the heavenly elemental energy in his body without holding back, filling the entire space. The black flames no longer wrapped around his hands. Instead, they continued to spread and formed a complete space. Ling Xiao was completely trapped in the black flames. Netherworld Fire Grotto Heaven. It's over. As the East County Marquis's furious voice fell, Ling Xiao's originally swift movements became stiff. The flames were like burning ropes that wrapped around his body, making him almost unable to move. Let's see where you can escape to. The East County Marquis had always been unwilling to use the Grotto Heaven domain because it consumed too much internal energy. Moreover, as a warrior at the early stage of the Grotto Heaven realm, he was not so skilled in controlling the Grotto Heaven domain. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to use it. Otherwise, he would not be able to find a way to kill Ling Xiao in a short period of time. Suddenly, a pitch-black saber appeared in his hands. An even denser force and flames condensed on the saber, and the surrounding black hellfire continued to pour into the saber. The saber became extremely huge and terrifying. Ling Xiao was still struggling. His body was bound. Not only could he not attack, but he could not even dodge. Facing the attack, he could only struggle desperately. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, you can't move now, right? Brat, you can be proud that you forced me to use the Hellfire Grotto Heaven. Hellfire Devil Saber, slash. The huge black saber slashed down fiercely under the East County Marquis's wave. It was as if space had been torn apart, and it carried an unparalleled terrifying power. Ling Xiao raised the golden crow sword to block it. The black and white colors condensed into a divine all of light and shadow, and with an explosive rotating force, it welcomed the arrival of the devil saber. Boom! A huge explosion sounded. Like a volcanic eruption, all the power of the attacks from both sides was released at the same time, spreading towards the sky and the surroundings. The onlookers retreated one after another, afraid that they would be affected by the terrifying shockwave. Even so, there were still people who could not withstand the terrifying sonic boom and fainted on the spot. White foam came out of their mouths, and they were in a sorry state. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. The power of this attack was indeed terrifying. Even though he used the divine all of light and shadow to block it, he still felt his body constantly falling. Then, he smashed hard into the stone ground. The ground trembled, and dark red blood flowed out of his mouth. Wu tilde seeing this scene, the warriors of the city lord's mansion booed. During this period of time, Ling Xiao had been suppressing the East County Marquis, and they had been suffocating. Now that they saw Ling Xiao being directly cut into the ground by the saber, the suffocating air in their chests was completely released. The boos and mocking laughter intertwined. The East County Marquis also laughed. As expected, when a warrior of the Grotto Heaven realm faced a warrior of the Celestial realm, he had an absolute advantage. This was not something that could be made up for by cunning. Boy, now you know how powerful I am, right? Unfortunately, it's too late for you to regret it now. How dare you use my son to threaten me? You have already angered me. The East County Marquis walked towards the sunken ground. His thunderous voice resounded throughout the backyard, and the warriors of the Restoration Nation had ugly expressions on their faces. They were a little helpless, a little disappointed, and a little angry. Brothers, regardless of whether Lord Ling Xiao can win against that bastard or not, we have to fight with him to the end. Army Breaker roared. In fact, it was already not easy for Ling Xiao to fight until now. A warrior of the early stage of the Ninth Heaven was not on the same level as a warrior of the First Grotto Heaven realm. To be able to leave so many scars on the East County Marquis and fight so bravely, this was really worthy of praise. Next, it was their turn to fight. Even if they lost, they had to lose with dignity. Chapter 1151. Qian Jun, why are you in such a hurry? He hasn't lost yet. Wu Xiong smiled and said, haven't you noticed that Ling Xiao hasn't used the power of his martial soul yet? His martial soul is extraordinary. Also, he has that mysterious soul secret skill. Isn't it impossible for the East County Marquis to win this battle so easily? That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Army Breaker retracted his foot and looked at the damaged ground again. Bang! A figure jumped out of the pit. The East County Marquis, who had just approached the edge of the pit, was tricked again. Even though he dodged quickly, he was still hit by Ling Xiao's brute body. Two of his front teeth flew out, and he fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he took a few steps back, and his arms were slightly numb. Although he had ambushed the East County Marquis, he did not cause much damage to him. However, he had suffered a great loss because of the previous collision. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. Otherwise, he would have fallen apart. The advantage of a Grotto Heaven realm warrior having a Grotto Heaven domain was too great. Even though the East County Marquis's Grotto Heaven domain was not mature enough like Jiao Beishan's Grotto Heaven domain, he had an advantage over him. It seemed that he had to use the Mountain and River Martial Soul. Only by using the Mountain and River Martial Soul could he not be afraid of the Grotto Heaven domain. Otherwise, he would not be able to continue today's battle. Bah! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. He had not been injured for a long time. However, such an injury did not make him feel afraid. Instead, It ignited his fighting spirit. Killing the East County Marquis? There was a chance. After all, the East County Marquis had even used his Grotto Heaven domain. What was there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao, let me ask you now. How is my son, Mingliu? As long as you tell me the truth, I can give you a more comfortable death. Otherwise, you will definitely die a miserable death today. The East County Marquis thought that he had one, so he was not in a hurry to attack. As he continued to gather his inner strength, the black saber in his hand once again burned with an even more intense black flame. He asked Ling Xiao about his son, Ming Liu. I've already told you, I've already killed him. If you're lucky enough to survive, you can still find his grave. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he took a deep breath. An instant later, an explosive power was released from his body. Black and white intertwined to form an armor of light and shadow on his body. Half of it was heat. The other half was cold. Yin and yang intertwined, greatly increasing his defense. If they encountered the East Commandery Marquis' powerful attack again, they would not be as miserable as before. Controlling heaven and earth. The moment the mountain river martial spirit appeared, Ling Xiao entered a higher realm than the union of heaven and man. It was as if he was the master of this space, controlling everything here. At that moment, the laughter and boos stopped abruptly. The martial artists of the City Lord's mansion looked at this young man in horror. They couldn't understand how such a terrifying power could be hidden in that body that didn't seem to be very tall. The East County Marquis was even more nervous. He even felt the aura of death. The realm that Ling Xiao displayed at this time was not like that of a heaven realm martial artist at all. Instead, it was like that of the gods who had mastered the laws of heaven and earth in the ancient times. How was this possible? It must be an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. This guy's cultivation was so weak. How could he have such a terrifying realm? Kid, although I don't know what tricks you played to make your aura suddenly become so powerful, it's useless to be strong on the outside. Today, you will only die. Perhaps in order to hide his panic, the East County Marquis roared angrily. Are you afraid? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cold smile as he mocked. Afraid? Why would I be afraid of you? What a joke. The East County Marquis's thoughts were exposed by Ling Xiao, but how could he admit it? Whoosh. No matter what the East County Marquis said, Ling Xiao's attack suddenly began. Light and shadow escape. Ling Xiao's body suddenly turned into a ray of light that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. Almost in an instant, he had already approached the East County Marquis. This kind of speed was unheard of. At least, the East County Marquis had never seen this kind of speed from a Heaven Realm martial artist or even a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. The East County Marquis's expression changed drastically. He no longer cared about hiding his strength, and his body began to change rapidly. Finally, he turned into the original appearance of a member of the Dark Phoenix clan. Their ferocious faces and black wings were their most distinguishing features. At the same time, a terrifying aura that was twice as powerful as before erupted from his body. Then, the black long saber in his hand slashed out fiercely again. It was aimed at the ray of light that suddenly flew over. However, the light and shadow escape was not a move that could be used to fight the enemy head-on. The ray of light seemed to have been calculated. It actually stuck to the edge of the black long saber and rushed behind the East County Marquis at an extremely strange angle. In just an instant, Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and the golden crow sword stabbed toward the East County Marquis's back without hesitation. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. If Ling Xiao could assassinate the East County Marquis with this attack, then this battle would be over. If the assassination was not successful, then they really did not know how to kill the East County Marquis. They were afraid that it would be troublesome. Ding tilde tilde, sizzle. The golden crow sword stabbed the East County Marquis's body, and it actually made a strange sound of metal clashing. The ear-piercing sound of friction made the martial artists of the City Lord's mansion completely relieved. However, it made the martial artists of the Restoration Nation start to be on tenterhooks again. Good boy, you can actually master such a terrifying move. However, it's useless. Although your move is fast, its power is not enough. It's completely impossible to break my defense. As he spoke, the East County Marquis suddenly turned around. The long saber in his hand slashed fiercely at Ling Xiao from his waist. He actually wanted to cut Ling Xiao in half. Clang! The black saber slashed on Ling Xiao's body, and it actually made a sound of metal clashing. I can't hurt you. It seems that the power of your attack is not very strong. It actually can't break my defense. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure disappeared again. Then, everyone heard the clanging sound in the air. After he entered the realm of controlling the heaven and earth, he was no longer controlled by the netherworld fire grotto heaven. Therefore, what he had to do next was to continuously attack until he broke through the East County Marquis's turtle shell. As for the East County Marquis's sudden increase in defense, Ling Xiao guessed that it might be the toughness of his body after the transformation, and then combined with the completely shrunken netherworld fire grotto heaven. The use of the grotto heaven domain was not limited to one way. When it was greatly compressed, it could be used for defense and attack. It was much more flexible than expected. Chapter 1152. Ling Xiao's attacks continued, bombarding the East County Marquis's body like a storm. However, the sound of metal clashing could be heard from time to time, and it was extremely strange. PH. So what if you are fast? So what if you are cunning? Ling Xiao, your cultivation has determined that you can't break my defense no matter what. Perhaps he knew that he could not dodge Ling Xiao's attacks no matter what, so the East County Marquis simply did not dodge. He relied on his strong defense and allowed Ling Xiao to bombard his body continuously. A cold smile bloomed on his face. As long as his defense was not broken, he would be invincible. What could Ling Xiao do to him? Hellfire armor. Amidst the continuous attacks, Ling Xiao's Taikai Eye was also observing the East County Marquis's situation. The dense hellfire wrapped around the East County Marquis's body, forming a thick layer of defense. This might be the legendary defensive armor after compressing the Grotto Heaven domain to the extreme. No wonder he could not break through it. One had to know that such a large Grotto Heaven domain had been merged into such a small armor. The defense was very shocking. In addition, after the transformation, the East County Marquis had the terrifying body of the Dark Phoenix clan. His defense had reached a point where it was almost unbreakable. I didn't expect that a warrior in the celestial realm like you would know about the Grotto Heaven armor. That's right, this is the powerful defense that only warriors in the Grotto Heaven realm can have. It is the evolved product of the protective heavenly essence energy. Even if I am only at the early stage of the Grotto Heaven realm and the Grotto Heaven armor is not strong enough, it is not something that you can break through. The East County Marquis looked at Ling Xiao calmly and revealed a smug smile on his face. He knew that as long as he maintained this state, Ling Xiao would be tired and lose his spirit sooner or later. At that time, it would be his turn to perform. The Hellfire armor is nothing special. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and suddenly retreated. An even stronger force erupted from his body. He broke through? This kid actually broke through during the battle? The East County Marquis's face became gloomy again. Although the breakthrough from the early 9th heavenly layer to the middle 9th heavenly layer wasn't much, this breakthrough brought about an all-round improvement. What's so strange about that? Did you really think that I was just playing around with you? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Making breakthroughs in battle was nothing out of the ordinary for him. His cultivation had been suppressed from the start. In order to maintain one step at a time, he had to make steady progress. In battle, it was the accumulation of power and the mastery of one's cultivation base. Once he reached a certain level, as long as he released the suppression, his cultivation would naturally break through. The East County Marquis's Hellfire armor was indeed not easy to deal with, so he had to increase his combat strength as much as possible. Breaking through his cultivation base was only one of them. East County Marquis, your tortoise shell is not bad, but do you really think it is so perfect? I will smash it today for you to see. Ling Xiao smiled. He already had a plan in mind. He held the golden crow sword in his right hand. Another purple flash sword appeared in his left hand. On the golden crow sword, the black and white light and shadow divine all began to condense. In any case, The East County Marquis did not dare to remove the tortoiseshell to attack him now. He had plenty of time to accumulate power. The light and shadow divine all became bigger and bigger as the black and white intertwined. However, there didn't seem to be any changes on the purple flash sword. There was only some power accumulating. However, the East County Marquis definitely did not know what Ling Xiao was going to do. The East County Marquis did not dare to be negligent. He used all his power on his defense, and the hellfire armor seemed to become thicker. Light and shadow divine all. Ling Xiao stepped on the ground and his body suddenly shot out. The closer the distance, the more powerful the move would be. Although the light and shadow divine all could attack from a distance, Ling Xiao had to be close to the opponent's body in order to generate more power. His speed was still so fast that the East County Marquis could not react in time. An ear-piercing sonic boom resounded through the sky. The huge light and shadow divine all flew past the East County Marquis's hands at a very strange angle and then stabbed into his abdomen. At this moment, the arrogant smile on the East County Marquis's face instantly turned ugly. He did not expect that just a small breakthrough would make Ling Xiao's attack so much stronger. The most terrifying thing was that the light and shadow divine all did not stab directly at him. Instead, it spun crazily and drilled into his hellfire armor like a drill. Crack, crack, crack tilde tilde. The East County Marquis felt that his body was spinning along with the light and shadow divine all. He could not control it at all. The scenery in front of him also flew past his eyes quickly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle tilde tilde. The light and shadow divine all spun faster and faster. Although there was no problem with the other parts of the hellfire armor, a small indentation appeared at that point. Moreover, this indentation showed signs of expanding. If this continued, the possibility of the indentation turning into a hole was very high. Little bastard, I didn't expect you to have such a powerful strength that you haven't used yet. However, it's still useless. As he roared, the East County Marquis stretched out his hands and grabbed the light and shadow divine all. He forcefully used his terrifying strength to stop the crazy rotation of the light and shadow divine all. Even though there were a lot of bloody blisters on his hands because of this. But this time, he won once again. While Ling Xiao was stunned, he used his hand to chop down on Ling Xiao's neck. Although he had put away the big black sword, this hand chop was still very dangerous because it had fused with the power of the hellfire. If this attack landed on the ground, Ling Xiao's neck would probably be broken. However, at this moment, the East County Marquis suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura pouncing on him. He did not know what kind of feeling it was, but he knew very well that it was the threat of death. It was a very terrifying attack. He had to dodge it. He retreated as fast as he could. He even gave up on continuing to attack Ling Xiao. Everyone was a little confused. They did not understand why the East County Marquis suddenly chose to retreat when he had the chance to defeat Ling Xiao. However, in the next moment, they were even more confused. Ah! The East County Marquis let out a shrill scream. His left arm was torn off by something, and blood splattered all over the ground. Everyone did not understand why the East County Marquis was injured for no reason. Moreover, his injury was so serious. Little bastard, what did you do? What dirty tricks did you use? The East County Marquis, who was in unbearable pain, did not expect that his powerful defense would be vulnerable to Ling Xiao's attack. Most importantly, he still did not understand what Ling Xiao had done and how he had injured him. The fear of the unknown instantly enveloped his entire soul. He was afraid. He was really afraid. The young man in front of him was no longer a mouse in his eyes, but a monster in the skin of a mouse. Chapter 1153. Be *starred, I'll kill you. Perhaps anger and roar could weaken the East County Marquis's fear. His voice drowned out the rest of the sounds in the entire Xianglong Trading Company. It was like the roar of a wild beast. No matter what method Ling Xiao used, he had no way out now. Only by killing Ling Xiao could his fear be completely reduced. This time, he completely used the Dark Fire Winter on his own attack. Suddenly, a huge hand descended from the sky and slapped Ling Xiao's body. At this moment, Ling Xiao was in a weakened state because he had launched 2 attacks in a row. He could not dodge it. The huge hand was formed by pitch-black dark fire, and it pressed Ling Xiao to the ground. Puff! Once again, Ling Xiao was injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was much paler. Although he had the light armor to protect his body, his internal force was still limited. Most of it had been consumed in the attack, and now the light armor was weak. Injuries were inevitable. Moreover, this was already the best situation. If it were an ordinary warrior in the Heaven Realm, he would have been killed by the East County Marquis. Die, die, die. Let's see what else you can do now. The East County Marquis felt that since he controlled Ling Xiao would not be able to release any attacks. The fear in his heart had also weakened a lot. He sped up and approached Ling Xiao. The East County Marquis planned to kill Ling Xiao completely. He did not want to continue fighting. Ling Xiao had terrifying potential that he did not have. Almost every time he was defeated, he would stand up again and release even more terrifying energy. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. Bang! The gigantic hand of Hellfire was hit by the attack. Bang! The huge impact collided with the dark fire hand again. Even though Ling Xiao was pressed to the ground, he still had a terrifying amount of strength to resist this giant hand of Hellfire. Bang! Once again, cracks appeared on the hand of Netherfire. The light on Ling Xiao's body did not weaken. Instead, it strengthened again. Continuous breakthroughs. Everyone was dumbfounded. He had seen cultivators break through quickly, but he had never seen anyone break through so quickly. It was only a battle, but he had broken through from the 9th heavenly layer early stage to the 9th heavenly layer middle stage. But what was going on? How did he break through again? The late stage of the 9th heavenly layer? Bang! Finally, the streaks of light pierced through the hand of Netherfire, and the gigantic palm disintegrated. The East Commandery Marquis was only stunned for a moment before Ling Xiao broke free from his powerful control move. East Commandery Marquis, show me what other moves you have. Today, I will make you admit defeat. At this moment, facing the East County Marquis, Ling Xiao's confidence increased a lot. The East County Marquis was first injured by Wu Xiong, and then Ling Xiao left many wounds on his body. It seemed that there was no problem, but in fact, as time passed, his body was already riddled with wounds, and his strength had decreased greatly. It was not until Ling Xiao used the Void Shadow Crocodile's sneak attack to bite off one of the East County Marquis's arms that the East County Marquis did not have the slightest advantage in front of Ling Xiao. Now, Ling Xiao did not need to play any tricks. Next, he was going to have a clash of absolute strength with the East County Marquis. The purple flash sword was put away, and the golden crow sword was pointed at the East County Marquis. Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a sneer. The shadow of a huge monster appeared behind him, and Dao Tai let out a roar that made people tremble. Are you going to fight me head-on? Do you think I'm afraid of you? The East County Marquis was most afraid of Ling Xiao's strange and unpredictable attacks. He was not afraid of Ling Xiao's head-on attacks. At this moment, Ling Xiao showed that he was going to fight him head-on. What was he afraid of? Even Wu Xiong felt that it was unwise for Ling Xiao to give up his advantage and use this kind of fighting method. But he did not say anything. He felt that his junior brother had a reason for everything he did. Since he chose to fight head-on, there must be a reason. He chose to trust him unconditionally. The warriors of the City Lord's mansion booed. East County Marquis, since that kid is courting death, let's send him on his way. That's right, kill him. Kill that idiot. They all thought that Ling Xiao had underestimated his opponent and became arrogant after taking advantage of him continuously. That was why he chose this kind of fighting method. This was stupid, but they liked it very much. Because this way, Ling Xiao would be finished. Hellfire Ghost Slash. In fact, the East County Marquis did not need these people to say it. His fear came from Ling Xiao's terrifying and unknown attacks, not Ling Xiao's strength. Therefore, he was not afraid of fighting with strength. Doomsday of Dao Tai. Ling Xiao was also not afraid of the East County Marquis. He believed in his analysis. The current East County Marquis was no longer the East County Marquis from before. His attack could completely destroy his opponent. When the terrifying giant beast roared and pounced towards the East County Marquis in the direction of the Golden Crowsword, the East County Marquis suddenly realized that the hellfire on his black saber had actually retreated. This was only a momentary reaction. It was impossible for him to give up his attack even if he wanted to. Bang! The saber and the sword collided. The black hellfire and the profound meaning of the shadow were fighting. The collision was so direct and so loud. At this moment, the ground where the two of them were standing began to crack inch by inch. Then, there was a series of explosions, and the stone slabs were completely turned into powder. The black flames and the strange shadow intertwined, producing an extremely destructive power. It was as if some monster had trampled on this place. Everyone around the battlefield fell silent. They looked at the two people who were shrouded in energy and smoke in shock. How was the battle situation? Who won? This was a question that affected everyone. The terrifying aura was so oppressive that they felt pain even when they breathed. They could even feel the pain of their skin being cut by the energy. However, they did not intend to leave. This battle concerned the survival of the Restoration Kingdom. It also concerned the dignity of the City Lord's mansion in Langdon City. After the smoke and dust settled, the figures of the two people appeared in their sight. The East County Marquis was still holding the saber with both hands. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao stood there, holding the golden crowsword in his hand. His expression was very ugly, and his body was still trembling. His eyes, mouth, ears, and nostrils were all covered in blood. He looked very miserable. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the warriors of the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Kingdom completely sank. Tragic. However, in the end, it was all for naught. They still lost. Protect Ling Xiao. We must not let him die. Wu Xiong struggled to stand up. Although Ling Xiao had lost, they could not give up. Even if all of them died here, they could not let the hope of the Sacred Dynasty and their good brother die with them. Yes. At this moment, although the warriors of the Restoration Kingdom were disappointed, they did not intend to retreat. Up until now, although Ling Xiao had lost, he had also severely injured the East County Marquis. As long as they dared to fight, they would definitely win this battle. Chapter 1154. What's there to protect? I'm fine. Ling Xiao sat down on the ground and stuffed a few rejuvenation pills into his mouth. He waved his hand at the people from the Restoration Alliance. What was going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Ling Xiao actually dared to sit down in front of the East County Marquis? Could it be that the two of them had formed a deep friendship during the battle and were not prepared to continue fighting? Something's not right. Wu Xiong suddenly looked at the laughing East County Marquis. Only then did he realize that the East County Marquis' laughter was getting softer and softer. This was not the laughter of a victor at all. It was a sorrowful and unwilling laughter. Bang! Finally, the East County Marquis' laughter stopped abruptly. He fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. The black saber in his hand also fell to the side. At this moment, everyone could see even more clearly. There were many small cracks on the East County Marquis' body. It was as if pottery had been smashed but had not completely shattered. Crack, crack. A strange sound rang out. The cracks finally became bigger and bigger. The East County Marquis' body began to fall apart. It was like a broken statue. It was completely in a mess. This terrifying and bizarre scene caused all the martial artists to involuntarily feel a chill run down their spines. It was too terrifying. Hiss! In the crowd, many people could not help but gasp. They felt their scalps go numb. They could not tell if it was fear or disgust. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao still had a victorious smile on his face. At such a young age, he looked elegant and handsome. But, when he struck, he was actually so ruthless. He tore his opponent into pieces with 5 horses right away. Gulp! Looking at Ling Xiao, the warriors of the City Lord's mansion all retreated. They were really frightened by Ling Xiao. Their hearts had long been filled with fear. Even some of the more timid members of the Restoration Alliance were frightened. They looked at Ling Xiao's ghost-like appearance. Then they looked at the miserable death of the East County Marquis. They were really scared. However, Wu Xiong, Feng Yaroreo, Army Breaker, Yu Qin, and Liu Chuang did not retreat. Instead, they rushed over and helped Ling Xiao up. "Brat, you've given your senior brother a huge surprise today. How is it? Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Wu Xiong asked with a smile as Yu Qin supported him. Ling Xiao wiped the blood off his body and said, "Now, other than the blood on my body, I need to take a hot bath." He was actually quite badly injured. The East County Marquis was much more powerful than Jiao Batian. This attack had injured his internal organs. He really needed to recuperate. However, that was all. "Amazing, amazing. I didn't expect you to kill a first Paradise Realm martial artist with your early 9th heavenly layer cultivation. Even I didn't expect this." Although he had already injured the East County Marquis, to be honest, the damage he had done to the East County Marquis was not as serious as he had imagined. The subsequent battles also proved this point. Although the East County Marquis's combat power had decreased, the decrease was not so obvious. "Yes, this is too amazing. If you were at the Grotto Heaven Realm, I would not be surprised if you defeated him. But you killed an opponent who is at a higher realm than you. Your combat strength is simply too terrifying." Army Breaker did not know what to say now. Ling Xiao, who was not as good as him in the past, could easily defeat him with a single finger today. Was this the difference in talent? If so, then it was a little too big. "I was lucky," Ling Xiao said with a smile. He was not being modest. If he had faced the East County Marquis at his peak, the result would definitely not have been like this. He might have won, but after winning, he would probably be in a half-dead state. This battle was really too lucky. The East County Marquis was injured, underestimated his opponent, and did not know him well. These were all factors that allowed him to win this battle. And his Taikai eye could see through everything about the East County Marquis. In this way, the East Marquis would die in his hands. It was only natural that he would be the one to kill him. Of course, the strength of the Mountain and River Martial Soul was the biggest contributor. Without the Mountain and River Martial Soul, even with these advantages, he might not be able to win. The Mountain and River Martial Soul allowed him to not lose to his opponent in terms of strength, spirit, inner force, and aura. "Is this still luck?" Feng Yaroreo stuck out her tongue and said, "Why do I feel that you have been tricking that guy from the beginning to the end? That guy was completely tricked by you. Let's not talk about this anymore. How should we deal with the warriors of the City Lord's mansion?" Ling Xiao glanced at Wu Xiong and asked. He still had to ask Wu Xiong's opinion on how to deal with the warriors of the City Lord's mansion. "What do you think?" Wu Xiong asked back. "Kill." Ling Xiao grinned, but his smile was a little cold and ferocious. Hearing this, the warriors of the City Lord's mansion all panicked. The reason why they were so arrogant and fierce was none other than the Grotto Heaven Realm warrior, the East County Marquis, following them. But now, Ling Xiao had actually killed the East County Marquis, and he had done it so cleanly. It was so fierce and cruel. They no longer had the arrogance to show off. They were all scared out of their wits. "Run!" It was not known who shouted, but the martial artists of the City Lord's mansion scrambled to flee outside. Ling Xiao did not make a move. In fact, he was injured now. Although he was not seriously injured, he did not want to make a move to prevent his injuries from worsening. However, the warriors of the Restoration Nation would not let these people go. Under the lead of Army Breaker and the others, they began a one-sided pursuit. The warriors of the City Lord's mansion had no intention of fighting. In the end, they left hundreds of corpses and fled in a hurry. In the sky, the Moon Lady smiled. In fact, in the end, she could not help but want to make a move. It was Ling Xiao who stopped her. Ling Xiao wanted to solve the battle by himself. In the end, she did not make a move. Seeing Ling Xiao deal with such a powerful opponent with his own strength, the Moon Lady was happy for him. Although Ling Xiao was riddled with scars because of this. However, he had also gained a great harvest. Not only did he have a breakthrough in cultivation, but he had also accumulated combat experience. This was more precious than anything else. "I seem to see another human king rising. No, perhaps you will do better than him. The human king is still too benevolent." Because of this, he left behind many disasters and made many mistakes. But you are different. In the tidied-up meeting room of the Xianglong Trading Company, Ling Xiao was sitting cross-legged there to heal his injuries. Although there were many people sitting around him, it did not affect him. Ling Xiao had long been used to cultivating in a noisy environment. The people in the meeting room waited quietly. No one made a sound, afraid of disturbing him. After all, at this moment, to the people of the sacred dynasty, Ling Xiao was the true savior. When the chosen one of the legends became a living savior, it would be even more realistic and real. Chapter 1155. There were also many people outside the door, looking at Ling Xiao with admiration. Although Ling Xiao's ruthlessness had caused many people to feel some fear, they were no longer afraid after they understood the situation. Even if Ling Xiao was a demon king, he was still their ally. What was there to be afraid of? What's more, the warriors of the Restoration Nation were all people who lived on the edge of their blades all day long. They might lose their lives one day. Many of them had even seen their companions being tortured to death by the enemy. Just like today, among the dozens of people who died in the Xianglong Trading Company, they were all killed by the East County Marquis. They couldn't wait to cut the East County Marquis into 1,000 pieces. Now that Ling Xiao had achieved it for them, they should be grateful and happy, not afraid. Senior brother, I'm fine. About an hour later, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Next, I plan to go to the City Lord's mansion. Since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality, then the City Lord of Langdon City, Zhao Lai, must be dealt with. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to our plan. No problem, I've almost cured the poison now. I'll go with you. Also, we have to gather more people. The City Lord's mansion is a tiger's den. It's not easy to barge in. Wu Xiong nodded and said, the Restoration Nation of the Sacred Dynasty is a secret organization. Wouldn't it be inappropriate if you all revealed something at once? Ling Xiao asked. Don't worry, the people who should be lurking in Demonic City have already gone. Now that we've taken down Langdon City and sealed the news, we can cooperate with you and completely destroy Demonic City. Wu Xiong smiled. Well, the true demonic empire won't last long anyway. The reason why they could be so fierce before was because they had the support of the Yin-Yang Demon King and the Electric Demon King. Now that I've killed the Electric Demon King, the Yin-Yang Demon King can't do anything alone. He might not even dare to come back. Ling Xiao nodded and said, let's go together. Also, send your people to guard the city gate. No matter who it is, they are not allowed to leave the city during this period of time to prevent the news from leaking out. All right, leave it to us, the people from the Restoration Empire. Wu Xiong nodded. If that's the case, let's set off and meet this Landon City's city lord, Zhao Lai. Ling Xiao stood up and didn't seem to be injured at all. Everyone was very surprised by this. After all, his recovery ability was a little too strong. He had just fought a bloody battle with the East Marquis, but he had recovered in an hour. His body was practically at the level of a war god. Ling Xiao and Wu Xiong walked at the front, followed by more than 30 elites from the Restoration Society. The rest went near the city gate of Langdon City, ready to move at any time. As long as Ling Xiao killed Zhao Lai, they would dare to take over the ownership of the city. On the other hand, the assassins led by Haim Myung-K and Cold Plum had also received the news. They sent out 50 people to follow Cold Plum to Langdon City to assist in the restoration of the country. As for Haim Myung-K, she continued to stay in Shanghai to gather information. Everyone carried out their own duties, and it was quite thorough. The Moon Lady still did not appear, but she was still guarding Ling Xiao. She now had the intention to cultivate Ling Xiao's ability to solve problems on his own. Unless Ling Xiao was really in danger, she would definitely not interfere. On the street, the soldiers who were ordered to patrol were still walking back and forth. They saw a group of fierce-looking people walk out of the Xianglong Trading Company. One of the recruits was about to rush forward to stop them, but he was stopped by a veteran. Idiot, do you really not understand the situation? Are you courting death if you go over now? The veteran said angrily. We're eating the food from the City Lord's mansion. We can't just do nothing, right? The recruit said. The food from the City Lord's mansion? Don't forget, we're all humans. This is our territory, and it's just that the Sea Clan has occupied it. We can just turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. Otherwise, if we die, the Sea Clan won't pity us. The veteran simply hid in a nearby tavern and went to sleep. Out of sight, out of mind. The recruit was stunned for a moment, then he simply hid. Of course, there were still people who were not afraid of death. There were many who pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and scolded him as a lowly person on the street. Unfortunately, these people did not need Ling Xiao to do anything. The people of the sacred dynasty quickly cleaned them up like trash. Many pairs of eyes appeared from the buildings on both sides of the street. These were all residents of Langton City. And they were basically humans of the Blue-Eyed Clan. Is this Restoration Clan finally starting to act openly? Does it mean that we don't have to live such a humiliating life in the future? Sigh, what can a few young people do? Although those fish and prawns look ugly and smell fishy, they're not weak. Brother, you don't know about this, right? I just got the news that that young man, the one at the front, actually killed the East County Marquis. Really? Of course it's true. My friend saw it with his own eyes. TSK, then there might really be a chance. For the Blue-Eyed Clan, other than a portion of the nobles who were willing to submit to the Sea Clan, most of them did not have a good impression of the Sea Clan. After the Sea Clan established the true demonic empire, the Blue-Eyed Clan was completely branded with the mark of shame. Their lives were worse than pigs and dogs. Life was too hard. They were all looking forward to their previous lives. If one day, someone could destroy the true demonic empire, they would definitely be very grateful. Under the gazes of so many pairs of eager eyes, Ling Xiao and the others sped up and rushed to the City Lord's mansion. After a while, the heavily guarded City Lord's mansion appeared in their sight. It's really like an iron bucket. It seems like City Lord Jiao Lai already knows that we're here to seek revenge. Wu Xiong said. It doesn't matter if he knows. Today, we're going to shed all pretense of cordiality with the City Lord's mansion. If they can use force, so can we. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Seeing Ling Xiao and the others arrive, someone had already gone in to report. Bastard, are you trying to rebel? This is the City Lord's mansion. What are you doing here? The general guarding the City Lord's mansion was a warrior at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer. His sea blue armor was quite beautiful. His aura was also quite strong. Unfortunately, this kind of roar was more or less a show of strength. Even the East County Marquis had been killed. Could it be that a mere 9th heavenly layer warrior like him wanted to defy the heavens? You're right. We're really here to rebel. We're here to rebel against your true demonic empire. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a smile as he said indifferently. Crazy. The guards felt a chill in their hearts. Although the sacred dynasty had been secretly active in the past and went against the true demonic empire, they had never dared to do it openly like today. However, even if the other party was crazy, they did not dare to act rashly. Chapter 1156. Among the guards of the City Lord's mansion, many of them had escaped from the Xianglong Trading Company. They had seen how terrifying Ling Xiao was. He had killed the East Marquis in such a miserable way and even smiled so brightly. This guy was definitely an extremely perverted devil. Get out of the way. I won't make things difficult for you. My target is only the Sea Clan. If you humans from the Blue-Eyed Clan are willing to surrender, I don't mind accepting you. Ling Xiao took a step forward and said with a smile on his face. He took a step forward, but the guards were so scared that they took a few steps back. Their expressions were very ugly. It was fear and helplessness. Why are you all retreating? The City Lord has ordered that these rebels and traitors are to be killed without mercy. If you kill one, you will be rewarded with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you kill the leader, you will be rewarded with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. If anyone can kill Wu Xiong or Ling Xiao, they will be rewarded with 10 million low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the person who went back to report ran out and shouted at the guards. Among the guards, most of them could not help but look at him with greedy eyes. This was the kind of person who valued money more than his life. Of course, There were also those who were more rational. They moved to the side and took advantage of the chaos to slip away. If they lost their lives, what was the use of so many spirit stones? It seems that you really want to die. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and continued to walk forward. At this moment, without his order, the warriors of the Restoration Hall would not make a move. This was also what Wu Xiong had told them when they came out of the Restoration Hall. What are you afraid of? You will be a hero again in 20 years. If we can really kill these people, we won't have to worry about it for the rest of our lives. The sea blue armor suddenly shouted, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. That's right, kill them. As the saying goes, when there is a great reward, there will be brave men. This was true. With the huge reward, many people could not hold back. They clenched the weapons in their hands and rushed towards Ling Xiao with the sea blue armor. 10 million low-grade spirit stones. They would not be able to earn that much even if they had 10 lifetimes. As long as 1 or 2 people took the lead, the others would be hot-headed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group of people actually all rushed towards Ling Xiao. There were over 100 fully armed guards. However, in the face of these people, Ling Xiao only smiled. His right hand took on the shape of a long sword, and then he waved it gently. Golden Crow Rising Sun. As Ling Xiao waved his right hand, a powerful and blazing energy was released, which turned into a huge golden crow and pounced on the group of guards. Boom! It was as if a real golden crow had crashed into the crowd. The blazing heat instantly turned several martial artists who came into contact with it into a pool of blood. The terrifying impact spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, over 100 ferocious-looking guards were lying on the ground, and not a single one of them was in one piece. It was normal to lose an arm or a leg. The most frightening thing was that many of them had burn marks on their bodies. That was even more horrifying. Go in. With a wave of his hand, Ling Xiao waved away the burnt smell in the air. Then, he turned around and spoke to the dumbfounded martial artists of the Restoration Nation. Immediately after, he took the lead and stepped onto the first step, walking towards the City Lord's mansion as if he had returned to his own home. Looking at Ling Xiao's proud and upright figure, everyone couldn't help but laugh bitterly in astonishment. With just a gentle wave of his hand, hundreds of Celestial Realm martial artists were wiped out in an instant. Although the cultivation of these martial artists might only be at One-Line Heaven, Yin-Yang Heaven, or Tri-Talent Heaven, they were all Celestial Realm martial artists. But these were all Heaven-tier martial artists, and they were actually annihilated just like that. This was a bit too shocking. This guy is still as crazy and powerful as before. Foam Yarrio stuck out her tongue and could not help but praise. When she first met Ling Xiao, she was frightened by Ling Xiao's endless terrifying performance. She did not expect that the Ling Xiao today was even better than that time. The City Lord's mansion was indeed the City Lord's mansion. Just the private soldiers alone numbered in the tens of thousands. When Ling Xiao and the others stepped into the City Lord's mansion, they were quickly surrounded by the armed private soldiers. The strength of these people was uneven. The weakest was only a Transcendent Realm martial artist, while the strongest was a 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist from the Sea Clan. It seemed that even the private soldiers were divided into different ranks. But what was the use of this? Even if there were 10,000 of them, Ling Xiao would still not be affected at all. He did not even bother to take action. Opening the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao used his soul force. The Eye of the Divine Tomb. The Eye of the Divine Tomb evolved from the Divine Tomb in the Soul Adjudication. The Tai Chi Eye turned, and a void door appeared beside Ling Xiao. A huge skeleton warrior walked out of the void door. It held a large saber in its hand and looked majestic. It was a powerful existence at the first Grotto Heaven realm. The strength of this skeleton warrior was related to Ling Xiao's soul force. Generally speaking, it was one level weaker than Ling Xiao's soul force. Ling Xiao's current soul force had reached the second Grotto Heaven realm. Then, the skeleton warrior that was summoned naturally reached the first Grotto Heaven realm. At this time, the skeleton warrior's equipment was obviously more complete. In addition to the large saber in its hand, it also had leather armor on its body. It could be seen that it was also in the process of growing. Kill them. Facing the enemy, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest mercy. The huge skeleton waved the large saber in its hand, and a terrifying force was released, forming a huge crescent moon. With this slash, hundreds of people nearby all fell to the ground, opening a spacious path for Ling Xiao and the others. "Oh my God, why do you have so many secrets? Why didn't you summon this guy when you were facing the East County Marquis? If you summoned it, wouldn't it be much easier?" Wu Xiong could not help but ask. "If I summoned it, how could I train?" What Ling Xiao did not say was that he still had the Butterfly Lady and the Moon Lady to help. It was only for the sake of improving that he suppressed these two powers. The skeleton warrior was too strong. Against those Heaven Realm warriors, the Grotto Heaven Realm warriors were completely crushed. Along the way, the warriors of the City Lord's mansion were either dead or injured. None of them could remain intact. Ling Xiao also felt it. In the past, when he summoned this skeleton warrior, he would always feel dizzy, and it would not last more than 10 minutes. But today, it was obvious that this skeleton warrior was not only stronger, but it could also last longer. He did not even feel the slightest discomfort. This was probably because he had cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll. As expected, that thing had to be cultivated properly. Even if it did not have much meaning to Ling Xiao, as long as it could improve his soul force, it would be excellent. The warriors of the Restoration Nation who were following behind Ling Xiao had numb expressions. Ling Xiao had shocked them time and time again. He had made them dumbfounded time and time again. Their jaws had dropped many times. In the end, they felt that their faces were numb. Chapter 1157. Originally, when they were surrounded by tens of thousands of people, the Sacred Dynasty was still a little worried. Wasn't this like sending a sheep into a tiger's mouth? But now, they understood that they were overthinking. This Ling Xiao, the Chosen One, was much more powerful than they had imagined. In the City Lord's Mansion's meeting hall, the expressions of the dozens of oceanic race nobles were not good. Miserable screams kept coming from outside, and it was obvious that they were from their side. Tens of thousands of people couldn't stop a brat. In the hall, the aura of panic kept spreading, and many people couldn't sit still. Only City Lord Jiao Lai, who was sitting in the master's seat, had a gloomy expression. He wasn't afraid. He just felt a little humiliated. He had spent so much money to raise so many trash. He suddenly stood up, wanting to rush out and personally exterminate those traitors. "City Lord, you don't have to do anything now. Let those trash exhaust that brat's strength." The people sitting to the right of Jiao Lai were obviously not from the oceanic race, but from the position they were sitting in, their status shouldn't be low. "But he has already barged into this daddy's castle. If he doesn't go out, is he going to be a coward?" Jiao Lai said angrily. "My lord, you'd better calm down. Most of those people are good-for-nothings from the Blue Eyes clan. Even if they're all dead, you can just find another batch." The person sitting to the right of Jiao Lai continued, "Furthermore, if he can kill the East County Marquis, it doesn't mean that he can't kill you. Are you rushing out to die? Be smart and wait for him to come in. If we work together, it will be easy to take his life. If it really doesn't work, I'll let our alliance leader do it. Don't forget, he is a yin-yang realm expert. Even if that brat is at the Grotto Heaven realm, won't he still be crushed?" Although this person's words weren't pleasant to hear, Jiao Lai knew that this person was right. If he rashly went out, he might not be Ling Xiao's match. Thinking of this, he slapped the armrest of the chair and finally sat down. Bang! A figure suddenly shot in from outside and pounced at Jiao Lai. Jiao Lai didn't see who it was and casually punched out, causing that person to explode in midair. "Brother!" When he saw it clearly, he cried out in excitement. It turned out that the person who flew in was actually his good brother, the leader of the Sea Tribe's private army who was in charge of guarding the City Lord's mansion. He had actually killed his good brother with his own hands. This infuriated Jiao Lai, and he angrily looked outside the door. A huge skeleton warrior directly tore down the door. Ling Xiao, Wu Xiong, and the others entered in a single file. "Everyone, you're all here. Saves me the trouble of looking for you." The young man jumped directly onto the skeleton warrior's palm and reclined there comfortably with a smile. Looking at this arrogant fellow, many people in the hall fell into chaos and retreated behind Zhao Lai, filling up the small space behind him. The young man's face was filled with a sunny smile. But in the eyes of these people, it was a sinister smile of the devil. City Lord Ardent Flood Dragon, it must be very comfortable to act like a tyrant in our human territory, right? Ling Xiao's gaze landed on Zhao Lai, who was standing there with a face full of anger. You've been comfortable for so long. Isn't it time to scram back to your old nest? Seeing Ling Xiao's smile that was not a smile, Zhao Lai's face was gloomy. His hands gripped the armrest, and because of the force, the solid wooden armrest was crushed into pieces. Bastard, you actually dare to bring people into my city lord's mansion. Don't you know that this is a rebellion? Zhao Lai coldly looked at Ling Xiao. Although he was furious, he did not dare to attack rashly. His cultivation was similar to the East County Marquis, but the huge skeleton warrior beside Ling Xiao was not any weaker than him. If he attacked now, he might make a fool of himself very quickly. Rebellion? Ling Xiao smiled and said, the Sky Dragon continent has been the territory of the Sacred Dynasty since ancient times. Although the Sacred Dynasty has declined over the years, causing the management of this place to be poor, your sea tribe actually dares to say that I'm rebelling? What we occupy belongs to us, Zhao Lai said coldly. Then we have nothing to talk about. I came here today mainly to kill you, the city lord of the sea tribe, and also to find that traitor Gao Yangjun. Do you know where he is? Ling Xiao said casually. Zhao Lai was already furious to the extreme. Now that he saw Ling Xiao's attitude, which was completely above him, he was even more furious. Catcher. The bluestone floor beneath his feet suddenly cracked open. Zhao Lai said word by word, lowly human, you dare to try and snatch something from the hands of the sea tribe? No way. Is that so? The East County Marquis said the same thing before the battle. Ling Xiao smiled, as if he did not care about Zhao Lai's words. Arrogant and ignorant brat, who does the East County Marquis think he is? How can he compare to me? I'd like to see how the few of you can kill me, Zhao Lai, and take over Langdon City. With a roar, Zhao Lai's aura completely erupted, and he released his Grotto Heaven domain. His Grotto Heaven domain was very similar to Zhao Baishan's. What was released was a completely sealed space filled with seawater. However, Zhao Baishan's seawater was cold, while this fellow's seawater was boiling hot. The boiling seawater covered the entire conference hall. Not only did it protect his own people, but it also swept towards Ling Xiao and the others. The powerful aura forced Army Breaker and the others to retreat. Only Wu Xiong, Ling Xiao, and the skeleton warriors did not retreat. Although Wu Xiong's injuries had not healed, he would not be frightened by this aura. Looking at Zhao Lai's aura that covered the sky, Ling Xiao's face revealed a trace of ridicule and disdain. After the battle with the East County Marquis, he had already benefited a lot. Therefore, there was no need to waste time with someone of the same strength. What he needed now was to completely suppress the other party, to make them feel fear and despair. He planned to borrow the butterfly lady's strength. What? You're not going to make a move? Seeing that Ling Xiao was still sitting there without any intention of making a move, Zhao Lai was confused. To deal with you, I don't need to make such a big move. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I think you are simply courting death. Where are the guards? Kill him. Zhao Lai's guards were all 9th Celestial Layer cultivators who had been selected. There were a total of 6 of them, and they usually stood near him, protecting him at all times. They could also give up their lives for him at any time. He did not dare to make a move himself, so he let these 6 guards test Ling Xiao's strength for him. These 6 guards were really obedient to Zhao Lai's orders. After hearing the order, they leaped out and pounced towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1158. Seeing the 6 guards attack, Ling Xiao turned around and said to Wu Xiong and the others, just watch. Today, I'll let you all understand my determination to destroy the true demonic empire. Actually, it was easy to say that he wanted to overthrow the true demonic empire, but it was difficult to do so. The Restoration Nation and many civil resistance organizations wanted to overthrow the true demonic empire, but they didn't dare to do so openly because they didn't have the strength to fight against the true demonic empire. Whether it was the Moon Maiden or the old Divine Emperor, they didn't have the intention to do so. Some people had the intention to do so, but they didn't have the courage or strength. Ling Xiao was the heaven's chosen. This was something that almost everyone in the Sky Dragon continent knew. However, he was only a 16-year-old youth. Many people doubted his ability, so they didn't dare to stand up for him. So today, he wanted to let the Restoration Nation take a good look and spread his heroic deeds. Even if he wasn't the one to attack, it didn't matter. What he needed now was an opportunity to rally everyone. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Wu Xiong nodded silently. In his opinion, 6th 9th heavenly layer cultivators and above were unable to pose any threat to Ling Xiao. There must be a reason why Ling Xiao did not allow him to take action. In the next moment, he understood why. Heaven Burning Eye. To deal with Zhao Lai, Ling Xiao had to rely on the Butterfly Lady's power to suppress him. However, to deal with 6th 9th heavenly layer cultivators, it wasn't worth it. Just the Tai Chi Eye was enough. The moment the Tai Chi Eye spun, the 6 guards who were rushing over suddenly stopped. Blazing flames engulfed the entire hall. Even the paradise domain that Zhao Lai used to protect his people was sizzling under the heat, turning into wisps of white smoke that drifted away. In just a few breaths of time, the 6th 9th heavenly layer cultivators became burning men. Amidst the flames, they screamed miserably before they were burned to ashes by the high temperature. Actually, the temperature wasn't high. If Ling Xiao could use the sacred flame now, these fellows would have ended up even worse. How can this brat be so terrifying? Even if it was me, I wouldn't be able to block such an attack. Wu Xiong was shocked. He was a cultivator at the peak of the 2nd heavenly layer. Ling Xiao, this brat, was becoming more and more unfathomable. He was incomparably glad that he met Ling Xiao back then and didn't become Ling Xiao's enemy. In the main hall, 6 piles of ashes were placed on the ground, causing everyone in the City Lord's mansion to fall into a terrified silence. What kind of strength was this? Didn't they say that this kid was seriously injured when he fought with the East County Marquis? Didn't they say that this brat was only a late-stage 9th heavenly layer cultivator? What was going on? What was going on with this attack that had the lethality of a 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist? Everyone felt a kind of fear growing in their bodies, and it quickly engulfed their souls. Zhao Lai wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. With his heavenly Tian S, the demonic heavenly divine Tian, and with his help, he was see lies. But from the looks of it, the situation didn't seem right. The warrior on his right also had an ugly expression on his face. Although he had expected Ling Xiao to be more powerful than he had imagined, he didn't expect him to be this strong. Ling Xiao was still lying there comfortably. He looked at the trembling Zhao Lai with a mocking gaze and laughed. "How is it, City Lord? I wonder if my strength can enter your eyes." Bah! Zhao Lai was still a valiant general of the Sea Clan. Otherwise, the Sea Clan wouldn't have sent him to guard Landon City. One had to know that Langton City was like Northern Desert City to Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial City. They were both strongholds, fortresses. If Landon City fell, then the demonic city would have no obstacles on land. The army could march straight in and besiege the city. Even though Zhao Lai felt that the fear in his heart was growing and was about to swallow him whole, he didn't compromise. However, he did not compromise. He shrank his Grotto Heaven domain and wrapped the boiling seawater around his body like the East Marquis. Only in this way could he feel more at ease. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were still filled with ridicule. The huge skeleton warrior was put away. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Zhao Lai. Every step he took caused Zhao Lai's heart to tremble. When he was 4 to 5 meters away from Zhao Lai, Ling Xiao's body suddenly floated up. A long sword appeared in his hand and he pierced straight towards Zhao Lai's heart. His movements seemed very slow, but Zhao Lai suddenly realized that his body seemed to be imprisoned by something. He actually stood there, unable to move. His entire body seemed to be filled with lead, so heavy that it seemed like he was going to move the entire land. If it was Ling Xiao himself, of course, he wouldn't be so powerful. The key was that Ling Xiao was borrowing the power of the Butterfly Lady. The Butterfly Lady didn't need to fight personally. She only needed to transfer power to him. This was actually the same principle as a cultivator providing inner strength to another cultivator. However, most cultivators' bodies might not be able to withstand the inner strength of a cultivator much stronger than them. Forcefully transferring power would only cause the body to collapse. However, Ling Xiao's body was too tough. He could still withstand a portion of the butterfly lady's power. After obtaining this external power, he could use the 9 cauldrons' heavenly veins to transform it and use it to attack his opponent. Of course, this process would consume a large amount of energy, so Ling Xiao wouldn't normally do this. Today, he wanted to display his strength and intimidate the oceanic race. There was no problem using it like this. The shining golden sword easily pierced through Jiao Lai's grotto heaven armor. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The grotto heaven armor, which should have been incomparably tough, was easily torn apart like a piece of paper by the sword, creating an obvious crack. Jiao Lai could clearly feel the pain of the sword piercing through the grotto heaven armor, piercing through his clothes, and then piercing through his skin. In that instant, all the hair on his body stood on end, and he felt a chill down his spine. If he was immediately killed at this moment, it would be fine. However, Ling Xiao didn't do that. The speed at which Ling Xiao's sword pierced through was very slow. Very slow. The pain continued, and the fear also continued to deepen. The shadow of death shrouded Jiao Lai's thoughts. The wound became deeper and closer to his heart. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's terrifying soul power had greatly amplified the fear in their hearts. Finally, Jiao Lai collapsed. He suddenly knelt down. Young hero, please spare me. I don't want to die." In this exchange, Jiao Lai was filled with despair from the start. Death might not be scary. However, the shadow of death shrouded him, causing his heart to be constantly attacked. That feeling was too painful. Chapter 1159. It was as if he was constantly having nightmares in the middle of the day. Furthermore, the pain in the nightmares was all real and vivid in his mind. This kind of pain had already tormented Jiao Lai to the point that his entire body was drenched in sweat. He couldn't even release his internal energy. The demon of fear had completely swallowed his rationality. He had completely lost the courage to continue fighting. "Tell me, where is Gao Yongjun? Who is he?" Ling Xiao looked at Jiao Lai indifferently. He wasn't in a hurry to kill this person because there were some things that he had to clarify first. I know. Jiao Lai nodded repeatedly. At this moment, he was like a prisoner who had finally given up after being tortured. He would answer whatever others asked him, afraid that if he angered Ling Xiao, he would be stabbed to death by this cruel fellow. Even now, he could still feel the sword in Ling Xiao's hand within his body. As long as he sent it forward a little, he would immediately lose his life on the spot. He didn't want to die. He was a noble of the Sea Clan. He had his own family and loved ones in the depths of the vast stormy ocean. If he died like this, he would really have nothing left. "Very good, speak," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Jiao Lai hesitated for a moment because he was worried that he would still be killed by Ling Xiao if he spoke. "Jiao Lai, you have to think carefully. There are some things that you can't say carelessly." It was during this moment of hesitation that one of the people sitting to his right suddenly said in a sinister and cold voice, "Pucci." A sharp sword suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's left hand. This time, he did not hesitate to stab into this person's body. It was like killing a dog. The most terrifying thing was that when the sword was pulled out, this person's body actually started to burn. In the end, he turned into ashes amidst a miserable scream. Killing a chicken to warn the monkey. Ling Xiao did this to show Jiao Lai. I'll speak. Gao Yongjun is one of them. He is the son of the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Truth Alliance, Gao Yongwen. Jiao Lai didn't dare to hesitate anymore. Even if he had to die, he didn't want to die so miserably. In the end, he wouldn't even have a complete corpse. Oh! How could this matter involve the Tianli League? I heard that the Heavenly Truth Union is the same as the Sacred Dynasty's Restoration Union. Isn't it against your true demonic empire? Why are they colluding with you again? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. That's all an illusion. Ever since the creation of the True Devil Empire, The Heavenly Truth Alliance has provided us with information and residences of many rebel organizations and rebels. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have been able to kill all those rebels. Jiao Lai replied. Are they from the Tianli League? Ling Xiao wasn't surprised by what Jiao Lai had said. Ever since the Heavenly Reason Union established a puppet country, he didn't have a good impression of the Heavenly Reason Union. The reason why he wanted Jiao Lai to say it was for the people of the Restoration Nation to hear. This was because there were many people in the Restoration Party who wanted to cooperate with the Tianli League. Wasn't this tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin? If they knew the truth, they wouldn't be foolish anymore. How strong is Gao Yongwen? Ling Xiao asked. Rumor has it that Gao Yongwen once went overseas to practice martial arts and went to one of the 5 immortal islands, the Blackwater Immortal Island. Some people say that he is a yin-yang realm expert, while others say that he is a 10th Grotto Heaven realm expert. But no matter what the rumors are, this Gao Yongwen is a ruthless character. In our true Devil Empire, if not for the Lightning Demon King and the Yin-Yang Demon King suppressing him, he would be the strongest expert. Jiao Lai replied in detail. Did you hear that? Our Heavenly Truth Alliance's Alliance Master is a Yin-Yang realm expert. Even if our young master harmed your big brother, so what? Do you dare to do anything to us? It was as if they felt that with Gao Yongwen's support, everything would be fine. The few warriors of the Heavenly Truth Alliance suddenly became arrogant. So what if he's a yin-yang realm expert? It's not like I haven't killed one before. Sikong Zun, also known as the Lightning Demon King, how is he compared to your Alliance Master Gao Yongwen? Wasn't he still killed by me? Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile and said, since Gao Yongwen is tired of living, then I'll fulfill his wish. The Heavenly Truth Alliance, including the country he established, doesn't need to continue existing. You're crazy. You're dreaming. Whether I'm crazy or not, you'll know in a moment. I'll give you a chance. Take me to Gao Yongwen and Gao Yongjun. Whoever stands out first, I'll spare them. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Me. At that moment, 4 of the 5 warriors of the Heavenly Truth Alliance stood out almost at the same time. You're the one. The rest can die. Ling Xiao casually swung his sword and 4 heads fell to the ground. Because he borrowed the power of the butterfly lady, killing people was as easy as blowing off dust. Senior Brother Wu, take control of the City Lord's mansion. Don't be soft. Kill all the Sea Clan. As for the Blue Eyes Clan, those who are willing to submit can surrender first. However, they must take the pill I gave you. Otherwise, it won't be easy to control them. In the end, Ling Xiao couldn't bear to purge the entire Langton city. Therefore, he gave Wu Xiong a lot of the pills that he refined in the past to control warriors. After taking those pills, they would hide in the body for a long time. If they didn't act recklessly, then they would be fine. However, once they had thoughts of betrayal, they would die from the poison. It was a miraculous pill that was closely linked to the soul. Ling Xiao had found it in the Eternal Divine Pills scripture. All right, leave it to me. Wu Xiong nodded. Then, Ling Xiao looked at Jiao Lai and said, don't worry, I won't kill you. However, you have to be unconscious for a period of time. I'll only let you go after I'm done. With that, Ling Xiao opened Jiao Lai's mouth and stuffed a blood-red pill into it. This pill was different from the one he gave Wu Xiong. This pill could make a person completely unconscious and even fake death. Unless Ling Xiao woke him up personally, no one could do anything about it. If he acted rashly, he would only kill Jiao Lai. Ling Xiao, you're not really planning to find Gao Yongwen, are you? Wu Xiong asked worriedly. Of course I'm going to find him. If I don't eliminate Gao Yongwen first, he will become a problem when we move tomorrow. Don't worry, senior brother. I'm confident. With that, Ling Xiao turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. He was still carrying a member of the Heavenly Truth Alliance who was leading the way. His speed made Wu Xiong and the others feel inferior. Big Sister Moon Maiden, I'll have to trouble you this time. Ling Xiao was a person who knew his own limits. Against Gao Yongwen, it was impossible for him to win even if he used the Butterfly Maiden's power. After all, the The possibility of Gao Yangwen being a yin-yang realm expert was very high. Your matter is my matter. It's nothing. The Moon Maiden nodded and said, Hehe, Big Sister Moon Maiden is still the best to me. However, I might try not to let you take action in the future. Ling Xiao smiled. If the Moon Maiden took action too much, he was afraid that he would become dependent on her. That wouldn't be good. Chapter 1160. With your cultivation speed, I'm afraid it won't be long before you surpass me. By then, even if I wanted to help you, I might not have the chance. Speaking of this, the Moon Maiden was clearly a little disappointed. She admired Ling Xiao's aptitude, but on the other hand, she felt that it was a pity. Once she could not protect Ling Xiao, what was the point of staying by Ling Xiao's side? Don't think too much, Sister Moon Maiden. If you protect me now, I'll protect you in the future. Moreover, Sister Moon Maiden's strength has not recovered to its peak, right? It'll be very difficult for me to catch up to you. Ling Xiao gently pinched the Moon Maiden's fair hand and comforted her. Of course, he knew what the Moon Maiden was thinking. He just wanted to tell the Moon Maiden that there was no point in letting her imagination run wild. The woman that Ling Xiao had set his mind on could not be changed in this lifetime. Unless the woman left him on her own accord. In the spacious and luxurious hall, it was crowded with people. As the Heavenly Reason Alliance's secret activity venue in Langton City, this place should be quieter and more secretive. However, it seemed that this was not the case. The atmosphere here today was very lively and jubilant, as if something joyous was about to happen. Upon closer inspection, the people sitting in the hall were all influential figures from all over the world. There were leaders of various resistance organizations on the Heavenly Dragon continent. There were emissaries from various countries on the Divine Phoenix continent. There were even representatives from the 5 Immortal Islands. These people did not gather here to play. They all had a common goal, and that was to befriend Gao Yangwen, the Alliance Master of the Heavenly Reason Alliance. Now that the Heavenly Reason Alliance's power was growing, the various resistance forces on the Heavenly Dragon continent had been annexed and incorporated by him, as if he wanted to conquer the world. Although Gao Yangwen seemed to be subservient to the true Demons Empire and was willing to be their puppet, this guy was actually very ambitious. He wanted to become the king of the Heavenly Dragon continent and be on equal footing with the true Demons Empire. Then, the first thing he had to deal with was the trouble of Northern Han. Today's gathering was the meeting where he officially became the Alliance Master of the Resistance Alliance, so it was naturally jubilant. On the surface, the Defender Alliance was targeting the true Devil Empire. However, interestingly, Gao Yangwen's established strategy was to first destroy the state of Northern Han and divide the world with the true Devil Empire. Sitting at the head of the table was Gao Yangwen. Although he was already 60 or 70 years old, this age was still considered the prime of life for a martial artist. His robe, which was made of precious materials, made him look very majestic. He sat there and cupped his hands in greeting to the guests, obviously enjoying the feeling of being praised to the heavens. From time to time, a complacent smile would flash across his face. To be able to reach this point, he had to thank the true Devil Imperial country. If it weren't for the true Devil Empire destroying the sacred dynasty, his Heavenly Truth Alliance would only be able to make a small fuss. Of course, he wouldn't really thank the true Devil Empire. After all, to him, this was just a mutual benefit. He used the true Devil Empire to deal with the sacred dynasty, while the true Devil Empire used him to restrain Northern Han. Blackwater Fairy Island's special envoy, Lord John Mo, has arrived. Outside the door, a voice suddenly sounded, causing the noisy hall to suddenly quiet down. The Blackwater Immortal Island was a powerful existence among the 5 Immortal Islands, and was also where Gao Yangwen's master was. Generally speaking, the 5 Immortal Islands wouldn't send people to this kind of worldly conflict. However, the Blackwater Immortal Island had a special relationship with Gao Yangwen, so they naturally sent a special envoy. Although the strength of this special envoy, Jean Mo, was only at the late stage of the first Grotto Heaven realm, the power he represented was incomparably terrifying. At the very least, in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent, unless someone was crazy, no one would be willing to provoke them. With the support of the Blackwater Immortal Island, Gao Yangwen's position as the Alliance Master of the Resistance Alliance became more secure. Even the True Devil Empire couldn't do anything to him, let alone the small state of Northern Han. Ha ha ha, senior brother Gao Yangwen, long time no see. Today, I've come under the orders of my master to congratulate you. Congratulations, senior brother. Jean Mo came alone, but the clothes he was wearing had the symbol of the Blackwater Immortal Island, so he couldn't be looked down upon. Moreover, his cultivation wasn't low. Apart from Gao Yangwen and a few others, there really wasn't anyone stronger than him at the late stage of the first Grotto Heaven realm. Junior brother Jean, just come. There's no need to bring gifts. Please come in and have a seat of honor. Gao Yangwen directly pulled Jean Mo's hand and had him sit beside him. Although his relationship with Jean Mo wasn't that good when he was at the Blackwater Immortal Island, today, in front of so many people, he still had to put on a show of brotherly affection. A moment later, another voice came from outside. Northern Han's special envoy, Ling Wuhan, has arrived. Ling Wuhan. Hearing this name, the corner of Gao Yangwen's mouth raised into a smug smile. Ling Wuhan was a key figure in the Heaven's Choice Academy. Although his cultivation wasn't very good, his relationship with Ling Xiao was very good. Moreover, his status was also very high. Today, Ling Wuhan actually appeared here. Did that mean that Northern Han was prepared to admit defeat? Hehe, admitting defeat is useless. If I don't destroy your Northern Han, how can I, Gao Yangwen, be at ease? Although Gao Yangwen was thinking this, he still let Ling Wuhan in. Since he was going to destroy Northern Han, he might as well use this Ling Wuhan as a sacrifice. Greetings to the Alliance head of the Tianli Union. Congratulations. Ling Wuhan didn't come alone. Beside him was an old man, Ling Xiao's master, Grandmaster Baiyun. I really didn't expect that Mr. Ling would actually be willing to come to my place. Your presence brings light to my humble cottage. Gao Yangwen said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. He cupped his hands and casually arranged for Ling Wuhan and Grandmaster Baiyun to sit down in an inconspicuous position. After all, it was just something to be used as a sacrifice. It wasn't worthwhile to care so much about it. In any case, those who came were all reputable figures. Moreover, they were also very important to Gao Yangwen. However, Gao Yangwen's son, Gao Yangjun, was nowhere to be seen. Of the people in the hall, those who should have come had basically all come. However, no one noticed that on the eaves of this hidden place, there were two people squatting there, carefully observing every movement in the hall. I didn't expect that even Second Master Ling and my master, Grandmaster Baiyun, would come. Aren't they just like sheep entering the tiger's den? Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. Don't blame them. After all, they don't understand this Gao Yangwen. In their opinion, if they want to overthrow the true demon empire, they must cooperate with Gao Yangwen's Tianli Union. The Moon Maiden explained, look at their resolute faces. They clearly knew that it was dangerous, yet they still came. If their deaths can wake up those sleeping people in Northern Han, it can be considered pretty good. Chapter 1161. Since I'm here today, I can't let them die. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Don't worry. No matter what, I'm still a member of Heaven's Choice Academy. I won't watch them die. We'll do as you say. The Moon Lady looked at Ling Xiao and said. Of course it's to ruin their plans. However, we have to ensure the safety of Second Master Ling and Master Baiyun. Sister Moon Lady, you just have to restrain Gao Yangwen. Leave the rest to me. Ling Xiao had observed carefully. Among the guests and hosts, Gao Yangwen was the strongest. However, he was definitely not a match for the Moon Lady. As for the rest, he and the Butterfly Lady could easily handle them. He wouldn't act recklessly if he wasn't confident. Sigh. The Moon Lady suddenly sighed. What's wrong, Sister Moon Lady? I feel sad for Gao Yangwen. This should be a joyous day for him. However, he didn't expect to meet a jinx like you. The Moon Maiden caressed Ling Xiao's ears lovingly and smiled. It's all thanks to Sister Moon Lady's presence. Ling Xiao also smiled. Without you, I wouldn't have dealt with him. In the end, it's all your plan. In the hall, all the guests had arrived. Gao Yangwen stood up with a smile. He looked very majestic and had the aura of dominating the world. Everyone looked at him in awe, waiting for his reprimand. As long as Gao Yangwen made a move, he could easily kill all of these people present. This was the confidence and prestige that his strength gave him. No one dared to disagree. Even Jean Mo from Blackwater Immortal Island was the same. Hihi, everyone, I, Gao Yangwen, have to thank all of you for your support. It's a great fortune for all of you to be able to participate in this gathering that I've organized. Gao Yangwen smiled and said, I'm sure everyone knows that the Defender Alliance has been established. Our ultimate goal is the true Demons Empire. However, first, I need to announce a goal. Everyone must work together to achieve it. Hearing this, many people couldn't help but look at Ling Wuheng and Master Bai Yun. Some people had gloating expressions on their faces, while others had helpless and sad expressions on their faces. They must have already heard the news that the first step of Gao Yangwen's Resistance Alliance was to exterminate Northern Han or have Northern Han submit to them. Ling Wuheng and Master Bai Yun also felt the tense atmosphere. They looked at each other, their hearts filled with sorrow. Originally, he had sincerely hoped that the Northern Han Kingdom and the Tianli Kingdom could join forces to resist the true Demon Empire. But now, it seems that they have no intention of cooperating at all. They just want to swallow you up. The goal of this stage is actually very clear. It is obviously impossible to easily overthrow the true Devil Empire by relying on the strength of our Heavenly Truth Alliance, so we must expand our strength and find helpers. At present, the majority of the rebel organizations on the Tianlong continent had already pledged allegiance to the Rebel Alliance. Only the state of Northern Han was still reluctant to join. As for the state of Northern Han, it is without a doubt the largest rebel organization other than our Heavenly Reason League. My goal is very clear. I want the state of Northern Han to join this big rebel family. Of course, after joining, the state of Northern Han can no longer establish the position of emperor. However, the original emperor can become the deputy alliance leader of our resistance alliance. At the same time, the state of Northern Han can also obtain a lot of information from our Heavenly Truth Alliance. In case they are attacked, our Heavenly Truth Alliance will also lend a hand. Today, the two special envoys from the state of Northern Han have also come. There is no harm in listening to their opinions. Gao Yangwen's words were very righteous and awe-inspiring. However, anyone with discerning eyes could see that. Once the state of Northern Han joined the Resistance Alliance, it would mean that the Tianli Kingdom would annex them. This meant that the other side wouldn't need to waste a single soldier to incorporate them. If it were anyone else, they would never agree to such unfair terms. In fact, how could Gao Yangwen not know this point? It was precisely because he knew that he would say this. He wanted to force the state of Northern Han to oppose him. Only then would he have an excuse to borrow the strength of the Resistance Alliance to attack the state of Northern Han. After all, the Heavenly Truth Alliance's strength was still a little weak. Everyone looked at Ling Wuhen and Grandmaster Bai Yun. Among them, there were many small resistance organizations that had already become Gao Yangwen's lackeys. At this time, they were also adding oil to the fire. Two special envoys, for the common cause of mankind and for the sake of the overall situation, I hope that you will not make the wrong choice. That's right. Looking at the entire Tianlong continent, I fear that there is no second person who has the qualifications to compete with Alliance head Gao Yangwen for the leadership. Your state of Northern Han must be tactful. You are weak, so you should submit to the strong. This way, everyone's strength can be combined to face the common enemy. Such persuasion continuously sounded, causing Ling Wuhen and Grandmaster Bai Yun to frown repeatedly. Ling Wuhen thought for a moment and said, "Everyone, I fear that the two of us cannot make a decision on such a major matter. I fear that we will have to return and ask for instructions. Who doesn't know that you, Ling Wuhen, have a close relationship with the Heaven's chosen child? Even the Emperor of Northern Han has to listen to your words." Someone loudly said, "These words are too much. The Heaven's chosen child has gone to the Divine Phoenix continent and has not returned to Northern Han for a long time. He does not have any influence there. Moreover, I, Ling Wuhen, am merely a martial artist with the cultivation of one-line heaven. I truly do not have the authority to speak. Ling Wuhan shook his head. So you are saying that you are unwilling? Jiao Yongwen directly looked at Ling Wuhan and questioned. It is not that I am unwilling, but that I cannot make this decision. However, the Northern Han monarch has entrusted us to discuss matters of cooperation with the Resistance Alliance. Of course, after joining the alliance, the monarch and Mr. Jiao Yongwen will jointly control the alliance and be on equal footing. Everything needs to be discussed and not submitted. Ling Wuhan revealed Northern Han's true intentions. Cooperation is fine, but submission is out of the question. You still want to be on equal footing with this alliance head? Is your Northern Han monarch tired of living? You are truly shameless. Jiao Yongwen revealed a malevolent expression and coldly said, I will give you one more chance. Agree to submit to me and sign a contract. Then, you can scram. Otherwise, Northern Han will become the target of the Resistance Alliance. He had already completely torn off his disguise and was a threat through and through. Is Alliance head threatening us? Ling Wuhan frowned. That's right. I am threatening you. Don't tell me that you don't understand the principle of the strong preying on the weak. If you are weaker than me, then you will be under my rule. If your Northern Han is stronger than our Heavenly Reason Alliance, then I will also join without hesitation and be under your rule. Jiao Yongwen sneered. He is very clear that although Northern Han has two powerful Yin-Yang realm martial artists, one is missing and the other is still recuperating in seclusion. The current him is the strongest human existence on the Heavenly Dragon continent.